Another of them, Aureliano Centeno, stayed on to work with Aureliano Triste. He was one of the first who had been brought to the house for baptism, and Ursula and Amaranta remembered him very well, because in a few hours he had destroyed every breakable object that passed through his hands. Time had moderated his early impulse for growth, and he was a man of average height, marked by smallpox scars, but his amazing power for manual destruction remained intact. He broke so many plates, even without touching them, that Fernanda decided to buy him a set of pewterware before he did away with the last pieces of her expensive china. And even the resistant metal plates were soon dented and twisted. But to make up for that irremediable power, which was exasperating even for him, he had a cordiality that won the immediate confidence of others, and a stupendous capacity for work. In a short time he had increased the production of ice to such a degree that it was too much for the local market, and Aureliano Triste had to think about the possibility of expanding the business to other towns in the swamp. It was then that he thought of the decisive step, not only for the modernization of his business, but to link the town with the rest of the world. "We have to bring in the railroad," he said. That was the first time that the word had ever been heard in Macondo. Looking at the sketch that Aureliano Triste drew on the table, and that was a direct descendant of the plans with which José Arcadio Buendía had illustrated his project for solar warfare, Ursula confirmed her impression that time was going in a circle. But unlike his forebear, Aureliano Triste did not lose any sleep or appetite, nor did he torment anyone with crises of ill humour. But he considered the most harebrained of projects as immediate possibilities. He made rational calculations about costs and dates, and brought them off without any intermediate exasperation. If Aureliano II had something of his great-grandfather in him, and lacked something of Colonel Aureliano Buendía, it was an absolute indifference to mockery, and he gave the money to bring the railroad with the same light-hearted air with which he had given it for his brother's absurd navigation project. Aureliano Triste consulted the calendar and left the following Wednesday, planning to return after the rains had passed. There was no more news of him. Aureliano Centeno, overwhelmed by the abundance of the factory, had already begun to experiment with the production of ice with a base of fruit juices instead of water. And without knowing it or thinking about it, he conceived the essential fundamentals for the invention of sherbet. In that way, he planned to diversify the production of an enterprise he considered his own, because his brother showed no signs of returning after the rains had passed, and a whole summer had gone by with no news of him. At the start of another winter, however, a woman who was washing clothes in the river during the hottest time of the day ran screaming down the main street in an alarming state of commotion. "It's coming," she finally explained. "Something frightful, like a kitchen dragging a village behind it." At that moment, the town was shaken by a whistle, with a fearful echo and a loud, panting respiration. During the previous weeks, they had seen the gangs who were laying ties and tracks, and no one paid attention to them because they thought it was some new trick of the gypsies, coming back with whistles and tambourines, and their age-old and discredited song and dance about the qualities of some concoction put together by journeyman geniuses of Jerusalem. But when they recovered from the noise of the whistles and the snorting, all the inhabitants ran out into the street and saw Aureliano Triste waving from the locomotive. And in a trance they saw the flower-bedecked train which was arriving for the first time 8 months late. The innocent yellow train that was to bring so many ambiguities and certainties, so many pleasant and unpleasant moments, so many changes, calamities and feelings of nostalgia to Macondo. Dazzled by so many and such marvellous inventions, the people of Macondo did not know where their amazement began. They stayed up all night, looking at the pale electric bulbs fed by the plant that Aureliano Triste had brought back when the train made its second trip, and it took time and effort for them to grow accustomed to its obsessive toom-toom. They became indignant over the living images that the prosperous merchant Bruno Crespi projected in the theatre with the lion-head ticket windows, for a character who had died and was buried in one film, and for whose misfortune tears of affliction had been shed, would reappear alive and transformed into an Arab in the next one. The audience, who paid 2 cents apiece to share the difficulties of the actors, would not tolerate that outlandish fraud, and they broke up the seats. The mayor, at the urging of Bruno Crespi, explained in a proclamation that the cinema was a machine of illusions that did not merit the emotional outbursts of the audience. With that discouraging explanation, many felt that they had been the victims of some new and showy gypsy business, and they decided not to return to the movies, considering that they already had too many troubles of their own to weep over the acted-out misfortunes of imaginary beings. Something similar happened with the cylinder phonographs that the merry matrons from France brought with them as a substitute for the antiquated hand organs, and that for a time had serious effects on the livelihood of the band of musicians. At first, curiosity increased the clientele on the forbidden street, and there was even word of respectable ladies who disguised themselves as workers in order to observe the novelty of the phonograph from first hand. But from so much and such close observation, they soon reached the conclusion that it was not an enchanted mill, as everyone had thought, and as the matrons had said, but a mechanical trick that could not be compared with something so moving, so human, and so full of everyday truth as a band of musicians. It was such a serious disappointment that when phonographs became so popular that there was one in every house, they were not considered objects for amusement for adults, but as something good for children to take apart. On the other hand, when someone from the town had the opportunity to test the crude reality of the telephone installed in the railway station, which was thought to be a rudimentary version of the phonograph because of its crank, even the most incredulous were upset. It was as if God had decided to put to the test every capacity for surprise, and was keeping the inhabitants of Macondo in a permanent alternation between excitement and disappointment, doubt and revelation, to such an extreme that no one knew for certain where the limits of reality lay. It was an intricate stew of truths and mirages that convulsed the ghost of José Arcadio Buendia under the chestnut tree with impatience, and made him wander all through the house even in broad daylight. Ever since the railroad had been officially inaugurated, and had begun to arrive with regularity on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock, and the primitive wooden station with a desk, a telephone, and a ticket window had been built, on the streets of Macondo men and women were seen who had adopted everyday and normal customs and manners, but who really looked like people out of a circus. In a town that had chafed under the tricks of the gypsies, there was no future for those ambulatory acrobats of commerce, who with equal effrontery offered a whistling kettle and a daily regime that would assure the salvation of the soul on the 7th day. But from those who let themselves be convinced out of fatigue, and the ones who were always unwary, they reaped stupendous benefits. Among those theatrical creatures, wearing riding breeches and leggings, a pith helmet and steel-rimmed glasses, with topaz eyes and the skin of a thin rooster, there arrived in Macondo, on one of so many Wednesdays, the chubby and smiling Mr. Herbert, who ate at the house. No one had noticed him at the table until the first bunch of bananas had been eaten. Aureliano II had come across him by chance, as he protested in broken Spanish, because there was no rooms at the Hotel Jacob. And as he frequently did with strangers, he took him home. He was in the captive balloon business, which had taken him halfway around the world with excellent profits, but he had not succeeded in taking anyone up in Macondo, because they considered that invention backward, after having seen and tried the gypsies' flying carpets. He was leaving, therefore, on the next train. When they brought to the table the tiger-striped bunch of bananas that they were accustomed to hang in the dining-room during lunch, he picked the first piece of fruit without great enthusiasm. But he kept on eating as he spoke, tasting, chewing, more with the distraction of a wise man than with the delight of a good eater. And when he finished the first bunch, he asked them to bring him another. Then he took a small case with optical instruments out of the toolbox that he always carried with him. With the suspicious attention of a diamond merchant, he examined the banana meticulously, dissecting it with a special scalpel, weighing the pieces on a pharmacist's scale, and calculating its breadth with a gunsmith's calipers. Then he took a series of instruments out of the chest, with which he measured the temperature, the level of humidity in the atmosphere, and the intensity of the light. It was such an intriguing ceremony that no one could eat in peace, as everybody waited for Mr. Herbert to pass a final and revealing judgment. But he did not say anything that allowed anyone to guess his intentions. On the days that followed, he was seen with a net and a small basket hunting butterflies on the outskirts of town. On Wednesday, a group of engineers, agronomists, hydrologists, topographers, and surveyors arrived, who for several weeks explored the places where Mr. Herbert had hunted his butterflies. Later on, Mr. Jack Brown arrived in an extra coach that had been coupled onto the yellow train, and that was silver-plated all over, with seats of episcopal velvet and a roof of blue glass. Also arriving on the special car, fluttering around Mr. Brown, were the solemn lawyers dressed in black, who in different times had followed Colonel Aureliano Buendia everywhere, and that led the people to think that the agronomists, hydrologists, topographers, and surveyors, like Mr. Herbert with his captive balloons and his coloured butterflies, and Mr. Brown with his mausoleum on wheels and his ferocious German shepherd dogs, had something to do with the war. There was not much time to think about it, however, because the suspicious inhabitants of Macondo barely began to wonder what the devil was going on when the town had already become transformed into an encampment of wooden houses with zinc roofs, inhabited by foreigners who arrived on the train from halfway around the world, riding not only on the seats and platforms, but even on the roof of the coaches. The gringos, who later on brought their languid wives in muslin dresses and large veiled hats, built a separate town across the rail tracks, with streets lined with palm trees, houses with screened windows, small white tables on the terraces, and fans mounted on the ceilings, and extensive blue lawns with peacocks and quails. The section was surrounded by a metal fence, topped with a band of electrified chicken wire, which during the cool summer mornings would be black with roasted swallows. No one knew yet what they were after, or whether they were actually nothing but philanthropists, and they had already caused a colossal disturbance, much more than that of the old gypsies, but less transitory and understandable. Endowed with means that had been reserved for divine providence in former times, they changed the pattern of the rains, accelerated the cycle of harvests, and moved the river from where it had always been, and put it with its white stones and icy currents on the other side of town, behind the cemetery. It was at that time that they built a fortress of reinforced concrete over the faded tomb of José Arcadio, so that the corpse's smell of powder would not contaminate the waters. For the foreigners who arrived without love, they converted the street of the loving matrons from France into a more extensive village than it had been, and on one glorious Wednesday they brought in a trainload of strange whores, Babylonish women skilled in age-old methods and in possession of all manner of unguents and devices to stimulate the unaroused, to give courage to the timid, to satiate the voracious, to exalt the modest man, to teach a lesson to repeaters, and to correct solitary people. The street of the Turks, enriched by well-lit stores with products from abroad, displacing the old bazaars with their bright colours, overflowed on Saturday nights with the crowds of adventurers who bumped into each other among gambling tables, shooting galleries, the alley where the future was guessed and dreams interpreted, and tables of fried food and drinks. And on Sunday mornings they were scattered on the ground bodies that were sometimes those of happy drunkards, and more often those of onlookers felled by shots, fists, knives and bottles during the brawls. It was such a tumultuous and intemperate invasion that during the first days it was impossible to walk through the streets because of the furniture and trunks and the noise of the carpentry of those who were building their houses in any vacant lot without asking anyone's permission, and the scandalous behaviour of couples who hung their hammocks between the almond trees and made love under the netting in broad daylight and in view of everyone. The only serene corner had been established by peaceful West Indian Negroes, who built a marginal street with wooden houses on piles, where they would sit in the doors at dusk, singing melancholy hymns in their disordered gabble. So many changes took place in such a short time that 8 months after Mr. Herbert's visit, the old inhabitants had a hard time recognizing their own town. "Look at the mess we've got ourselves into," Colonel Aureliano Buendia said at that time, "just because we invited a gringo to eat some bananas." Aureliano Segundo, on the other hand, could not contain his happiness over the avalanche of foreigners. The house was suddenly filled with unknown guests, with invincible and worldly carousers, and it became necessary to add bedrooms off the courtyard, widen the dining room, and exchange the old table for one that held 16 people, with new china and silver, and even then they had to eat lunch in shifts. Fernanda had to swallow her scruples and treat guests of the worst sort like kings as they muddied the porch with their boots, urinated in the garden, laid their mats down anywhere to take their siesta, and spoke without regard for the sensitivities of ladies or the proper behaviour of gentlemen. Amaranta was so scandalized with the plebeian invasion that she went back to eating in the kitchen as in olden days. Colonel Aureliano Buendia, convinced that the majority of those who came into his workshop to greet him were not doing it because of sympathy or regard, but out of the curiosity to meet a historical relic, a museum fossil, decided to shut himself in by barring the door, and he was not seen any more except on very rare occasions when he would sit at the street door. Ursula, on the other hand, even during the days when she was already dragging her feet and walking about groping along the walls, felt a juvenile excitement as the time for the arrival of the train approached. "We have to prepare some meat and fish," she would order the 4 cooks, who hastened to have everything ready under the imperturbable direction of Santa Sofia de la Piedad. "We have to prepare everything," she insisted, "because we never know what these strangers like to eat." The train arrived during the hottest time of day. At lunchtime, the house shook with the bustle of a marketplace, and the perspiring guests, who did not even know who their hosts were, trooped in to occupy the best places at the table, while the cooks bumped into each other with enormous kettles of soup, pots of meat, large gourds filled with vegetables and troughs of rice, and passed around the contents of barrels of lemonade with inexhaustible ladles. The disorder was such that Fernanda was troubled by the idea that many were eating twice, and on more than one occasion she was about to burst out with a vegetable hawker's insults, because someone at the table, in confusion, asked her for the cheque. More than a year had gone by since Mr. Herbert's visit, and the only thing that was known was that the gringos were planning to plant banana trees in the enchanted region that José Arcadio Buendía and his men had crossed in search of the route to the great inventions. 2 other sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendía, with the cross of ashes on their foreheads, arrived, drawn by that great volcanic belch, and they justified their determination with a phrase that may have explained everybody's reasons. "We came," they said, "because everyone is coming." Remedios the Beauty was the only one who was immune to the banana plague. She was becalmed in a magnificent adolescence, more and more impenetrable to formality, more and more indifferent to malice and suspicion, happy in her own world of simple realities. She did not understand why women complicated their lives with corsets and petticoats, so she sewed herself a coarse cassock that she simply put over her, and without further difficulties resolved the problem of dress, without taking away the feeling of being naked, which, according to her lights, was the only decent way to be when at home. They bothered her so much to cut the rain of hair that already reached to her thighs, and to make rolls with combs and braids with red ribbons, that she simply shaved her head, and used the hair to make wigs for the saints. The startling thing about her simplifying instinct was that the more she did away with fashion in a search for comfort, and the more she passed over conventions as she obeyed spontaneity, the more disturbing her incredible beauty became, and the more provocative she became to men. When the sons of Colonel Aureliano Buendía were in Macondo for the first time, Ursula remembered that in their veins they bore the same blood as her great-granddaughter, and she shuddered with a forgotten fright. "Keep your eyes wide open," she warned her. "With any of them, your children will come out with the tail of a pig." The girl paid such little attention to the warning that she dressed up as a man and rolled around in the sand in order to climb the greased pole, and she was at the point of bringing on a tragedy among the 17 cousins, who were driven mad by the unbearable spectacle. That was why none of them slept at the house when they visited the town, and the 4 who had stayed lived in rented rooms at Ursula's insistence. Remedios the Beauty, however, would have died laughing if she had known about that precaution. Until her last moment on earth, she was unaware that her irreparable fate as a disturbing woman was a daily disaster. Every time she appeared in the dining room, against Ursula's order, she caused a panic of exasperation among the outsiders. It was all too evident that she was completely naked underneath her crude nightshirt, and no one could understand that her shaved and perfect skull was not some kind of challenge, and that the boldness with which she uncovered her thighs to cool off was not a criminal provocation, nor was her pleasure when she sucked her fingers after eating. What no member of the family ever knew was that the strangers did not take long to realize that Remedios the Beauty gave off a breath of perturbation, a tormenting breeze that was still perceptible several hours after she had passed by. Men expert in the disturbances of love, experienced all over the world, stated that they had never suffered an anxiety similar to the one produced by the natural smell of Remedios the Beauty. On the porch with the begonias, in the parlour, in any place in the house, it was possible to point out the exact place where she had been, and the time that had passed since she had left it. It was a definite, unmistakable trace that no one in the family could distinguish, because it had been incorporated into the daily odours for a long time. But it was one that the outsiders identified immediately. They were the only ones, therefore, who understood how the young commander of the guard had died of love, and how a gentleman from a faraway land had been plunged into desperation. Unaware of the restless circle in which she moved, of the unbearable state of intimate calamity that she provoked as she passed by, Remedios the Beauty treated the men without the least bit of malice, and in the end upset them with her innocent complacence. When Ursula succeeded in imposing the command that she eat with Amaranta in the kitchen, so that the outsiders would not see her, she felt more uncomfortable, because, after all, she was beyond all discipline. In reality, it made no difference to her where she ate, and not at regular hours, but according to the whims of her appetite. Sometimes she would get up to have lunch at 3 a.m, sleep all day long, and she spent several months with her timetable all in disarray, until some casual incident would bring her back into the order of things. When things were going better, she would get up at 11 o'clock in the morning and shut herself up until 2 o'clock, completely nude, in the bathroom, killing scorpions as she came out of her dense and prolonged sleep. Then she would throw water from the cistern over herself with a gourd. It was an act so prolonged, so meticulous, so rich in ceremonial aspects, that one who did not know her well would have thought that she was given over to the deserved adoration of her own body. For her, however, that solitary rite lacked all sensuality, and was simply a way of passing the time until she was hungry. One day, as she began to bathe herself, a stranger lifted a tile from the roof and was breathless at the tremendous spectacle of her nudity. She saw his desolate eyes through the broken tiles, and had no reaction of shame, but rather one of alarm. "Be careful," she exclaimed. "You'll fall." I just wanted to see you," the foreigner murmured. "Oh, all right," she said. "But be careful, those tiles are rotten." The stranger's face had a pained expression of stupor, and he seemed to be battling silently against his primary instincts, so as not to break up the mirage. Remedios the Beauty thought that he was suffering from the fear that the tiles would break, and she bathed herself more quickly than usual, so that the man would not be in danger. While she was pouring water from the cistern, she told him that the roof was in that state because she thought that the bed of leaves had been rotted by the rain, and that was what was filling the bathroom with scorpions. The stranger thought that her small talk was a way of covering her complacence, so that when she began to soap herself, he gave into temptation and went a step further. Let me soap you," he murmured. "Thank you for your good intentions," she said, "but my 2 hands are quite enough." "Even if it's just your back," the foreigner begged. "Well, that would be silly," she said. "People never soap their backs." Then, while she was drying herself, the stranger begged her, with his eyes full of tears, to marry him. She answered him sincerely that she would never marry a man who was so simple that he had wasted almost an hour, and even went without lunch just to see a woman taking a bath. Finally, when she put on her cassock, the man could not bear the proof that indeed she was not wearing anything underneath, as everyone had suspected, and he felt himself marked forever with the white-hot iron of that secret. Then he took 2 more tiles off in order to drop down into the bathroom. "It's very high," she warned him in fright. "You'll kill yourself." The rotten tiles broke with a noise of disaster, and the man barely had time to let out a cry of terror as he cracked his skull and was killed outright on the cement floor. The foreigners who heard the noise in the dining room and hastened to remove the body noticed the suffocating odour of Remedios the Beauty on his skin. It was so deep in his body that the cracks in his skull did not give off blood, but an amber-coloured oil that was impregnated with that secret perfume. And then they understood that the smell of Remedios the Beauty kept on torturing men beyond death, right down to the dust of their bones. Nevertheless, they did not relate that horrible accident to the other 2 men who had died because of Remedios the Beauty. A victim was still needed before the outsiders and many of the old inhabitants of Macondo would credit the legend that Remedios Buendia did not give off a breath of love, but a fatal emanation. The occasion for the proof of it came some months later on one afternoon when Remedios the Beauty went with a group of girlfriends to look at the new plantings. For the girls of Macondo, that novel game was reason for laughter and surprises, frights and jokes, and at night they would talk about their walk as if it had been an experience in a dream. Such was the prestige of that silence that Ursula did not have the heart to take the fun away from Remedios the Beauty, and she let her go one afternoon, providing that she wore a hat and a decent dress. As soon as the group of friends went into the plantings, the air became impregnated with a fatal fragrance. The men who were working along the rows felt possessed by a strange fascination, menaced by some invisible danger, and many succumbed to a terrible desire to weep. Remedios the Beauty and her startled friends managed to take refuge in a nearby house just as they were about to be assaulted by a pack of ferocious males. A short time later, they were rescued by the 4 Aurelianos, whose crosses of ash inspired a sacred respect, as if they were caste marks, stamps of invulnerability. Remedios the Beauty did not tell anyone that one of the men, taking advantage of the tumult, had managed to attack her stomach with a hand that was more like the claw of an eagle clinging to the edge of a precipice. She faced the attacker in a kind of instantaneous flash, and saw the disconsolate eyes which remained stamped on her heart like the hot coals of pity. That night the man boasted of his audacity, and swaggered over his good luck on the street of the Turks, a few minutes before the kick of a horse crushed his chest, and a crowd of outsiders saw him die in the middle of the street, drowned in his own bloody vomiting. The supposition that Remedios the Beauty possessed powers of death was then borne out by 4 irrefutable events. Although some men who were easy with their words said that it was worth sacrificing one's life for a night of love with such an arousing woman, the truth was that no one made any effort to do so. Perhaps not only to attain her, but also to conjure away her dangers. All that was needed was a feeling as primitive and as simple as that of love. But that was the only thing that did not occur to anyone. Ursula did not worry about her any more. On another occasion, when she had not yet given up the idea of saving her for the world, she had tried to get her interested in basic domestic affairs. "Men demand much more than you think," she would tell her enigmatically. "There's a lot of cooking, a lot of sweeping, a lot of suffering over little things beyond what you think." She was deceiving herself within, trying to train her for domestic happiness, because she was convinced that once his passion was satisfied, there would not be a man on the face of the earth capable of tolerating even for a day a negligence that was beyond all understanding. The birth of the latest José Arcadio and her unshakable will to bring him up to be pope finally caused her to cease worrying about her great-granddaughter. She abandoned her to her fate, trusting that sooner or later a miracle would take place, and that in this world of everything there would also be a man with enough sloth to put up with her. For a long time already, Amaranta had given up trying to make her into a useful woman. Since those forgotten afternoons when her niece barely had enough interest to run the crank on the sewing machine, she had reached the conclusion that she was simple-minded, "Ah, we're going to have to raffle you off," she would tell her, perplexed at the fact that men's words would not penetrate her. Later on, when Ursula insisted that Remedios the Beauty go to Mass with her face covered with a shawl, Amaranta thought that a mysterious recourse like that would turn out to be so provoking that soon a man would come who would be intrigued enough to search out patiently for the weak point of her heart. But when she saw the stupid way in which she rejected a pretender, who, for many reasons, was more desirable than a prince, she gave up all hope. Fernanda did not even make any attempt to understand her. When she saw Remedios the Beauty dressed as a queen at the bloody carnival, she thought that she was an extraordinary creature. But when she saw her eating with her hands, incapable of giving an answer that was not a miracle of simple-mindedness, the only thing that she lamented was the fact that the idiots in the family lived so long. In spite of the fact that Colonel Aureliano Buendia kept on believing and repeating that Remedios the Beauty was, in reality, the most lucid being that he had ever known, and that she showed it at every moment with her startling ability to put things over on everyone, they let her go on her own way. Remedios the Beauty stayed there, wandering through the desert of solitude, bearing no cross on her back, maturing in her dreams without nightmares, her interminable baths, her unscheduled meals, her deep and prolonged silences that had no memory, until one afternoon in March, when Fernanda wanted to fold her Brabant sheets in the garden, and asked the women in the house for help. She had just begun when Amaranta noticed that Remedios the Beauty was covered all over by an intense paleness. "Don't you feel well?" she asked her. Remedios the Beauty, who was clutching the sheet by the other end, gave a pitying smile. "Quite the opposite," she said. "I never felt better." She had just finished saying it when Fernanda felt a delicate wind of light pull the sheets out of her hand and open them up wide. Amaranta felt a mysterious trembling in the lace of her petticoats, and she tried to grasp the sheet so that she would not fall down at the instant in which Remedios the Beauty began to rise. Ursula, almost blind at the time, was the only person who was sufficiently calm to identify the nature of that determined wind, and she left the sheets to the mercy of the light as she watched Remedios the Beauty waving goodbye in the midst of the flapping sheets that rose up with her, abandoning with her the environment of beetles and dahlias, and passing through the air with her as 4 o'clock in the afternoon came to an end, and they were lost forever with her in the upper atmosphere where not even the highest flying birds of memory could reach her. The outsiders, of course, thought that Remedios the Beauty had finally succumbed to her irrevocable fate of a queen bee, and that her family was trying to save her honour with that tale of levitation. Fernanda, burning with envy, finally accepted the miracle, and for a long time she kept on praying to God to send her back her sheets. Most people believed in the miracle, and they even lighted candles and celebrated novenas. Perhaps there might have been talk of nothing else for a long time if the barbarous extermination of the Aurelianos had not replaced amazement with horror. Although he had never thought of it as an omen, Colonel Aureliano Buendia had foreseen the tragic end of his sons in a certain way. When Aureliano Serrador and Aureliano Arcaya, the two who arrived during the tumult, expressed a wish to stay in Macondo, their father tried to dissuade them. He could not understand what they were going to do in a town that had been transformed into a dangerous place overnight. But Aureliano Centeno and Aureliano Triste, backed by Aureliano Segundo, gave them work in their businesses. Colonel Aureliano Buendia had reasons that were still very confused, and were against that determination. When he saw Mr. Brown in the first automobile to reach Macondo, an orange convertible with a horn that frightened the dogs with its bark, the old soldier grew indignant with the servile excitement of the people, and he realized that something had changed in the make-up of the men since the days when they would leave their wives and children and toss a shotgun on their shoulders to go off to war. The local authorities, after the armistice of Neerlandia, were mayors without initiative, decorative judges picked from among the peaceful and tired conservatives of Macondo. This is the regime of wretches, Colonel Aureliano Buendia would comment when he saw the barefoot policemen armed with wooden clubs pass. We fought all those wars, and all of it just so that we didn't have to paint our houses blue. When the Banana Company arrived, however, the local functionaries were replaced by dictatorial foreigners, whom Mr. Brown brought to live in the electrified chicken yard, so that they could enjoy, as he explained it, the dignity that their status warranted, and so that they would not suffer from the heat and the mosquitoes, and the countless discomforts and privations of the town. The old policemen were replaced by hired assassins with machetes. Shut up in his workshop, Colonel Aureliano Buendia thought about those changes, and for the first time in his quiet years of solitude, he was tormented by the definite certainty that it had been a mistake not to have continued the war to its final conclusion. During that time, a brother of the forgotten Colonel Magnifico Bisbal was taking his 7-year-old grandson to get soft drink at one of the pushcarts on the square, and because the child accidentally bumped into a corporal of police and spilled the drink on his uniform, the barbarian cut him to pieces with his machete, and with one stroke he cut off the head of the grandfather as he tried to stop him. The whole town saw the decapitated man pass by as a group of men carried him to his house, with a woman dragging the head along by its hair and the bloody sack with the pieces of the child. For Colonel Aureliano Buendia, it meant the limits of atonement. He suddenly found himself suffering from the same indignation that he had felt in his youth over the body of the woman who had been beaten to death because she had been bitten by a rabid dog. He looked at the groups of bystanders in front of the house, and with his old stentorian voice, restored by a deep disgust with himself, he unloaded upon them the burden of hate that he could no longer bear in his heart. "One of these days," he shouted, "I'm going to arm my boys so we can get rid of these shitty gringos." During the course of that week, at different places along the coast, his 17 sons were hunted down like rabbits by invisible criminals who aimed at the centre of their crosses of ash. Aureliano Triste was leaving the house with his mother at 7 in the evening when a rifle shot came out of the darkness and perforated his forehead. Aureliano Centeno was found in the hammock that he was accustomed to hang up in the factory, with an ice pick between his eyebrows, driven in up to the handle. Aureliano Serrador had left his girlfriend at her parents' house after having taken her to the movies, and was returning through the well-lighted street of the Turks, when someone in the crowd who was never identified fired a revolver shot which knocked him over into a cauldron of boiling lard. A few minutes later, someone knocked at the door of the room where Aureliano Arcaia was shut up with a woman, and shouted to him, "Hurry up! They're killing your brothers!" The woman who was with him said later that Aureliano Arcaia jumped out of bed and opened the door, and was greeted with the discharge of a Mauser that split his head open. On that night of death, while the house was preparing to hold a wake for the 4 corpses, Fernanda ran through the town like a madwoman, looking for Aureliano Segundo, whom Petre Cotes had locked up in a closet, thinking that the order of extermination included all who bore the colonel's name. she would not let him out until the 4th day, when the telegrams received from different places along the coast made it clear that the fury of the invisible enemy was directed only at the brothers marked with the crosses of ash. Amaranta fetched the ledger where she had written down the facts about her nephews, and as the telegrams arrived, she drew lines through the names until only that of the eldest remained. They remembered him very well because of the contrast between his dark skin and his green eyes. His name was Aureliano Amador, and he was a carpenter living in a village hidden in the foothills. After waiting 2 weeks for the telegram telling of his death, Aureliano II sent a messenger to him in order to warn him, thinking that he might not know about the threat that hung over him. The emissary returned with the news that Aureliano Amador was safe. The night of the extermination, 2 men had gone to get him at his house, and had shot at him with their revolvers, but they had missed the cross of ashes. Aureliano Amador had been able to leap over the wall of the courtyard, and was lost in the labyrinth of the mountains, which he knew like the back of his hand, thanks to the friendship he maintained with the Indians, from whom he brought wood. Nothing more was heard of him. Those were the dark days for Colonel Aureliano Buendia. The President of the Republic sent him a telegram of condolence, in which he promised an exhaustive investigation and paid homage to the dead men. At his command, the mayor appeared at the service with 4 funeral wreaths, which he tried to place on the coffins, but the colonel ordered him into the street. After the burial, he drew up and personally submitted to the President of the Republic a violent telegram, which the telegrapher refused to send. Then he enriched it with terms of singular aggressiveness, put it in an envelope, and mailed it. As had happened with the death of his wife, as had happened to him so many times during the war with the deaths of his best friends, he did not have a feeling of sorrow, but a blind and directionless rage, a broad feeling of impotence. He even accused Father Antonio Isabel for complicity, for having marked his sons with indelible ashes so that they could be identified by their enemies. The decrepit priest, who could no longer string ideas together, and who was beginning to startle his parishioners with the wild interpretations he gave from the pulpit, appeared one afternoon at the house with the goblet in which he had prepared the ashes that Wednesday, and he tried to anoint the whole family with them, to show that they could be washed off with water. But the horror of the misfortune had penetrated so deeply that not even Fernanda would let him experiment on her, and never again was a Buendia seen to kneel at the altar rail on Ash Wednesday. Colonel Aureliano Buendia did not recover his calm for a long time. He abandoned the manufacture of little fishes, ate with great difficulty, and wandered all through the house as if walking in his sleep, dragging his blanket and chewing on his quiet rage. At the end of 3 months, his hair was ashen, his old waxed moustache poured down beside his colourless lips, but on the other hand his eyes were once more the burning coals that had startled those who had seen him born, and that in other days had made chairs rock with a simple glance. In the fury of his torment he tried futilely to rouse the omens that had guided his youth along dangerous paths into the desolate wasteland of glory. He was lost, astray in a strange house where nothing and no one now stirred in him the slightest vestige of affection. Once he opened Melchiadesh's room, looking for the traces of a past from before the war, and he found only rubble, trash, piles of waste accumulated over all the years of abandonment. Between the covers of the books that no one had ever read again, in the old parchments damaged by dampness, a livid flower had prospered, and in the air that had been the purest and brightest in the house, an unbearable smell of rotten memories floated. One morning he found Ursula weeping under the chestnut tree at the knees of her dead husband. Colonel Aureliano Buendia was the only inhabitant of the house who still did not see the powerful old man who had been beaten down by half a century in the open air. "Say hello to your father," Ursula told him. He stopped for an instant in front of the chestnut tree, and once again he saw that the empty space before him did not arouse an affection either. "What does he say?" he asked. "He's very sad," Ursula answered, "because he thinks that you're going to die." "Tell him," the colonel said, smiling, "that a person doesn't die when he should, but when he can." The omen of the dead father stirred up the last remnant of pride that was left in his heart, but he confused it with a sudden gust of strength. It was for that reason that he hounded Ursula to tell him where in the courtyard the gold coins that they had found inside the plaster St. Joseph were buried. "You'll never know," she told him with a firmness inspired by an old lesson. "One day," she added, "the owner of that fortune will appear, and only he can dig it up." No one knew why a man who had always been so generous had begun to covet money with such anxiety, and not the modest amounts that would have been enough to resolve an emergency, but a fortune of such mad size that the mere mention of it left Aureliano Segundo awash in amazement. His old fellow party members, to whom he went asking for help, hid so as not to receive him. It was around that time that he was heard to say, "The only difference today between liberals and conservatives is that the liberals go to Mass at 5 o'clock and the conservatives at 8. Nevertheless, he insisted with such perseverance, begged in such a way, broke his code of dignity to such a degree, that with a little help from here and a little more from there, sneaking about everywhere, with a slippery diligence and a pitiless perseverance, he managed to put together in 8 months more money than Ursula had buried. Then he visited the ailing Colonel Gerineldo Márquez, so that he would help him start the total war. At a certain time, Colonel Gerineldo Márquez was really the only one who could have pulled, even from his paralytic's chair, the musty strings of rebellion. After the armistice of Neerlandia, while Colonel Aureliano Buendia took refuge with his little gold fishes, he kept in touch with the rebel officers who had been faithful to him until the defeat. With them he waged the sad war of daily humiliation, of entreaties and petitions, of "come back tomorrow," of "any time now," of "we're studying your case with the proper attention." The war hopelessly lost against the many "yours most trulies" who should have signed and would never sign the lifetime pensions. The other war, the bloody one of 20 years, did not cause them as much damage as the corrosive war of eternal postponements. Even Colonel Gerineldo Márquez, who escaped 3 attempts on his life, survived 5 wounds and emerged unscathed from innumerable battles, succumbed to that atrocious siege of waiting, and sank into the miserable defeat of old age, thinking of Amaranta among the diamond-shaped patches of light in a borrowed house. The last veterans of whom he had word had appeared photographed in a newspaper, with their faces shamelessly raised beside an anonymous president of the Republic who gave them buttons with his likeness on them to wear in their lapels, and returned to them a flag soiled with blood and gunpowder, so that they could place it on their coffins. The others, more honourable, were still waiting for a letter in the shadow of public charity, dying of hunger, living through rage, rotting of old age amid the exquisite shit of glory. So that when Colonel Aureliano Buendia invited him to start a mortal conflagration that would wipe out all vestiges of a regime of corruption and scandal backed by the foreign invader, Colonel Gerineldo Márquez could not hold back a shudder of compassion. "Oh, Aureliano," he sighed, I already knew that you were old, but now I realize that you're a lot older than you look. In the bewilderment of her last years, Ursula had had very little free time to attend to the papal education of José Arcadio, and the time came for him to get ready to leave for the seminary right away. Meme, his sister, dividing her time between Fernanda's rigidity and Amaranta's bitterness, at almost the same moment reached the age set for her to be sent to the nuns' school, where they would make a virtuoso on the clavichord of her. Ursula felt tormented by grave doubts concerning the effectiveness of the methods with which she had moulded the spirit of the languid apprentice Supreme Pontiff. But she did not put the blame on her staggering old age, or the dark clouds that barely permitted her to make out the shape of things, but on something that she herself could not really define, and that she conceived confusedly as a progressive breakdown of time. "The years nowadays don't pass the way the old ones used to," she would say, feeling that every day reality was slipping through her hands. In the past, she thought, children took a long time to grow up. All one had to do was remember all the time needed for José Arcadio, the elder, to go away with the gypsies, and all that happened before he came back, painted like a snake and talking like an astronomer. And the things happened in the house before Amaranta and Arcadio forgot the language of the Indians and learned Spanish. One had to see only the days of sun and dew that poor José Arcadio Buendia went through under the chestnut tree, and all the time needed to mourn his death before they brought in a dying Colonel Aureliano Buendia, who after so much war and so much suffering was still not 50 years of age. In other times, after spending the whole day making candy animals, she had more than enough time for the children to see from the whites of their eyes that they needed a dose of castor oil. Now, however, when she had nothing to do and would go about with José Arcadio riding on her hip from dawn to dusk, this bad kind of time compelled her to leave things half done. The truth was that Ursula resisted growing old, even when she had already lost count of her age, and she was a bother on all sides as she tried to meddle in everything, and as she annoyed strangers with her questions as to whether they had left a plaster St. Joseph to be kept until the rains were over during the days of the war. No one knew exactly when she had begun to lose her sight. Even in her later years, when she could no longer get out of bed, it seemed that she was simply defeated by decrepitude. But no one discovered that she was blind. She had noticed it before the birth of José Arcadio. At first, she thought it was a matter of a passing debility, and she secretly took marrow syrup and put honey on her eyes. But quite soon she began to realize that she was irrevocably sinking into the darkness, to a point where she never had a clear notion of the invention of the electric light. For when they put in the first bulbs, she was only able to perceive a glow. She did not tell anyone about it, because it would have been a public recognition of her uselessness. She concentrated on a silent schooling in the distances of things and people's voices, so that she would still be able to see with her memory what the shadows of her cataracts no longer allowed her to do. Later on, she was to discover the unforeseen help of odours, which were defined in the shadows with a strength that was much more convincing than that of bulk and colour, and which saved her finally from the shame of admitting defeat. In the darkness of the room, she was able to thread a needle and sew a buttonhole, and she knew when the milk was about to boil. She knew with so much certainty the location of everything that she herself forgot that she was blind at times. On one occasion, Fernanda had the whole house upset because she had lost her wedding ring, and Ursula found it on a shelf in the children's bedroom. Quite simply, While the others were going carelessly all about, she watched them with her 4 senses, so that they never took her by surprise. And after some time, she discovered that every member of the family, without realizing it, repeated the same path every day, the same actions, and almost repeated the same words at the same hour. Only when they deviated from meticulous routine did they run the risk of losing something. So, when she heard Fernanda all upset because she had lost her ring, Ursula remembered that the only thing different that she had done that day was to put the mattresses out in the sun, because Meme had found a bedbug the night before. Since the children had been present at the fumigation, Ursula figured that Fernanda had put the ring in the only place where they could not reach it, the shelf. Fernanda, on the other hand, looked for it in vain along the paths of her everyday itinerary, without knowing that the search for lost things is hindered by routine habits, and that is why it's so difficult to find them. The rearing of José Arcadio helped Ursula in the exhausting task of keeping herself up to date on the smallest changes in the house. When she realized that Amaranta was dressing the saints in the bedroom, she pretended to show the boy the differences in the colours. "Let's see," she would tell him. "Tell me what colour the Archangel Raphael is wearing." In that way, the child gave her the information that was denied her by her eyes. And long before he went away to the seminary, Ursula could already distinguish the different colours of the saint's clothing by the texture. Sometimes unforeseen accidents would happen. One afternoon, when Amaranta was embroidering on the porch with the begonias, Ursula bumped into her. "For heaven's sake," Amaranta protested, "watch where you're going." "It's your fault," Ursula said. "You're not sitting where you're supposed to." She was sure of it. But that day she began to realize something that no one had noticed, and it was that, with the passage of the year, the sun imperceptibly changed position, and those who sat on the porch had to change their position little by little without being aware of it. From then on, Ursula had only to remember the date in order to know exactly where Amaranta was sitting. Even though the trembling of her hands was more and more noticeable, and the weight of her feet was too much for her, her small figure was never seen in so many places at the same time. She was almost as diligent as when she had the whole weight of the house on her shoulders. Nevertheless, in the impenetrable solitude of decrepitude, she had such clairvoyance as she examined the most insignificant happenings in the family that for the first time she saw clearly the truths that her busy life in former times had prevented her from seeing. Around the time they were preparing José Arcadio for the seminary, she had already made a detailed recapitulation of life in the house since the founding of Macondo, and had completely changed the opinion that she had always held of her descendants. She realized that Colonel Aureliano Buendia had not lost his love for the family because he had been hardened by the war, as she had thought before, but that he had never loved anyone, not even his wife Remedios, or the countless one-night women who had passed through his life, and much less his sons. She sensed that he had fought so many wars not out of idealism, as everyone had thought, nor had he renounced a certain victory because of fatigue, as everyone had thought, but that he had won and lost for the same reason, pure and sinful pride. She reached the conclusion that the son for whom she would have given her life was simply a man incapable of love. One night, when she was carrying him in her belly, she heard him weeping. It was such a definite lament that José Arcadio Buendia woke up beside her and was happy with the idea that his son was going to be a ventriloquist. Other people predicted that he would be a prophet. She, on the other hand, shuddered from the certainty that the deep moan was a first indication of the fearful pigtail, and she begged God to let the child die in her womb. But the lucidity of her old age allowed her to see, and she said so many times, that the cries of children in their mothers' wombs are not announcements of ventriloquism or a faculty for prophecy, but an unmistakable sign of an incapacity for love. The lowering of the image of her son brought out in her all at once all of the compassion that she owed him. Amaranta, however, whose hardness of heart frightened her, whose concentrated bitterness made her bitter, suddenly became clear to her in the final analysis as the most tender woman who had ever existed. And she understood with pitying clarity that the unjust tortures to which she had submitted Pietro Crespi had not been dictated by a desire for vengeance, as everyone had thought, nor had the slow martyrdom with which she had frustrated the life of Colonel Gerineldo Marquez been determined by the gall of her bitterness, as everyone had thought, but that both actions had been a mortal struggle between a measureless love and an invincible cowardice, and that the irrational fear that Amaranta had always had of her own tormented heart had triumphed in the end. It was during that time that Ursula began to speak Rebecca's name, bringing back the memory of her with an old love that was exalted by tardy repentance and a sudden admiration, coming to understand that only she, Rebecca, the one who had never fed of her milk, but only of the earth of the land and the whiteness of the walls, the one who did not carry the blood of her veins in hers, but the unknown blood of the strangers whose bones were still clocking in their grave. Rebecca, the one with an impatient heart, the one with a fierce womb, was the only one who had the unbridled courage that Ursula had wanted for her line. "Rebecca," she would say, feeling along the walls, "how unfair we've been to you." In the house they simply thought that her mind was wandering, especially since the time she had begun walking about with her right arm raised like the Archangel Gabriel. Fernanda, however, realized that there was a sun of clairvoyance in the shadows of that wandering, for Ursula could say without hesitation how much money had been spent in the house during the previous year. Amaranta had a similar idea one day as her mother was stirring a pot of soup in the kitchen, and said all at once, without knowing that they were listening to her, that the corn grinder they had bought from the first gypsies, and that had disappeared during the time before José Arcadio had taken his 65 trips around the world, was still in Pilar Ternera's house. Also, almost 100 years old, but fit and agile in spite of her inconceivable fatness, which frightened children as her laughter had frightened the doves in other times, Pilar Ternera was not surprised that Ursula was correct, because her own experience was beginning to tell her that an alert old age can be more keen than the cards. Nevertheless, when Ursula realized that she had not had enough time to consolidate the vocation of José Arcadio, she let herself be disturbed by consternation. She began to make mistakes, trying to see with her eyes the things that intuition allowed her to see with great clarity. One morning she poured the contents of an inkwell over the boy's head, thinking that it was rosewater. She stumbled so much in her insistence in taking part in everything that she felt herself upset by gusts of bad humour, and she tried to get rid of the shadows that were beginning to wrap her in a straitjacket of cobwebs. It was then that it occurred to her that her clumsiness was not the first victory of decrepitude and darkness, but a sentence passed by time. She thought that previously, when God did not make the same traps out of the months and years that the Turks used when they measured a yard of percale, things were different. Now children not only grew faster, but even feelings developed in a different way. No sooner had Remedios the Beauty ascended to heaven in body and soul than the inconsiderate Fernanda was going about mumbling to herself because her sheets had been carried off. The bodies of the Aurelianos were no sooner cold in their graves than Aureliano II had the house lighted up again, filled with drunkards playing the accordion and dousing themselves in champagne, as if dogs and not Christians had died, and as if that madhouse which had cost her so many headaches and so many candy animals was destined to become a trash heap of perdition. Remembering those things as she prepared José Arcadio's trunk, Ursula wondered if it was not preferable to lie down once and for all in her grave and let them throw the earth over her. And she asked God, without fear, if he really believed that people were made of iron in order to bear so many troubles and mortifications. And asking over and over, she was stirring up her own confusion, and she felt irrepressible desires to let herself go and scamper about like a foreigner, and allow herself at last an instant of rebellion, that instant yearned for so many times, and so many times postponed, putting her resignation aside and shitting on everything once and for all, and drawing out of her heart the infinite stacks of bad words that she had been forced to swallow over a century of conformity. "Shit!" she shouted. Amaranta, who was starting to put the clothes into the trunk, thought that she had been bitten by a scorpion. "Where is it?" she asked in alarm. "What?" "The bug," Amaranta said. Ursula put a finger on her heart. "Here," she said. On Thursday, at 2 in the afternoon, José Arcadio left for the seminary. Ursula would remember him always as she said goodbye to him, languid and serious, without shedding a tear, as she had taught him, sweltering in the heat in the green corduroy suit with copper buttons and a starched bow around his neck. He left the dining-room impregnated with the penetrating fragrance of rosewater that she had sprinkled on his head, so that she could follow his tracks through the house. While the farewell lunch was going on, the family concealed its nervousness with festive expressions, and they celebrated with exaggerated enthusiasm the remarks that Father Antonio Isabel made. But when they took out the trunk bound in velvet and with silver corners, it was as if they had taken a coffin out of the house. The only one who refused to take part in the farewell was Colonel Aureliano Buendia. "That's all we need," he muttered. "A pope." 3 months later, Aureliano II and Fernanda took Meme to school and came back with a clavichord, which took the place of the pianola. It was around that time that Amaranta started sewing her own shroud. The banana fever had calmed down. The old inhabitants of Macondo found themselves surrounded by newcomers, and working hard to cling to their precarious resources of times gone by, but comforted in any case by the sense that they had survived a shipwreck. In the house, they still had guests for lunch, and the old routine was never really set up again until the banana company left years later. Nevertheless, there were radical changes in the traditional sense of hospitality, because at that time it was Fernanda who imposed her rules. With Ursula relegated to the shadows, and with Amaranta absorbed in the work of her winding cloth, the former apprentice queen had the freedom to choose the guests and impose on them the rigid norms that her parents had taught her. Her severity made the house a redoubt of old customs in a town convulsed by the vulgarity with which the outsiders squandered their easy fortunes. For her, with no further questions asked, proper people were those who had nothing to do with the banana company. Even José Arcadio II, her brother-in-law, was the victim of her discriminatory jealousy, because during the excitement of the first days he gave up his stupendous fighting cocks again and took a job as foreman with the banana company. "He won't ever come into this house again," Fernanda said, "as long as he carries the rash of the foreigners." Such was the narrowness imposed in the house that Aureliano Segundo felt more comfortable at Petre Cotez. First, with the pretext of taking the burden off his wife, he transferred his parties. Then, with the pretext that the animals were losing their fertility, he transferred his barns and stables. Finally, with the pretext that it was cooler in his concubine's house, he transferred the small office in which he handled his business. When Fernanda realized that she was a widow whose husband had still not died, it was already too late for things to return to their former state. Aureliano Segundo barely ate at home, and the only appearances he put in, such as to sleep with his wife, were not enough to convince anyone. One night, out of carelessness, morning found him in Petre Cotez bed. Fernanda, contrary to expectations, did not reproach him in the least, or give the slightest sigh of resentment. But on the same day she sent 2 trunks with his clothing to the house of his concubine. She sent them in broad daylight, and with instructions that they be carried through the middle of the street so that everyone could see them, thinking that her straying husband would be unable to bear the shame and would return to the fold with his head hung low. But that heroic gesture was just one more proof of how poorly Fernanda knew not only the character of her husband, but the character of a community that had nothing to do with that of her parents. For everyone who saw the trunks pass by said that it was the natural culmination of a story whose intimacies were known to everyone. And Aureliano Segundo celebrated the freedom he had received with a party that lasted for 3 days. To the great disadvantage of his wife, as she was entering into a sad maturity with her sombre long dresses, her old-fashioned medals, and her out-of-place pride, the concubine seemed to be bursting with a second youth. Clothed in gaudy dresses of natural silk, and with her eyes tiger-striped with a glow of vindication. Aureliano Segundo gave himself over to her again with the fury of adolescence, as before, when Petre Cotez had not loved him for himself, but because she had mixed him up with his twin brother. And as she slept with both of them at the same time, she thought that God had given her the good fortune of having a man who could make love like 2. The restored passion was so pressing that on more than one occasion they would look each other in the eyes as they were getting ready to eat, and without saying anything they would cover their plates and go into the bedroom dying of hunger and of love. Inspired by the things he had seen on his furtive visits to the French matrons, Aureliano Segundo bought Petre Cotez a bed with an archiepiscopal canopy, put velvet curtains on the windows, and covered the ceiling and the walls of the bedroom with large rock-crystal mirrors. At the same time, he was more of a carouser and spendthrift than ever. On the train, which arrived every day at 11 o'clock, he would receive cases and more cases of champagne and brandy. On the way back from the station, he would drag the improvised combiamba along in full view of all the people on the way, natives or outsiders, acquaintances or people yet to be known, without distinctions of any kind. Even the slippery Mr. Brown, who talked only in a strange tongue, let himself be seduced by the tempting signs that Aureliano Segundo made him, and several times he got dead drunk in Petre Cotez house, and he even made the fierce German shepherd dogs that went everywhere with him dance to some Texan songs that he himself mumbled in one way or another to the accompaniment of the accordion. "Cease, cows!" Aureliano Segundo shouted at the height of the party. "Cease, because life is short." He never looked better, nor had he been loved more, nor had the breeding of his animals been wilder. There was a slaughtering of so many cows, pigs, and chickens for the endless parties that the ground in the courtyard turned black and muddy with so much blood. It was an eternal execution ground of bones and innards, a mud pit of leftovers, and they had to keep exploding dynamite bombs all the time so that the buzzards would not pluck out the guests' eyes. Aureliano II grew fat, purple-coloured, turtle-shaped, because of an appetite comparable only to that of José Arcadio when he came back from travelling around the world. The prestige of his outlandish veracity, of his immense capacity as a spendthrift, of his unprecedented hospitality, went beyond the borders of the swamp and attracted the best qualified gluttons from all along the coast. Fabulous eaters arrived from everywhere to take part in the irrational tourneys of capacity and resistance that were organized in the house of Petra Kotesh. Aureliano II was the unconquered eater until the luckless Saturday when Camilla Sagastume appeared, a totemic female known all through the land by the good name of the Elephant. The duel lasted until dawn on Tuesday. During the first 24 hours, having dispatched a dinner of veal, with cassava, yams, and fried bananas, and a case and a half of champagne in addition, Aureliano II was sure of victory. He seemed more enthusiastic, more vital than his imperturbable adversary, who possessed a style that was obviously more professional, but at the same time less emotional for the large crowd that filled the house. While Aureliano II ate with great bites, overcome by the anxiety of victory, the Elephant was slicing her meat with the art of a surgeon, and eating it unhurriedly, and even with a certain pleasure. She was gigantic and sturdy, but over her colossal form a tenderness of femininity prevailed, and she had a face that was so beautiful, hands so fine and well cared for, and such an irresistible personal charm, that when Aureliano II saw her enter the house, he commented in a low voice that he would have preferred to have the tourney in bed, or not at the table. Later on, when he saw her consume a side of veal without breaking a single rule of good table manners, he commented seriously that that delicate, fascinating, and insatiable proboscidean was in a certain way the ideal woman. He was not mistaken. The reputation of a bone-crusher that had preceded the Elephant had no basis. She was not a beef-cruncher, or a bearded lady from a Greek circus, as he had been told, but the director of a school of voice. She had learned to eat when she was already the respectable mother of a family, looking for a way for her children to eat better, and not by means of any artificial stimulation of their appetites, but through the absolute tranquillity of their spirits. Her theory, demonstrated in practice, was based on the principle that a person who had all matters of conscience in perfect shape should be able to eat until overcome by fatigue. And it was for moral reasons and sporting interest that she left her school and her home to compete with a man whose fame, as a great unprincipled eater, had spread throughout the country. From the first moment she saw him, she saw that Aureliano II would lose not his stomach, but his character. At the end of the first night, while the Elephant was boldly going on, Aureliano II was wearing himself out with a great deal of talking and laughing. They slept 4 hours. On awakening, each one had the juice of 40 oranges, 8 quarts of coffee, and 30 raw eggs. On the second morning, after many hours without sleep, and having put away 2 pigs, a bunch of bananas, and 4 cases of champagne, the Elephant suspected that Aureliano II had unknowingly discovered the same method as hers, but by the absurd route of total irresponsibility. He was, therefore, more dangerous than she had thought. Nevertheless, when Petra Kotesh brought 2 roast turkeys to the table, Aureliano II was a step away from being stuffed. "If you can't, don't eat any more," the Elephant said to him. "Let's call it a tie." She said it from her heart, understanding that she could not eat another mouthful either, out of remorse for bringing on the death of her adversary. But Aureliano II interpreted it as another challenge, and he filled himself with turkey beyond his incredible capacity. He lost consciousness. He fell face down into the plate filled with bones, frothing at the mouth like a dog, and drowning in moans of agony. He felt, in the midst of the darkness, that they were throwing him from the top of a tower into a bottomless pit, and in a last flash of consciousness he realized that at the end of that endless fall, death was waiting for him. "Take me to Fernanda," he managed to say. His friends left him at the house, thinking that they had helped him fulfill his promise to his wife not to die in his concubine's bed. Petre Cortes had shined his patent leather boots that he wanted to wear in his coffin, and she was already looking for someone to take them when they came to tell her that Aureliano II was out of danger. He did recover indeed in less than a week, and 2 weeks later he was celebrating the fact of his survival with unprecedented festivities. He continued living at Petre Cortes, but he would visit Fernanda every day, and sometimes he would stay to eat with the family, as if fate had reversed the situation and had made him the husband of his concubine and the lover of his wife. It was a rest for Fernanda. During the boredom of her abandonment, her only distractions were the clavichord lessons at siesta time and the letters from her children. In the detailed messages that she sent them every 2 weeks, there was not a single line of truth. She hid her troubles from them. She hid from them the sadness of a house which, in spite of the light on the begonias, in spite of the heaviness at 2 in the afternoon, in spite of the frequent waves of festivals that came in from the street, was more and more like the colonial mansion of her parents. Fernanda would wander alone among the 3 living ghosts and the dead ghost of José Arcadio Buendía, who at times would come to sit down with an inquisitive attention in the half-light of the parlour while she was playing the clavichord. Colonel Aureliano Buendía was a shadow. Since the last time that he had gone out into the street to propose a war without any future to Colonel Gerineldo Marquez, he left the workshop only to urinate under the chestnut tree. He did not receive any visits except that of the barber every 3 weeks. He fed on anything that Ursula brought him once a day, and even though he kept on making little gold fishes with the same passion as before, he stopped selling them when he found out that people were buying them not as pieces of jewellery, but as historic relics. He made a bonfire in the courtyard of the dolls of Remedios, which had decorated their bedroom since their wedding. The watchful Ursula realized what her son was doing, but she could not stop him. "Oh, you have a heart of stone," she told him. "It's not a question of heart," he said. "The room's getting full of moths." Amaranta was weaving her shroud. Fernanda did not understand why she would write occasional letters to Meme, and even send her gifts, and on the other hand did not even want to hear about José Arcadio. "They'll die without knowing why," Amaranta answered when she was asked through Ursula. And that answer planted an enigma in Fernanda's heart that she was never able to clarify. Tall, broad-shouldered, proud, always dressed in abundant petticoats with lace and an air of distinction that resisted the years and bad memories, Amaranta seemed to carry the cross of ashes of virginity on her forehead. In reality, she carried it on her hand in the black bandage, which she did not take off even to sleep, and which she washed and ironed herself. Her life was spent in weaving her shroud. It might have been said that she wove during the day and unwove during the night, and not with any hope of defeating solitude in that way, but quite the contrary, in order to nurture it. The greatest worry that Fernanda had during her years of abandonment was that Meme would come to spend her first vacation, and not find Aureliano II at home. His congestion had put an end to that fear. When Meme returned, her parents had made an agreement that not only would the girl think that Aureliano II was still a domesticated husband, but also that she would not notice the sadness of the house. Every year, for 2 months, Aureliano II played his role of an exemplary husband, and he organized parties with ice cream and cookies, which the gay and lively schoolgirl enhanced with the clavichord. It was obvious from then on that she had inherited very little of her mother's character. She seemed more of a second version of Amaranta, when the latter had not known bitterness, and was arousing the house with her dance steps at the age of 12 or 14, before her secret passion for Pietro Crespi was to twist the direction of her heart in the end. But unlike Amaranta, unlike all of them, Meme still did not reveal the solitary fate of the family, and she seemed entirely in conformity with the world, even when she would shut herself up in the parlour at 2 in the afternoon to practice the clavichord with an inflexible discipline. It was obvious that she liked the house, that she spent the whole year dreaming about the excitement of the young people her arrival brought around, and that she was not far removed from the festive vocation and hospitable excesses of her father. The first sign of that calamitous inheritance was revealed on her 3rd vacation, when Meme appeared at the house with 4 nuns and 68 classmates, whom she had invited to spend a week with her family, on her own initiative, and without any previous warning. "Ah, how awful!" Fernanda lamented. "This child is as much of a barbarian as her father." It was necessary to borrow beds and hammocks from the neighbours, to set up 9 shifts at the table, to fix hours for bathing, and to borrow 40 stools, so that the girls in blue uniforms with masculine buttons would not spend the whole day running from one place to another. The visit was a failure, because the noisy schoolgirls would scarcely finish breakfast before they had to start taking turns for lunch, and then for dinner. And for the whole week they were able to take only 1 walk through the plantations. At nightfall, the nuns were exhausted, unable to move, give another order, and still the troop of tireless adolescents was in the courtyard singing school songs out of tune. One day they were on the point of trampling Ursula, who made an effort to be useful precisely where she was most in the way. On another day, the nuns got all excited because Colonel Aureliano Buendia had urinated under the chestnut tree without being concerned that the schoolgirls were in the courtyard. Amaranta was on the point of causing panic because one of the nuns went into the kitchen as she was salting the soup, and the only thing that occurred to her to say was to ask what those handfuls of white powder were. "Oh, arsenic," Amaranta answered. The night of their arrival, the students carried on in such a way, trying to go to the bathroom before they went to bed, that at 1 o'clock in the morning the last ones were still going in. Fernanda then bought 72 chamber pots, but she only managed to change the nocturnal problem into a morning one, because from dawn on there was a long line of girls, each with her pot in her hand, waiting for her turn to wash it. Although some of them suffered fevers, and several of them were infected by mosquito bites, most of them showed an unbreakable resistance as they faced the most troublesome difficulties. And even at the time of the greatest heat, they would scamper through the garden. When they finally left, the flowers were destroyed, the furniture broken, and the walls covered with drawings and writing, but Fernanda pardoned them for all of the damage because of her relief at their leaving. She returned the borrowed beds and stools and kept the 72 chamber pots in Melquiades' room. The locked room, about which the spiritual life of the house revolved in former times, was known from that time on as the chamber pot room. For Colonel Aureliano Buendia, it was the most appropriate name, because while the rest of the family was still amazed by the fact that Melquiades's room was immune to dust and destruction, he saw it turned into a dunghill. In any case, it did not seem to bother him who was correct, and if he found out about the fate of the room, it was because Fernanda kept passing by and disturbing his work for a whole afternoon as she put away the chamber pots. During those days, José Arcadio Segundo reappeared in the house. He went along the porch without greeting anyone, and he shut himself up in the workshop to talk to the colonel. In spite of the fact that she could not see him, Ursula analysed the clicking of his foreman's boots and was surprised at the unbridgeable distance that separated him from the family, even from the twin brother with whom he had played ingenious games of confusion in childhood, and with whom he no longer had any traits in common. He was linear, solemn, and had a pensive air and the sadness of a Saracen, and a mournful glow on his face that was the colour of autumn. He was the one who most resembled his mother, Santa Sofia de la Piedad. Ursula reproached herself for the habit of forgetting about him when she spoke about the family, but when she sensed him in the house again, and noticed that the colonel let him into the workshop during working hours, she re-examined her old memories and confirmed the belief that, at some moment in childhood, he had changed places with his twin brother, because it was he, and not the other one, who should have been called Aureliano. No one knew the details of his life. At one time it was discovered that he had no fixed abode, that he raised fighting cocks at Pilar Ternera's house, and that sometimes he would stay there to sleep, but that he almost always spent the night in the rooms of the French matrons. He drifted about, with no ties of affection, with no ambitions, like a wandering star in Ursula's planetary system. In reality, José Arcadio Segundo was not a member of the family, nor would he ever be, of any other one, since that distant dawn when Colonel Guerinaldo Márquez took him to the barracks, not so that he could see an execution, but so that for the rest of his life he would never forget the sad and somewhat mocking smile of the man being shot. That was not only his oldest memory, but the only one he had of his childhood. The other one, that of an old man with an old-fashioned vest and a hat with a brim like a crow's wings, who told him marvellous things framed in a dazzling window, he was unable to place in any period. It was an uncertain memory, entirely devoid of lessons or nostalgia, the opposite of the memory of the executed man, which had really set the direction of his life and would return to his memory clearer and clearer as he grew older, as if the passage of time were bringing him closer to it. Ursula tried to use José Arcadio Segundo to get Colonel Aureliano Buendia to give up his imprisonment. "Get him to go to the movies," she said to him. "Even if he doesn't like the picture, at least he'll breathe a little fresh air." But it did not take her long to realize that he was as insensible to her begging as the colonel would have been, and that they were armoured by the same impermeability of affection. Although she never knew, nor did anyone know, what they spoke about in their prolonged sessions shut up in the workshop, she understood that they were probably the only members of the family who seemed drawn together by some affinity. The truth is that not even José Arcadio Segundo would have been able to draw the colonel out of his confinement. The invasion of schoolgirls had lowered the limits of his patience. With the pretext that his wedding bedroom was at the mercy of the moths, in spite of the destruction of Remedio's appetizing dolls, he hung a hammock in the workshop, and then he would leave it only to go into the courtyard to take care of his necessities. Ursula was unable to string together even a trivial conversation with him. She knew that he did not look at the dishes of food, but would put them at one end of his workbench while he finished a little fish, and it did not matter to him if the soup curdled or if the meat got cold. He grew harder and harder ever since Colonel Gabriel Márquez refused to back him up in a senile war. He locked himself up inside himself, and the family finally thought of him as if he were dead. No other human reaction was seen in him until one October 11th, when he went to the street door to watch a circus parade. For Colonel Aureliano Buendia, it had been a day just like all of those of his last years. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the noise of the toads and crickets outside the wall woke him up. The drizzle had persisted since Saturday, and there was no necessity for him to hear their tiny whispering among the leaves of the garden, because he would have felt the cold in his bones in any case. He was, as always, wrapped in his woolen blanket and wearing his crude cotton long drawers, which he still wore for comfort, even though, because of their musty, old-fashioned style, he called them his goth drawers. He put on his tight pants, but did not button them up, nor did he put the gold button into his shirt collar, as he always did, because he planned to take a bath. Then he put the blanket over his head like a cowl, brushed his dripping moustache with his fingers, and went to urinate in the courtyard. There was still so much time left for the sun to come out that José Arcadio Buendia was still dozing under the shelter of palm fronds that had been rotted by the rain. He did not see him, as he had never seen him, nor did he hear the incomprehensible phrase that the ghost of his father addressed to him as he awakened, startled by the stream of hot urine that splattered his shoes. He put the bath off for later, not because of the cold and the dampness, but because of the oppressive October mist. On his way back to the workshop, he noticed the odour of the wick that Santa Sofia de la Piedad was using to light the stoves, and he waited in the kitchen for the coffee to boil, so that he could take along his mug with sugar. Santa Sofia de la Piedad asked him, as on every morning, what day of the week it was, and he answered that it was Tuesday, October 11th. Watching the glow of the fire as it gilded the persistent woman, who neither then nor in any instant of her life seemed to exist completely, he suddenly remembered that on one October the 11th, in the middle of the war, he had awakened with the brutal certainty that the woman with whom he had slept was dead. She really was, and he could not forget the date because she had asked him an hour before what day it was. In spite of the memory, he did not have an awareness this time either of to what degree his omens had abandoned him, and while the coffee was boiling, he kept on thinking out of pure curiosity, but without the slightest risk of nostalgia, about the woman whose name he had never known, and whose face he had not seen because she had stumbled to his hammock in the dark. Nevertheless, in the emptiness of so many women who came into his life in the same way, he did not remember that she was the one who, in the delirium of that first meeting, was on the point of foundering in her own tears, and scarcely an hour before her death had sworn to love him until she died. He did not think about her again, or about any of the others after he went into the workshop with the steaming cup, and he lighted the lamp in order to count the little gold fishes, which he kept in a tin pail. There were 17 of them. Since he had decided not to sell any, he kept on making 2 fishes a day, and when he finished 25, he would melt them down and start all over again. He worked all morning, absorbed, without thinking about anything, without realizing that at 10 o'clock the rain had grown stronger, and someone ran past the workshop, shouting to close the doors before the house was flooded, and without thinking even about himself, until Ursula came in with his lunch and turned out the light. "What a rain!" Ursula said. "October," he said. When he said it, he did not raise his eyes from the first little fish of the day, because he was putting in the rubies for the eyes. Only when he finished it, and put it with the others in the pail, did he begin to drink the soup. Then, very slowly, he ate the piece of meat roasted with onions, the white rice, and the slices of fried banana, all on the same plate together. His appetite did not change under the best or the harshest of circumstances. After lunch, he felt the drowsiness of inactivity. Because of a kind of scientific superstition, he never worked or read or bathed or made love until 2 hours of digestion had gone by. And it was such a deep-rooted belief that several times he held up military operations so as not to submit the troops to the risks of indigestion. So he lay down in the hammock, removing the wax from his ears with a penknife, and in a few minutes he was asleep. He dreamed that he was going into an empty house with white walls, and that he was upset by the burden of being the first human being to enter it. In the dream, he remembered that he had dreamed the same thing the night before, and on many nights over the past years, and he knew that the image would be erased from his memory when he awakened, because that recurrent dream had the quality of not being remembered, except within the dream itself. A moment later, indeed, when the barber knocked at the workshop door, Colonel Aureliano Buendia awoke with the impression that he had fallen asleep involuntarily for a few seconds, and that he had not had time to dream anything. "Not today," he told the barber. "We'll make it on Friday." He had a 3-day beard speckled with white hairs, but he did not think it necessary to shave because on Friday he was going to have his hair cut, and it could all be done at the same time. The sticky sweat of the unwanted siesta aroused the scars of the sores in his armpits. The sky had cleared, but the sun had not come out. Colonel Aureliano Buendia released a sonorous belch which brought back the acidity of the soup to his palate, and which was like a command from his organism to throw his blanket over his shoulders and go to the toilet. He stayed there longer than necessary, crouched over the dense fermentation that was coming out of the wooden box, until habit told him that it was time to start work again. During the time he lingered, he remembered again that it was Tuesday, and that José Arcadio Segundo had not come to the workshop, because it was payday on the Banana Company farms. That recollection, as all of those of the past few years, led him to think about the war without his realizing it. He remembered that Colonel Gerineldo Márquez had once promised to get him a horse with a white star on its face, and that he had never spoken about it again. Then he went on towards scattered episodes, but he brought them back without any judgment because, since he could not think about anything else, he had learned to think coldly, so that inescapable memories would not touch any feeling. On his way back to the workshop, seeing that the air was beginning to dry out, he decided that it was a good time to take a bath. But Amaranta got there ahead of him. So he started on the second little fish of the day. He was putting a hook on the tail when the sun came out with such strength that the light creaked like a fishing boat. The air, which had been washed by the 3-day drizzle, was filled with flying ants. Then he came to the realization that he felt like urinating, and he had been putting it off until he had finished fixing the little fish. He went out into the courtyard at 10 minutes after 4, when he heard the distant brass instruments, the beating of the bass drum, and the shouting of the children, and for the first time since his youth, he knowingly fell into a trap of nostalgia, and relived that prodigious afternoon of the gypsies when his father took him to see ice. Santa Sofia de la Piedad dropped what she was doing in the kitchen and ran to the door. "It's the circus!" she shouted. Instead of going to the chestnut tree, Colonel Aureliano Buendia also went to the street door and mingled with the bystanders who were watching the parade. He saw a woman dressed in gold sitting on the head of an elephant. He saw a sad dromedary. He saw a bear dressed like a Dutch girl keeping time to the music with a soup spoon and a pan. He saw the clowns doing cartwheels at the end of the parade, and once more he saw the face of his miserable solitude when everything had passed by, and there was nothing but the bright expanse of the street and the air full of flying ants, with a few onlookers peering into the precipice of uncertainty. Then he went to the chestnut tree, thinking about the circus, and while he urinated, he tried to keep on thinking about the circus, but he could no longer find the memory. He pulled his head in between his shoulders like a baby chick, and remained motionless with his forehead against the trunk of the chestnut tree. The family did not find him until the following day at 11 o'clock in the morning, when Santa Sofia de la Piedad went to throw out the garbage in back, and her attention was attracted by the descending vultures. Meme's last vacations coincided with the period of mourning for Colonel Aureliano Buendia. The shuttered house was no place for parties. They spoke in whispers, ate in silence, recited the rosary 3 times a day, and even clavichord practice during the heat of siesta time had a funereal echo. In spite of her secret hostility towards the colonel, it was Fernanda who imposed the rigour of that mourning, impressed by the solemnity with which the government exalted the memory of its dead enemy. Aureliano II, as was his custom, came back to sleep in the house during his daughter's vacation, and Fernanda must have done something to regain her privileges as his legitimate wife, because the following year Meme found a newborn little sister, who, against the wishes of her mother, had been baptized with the name Amaranta Ursula. Meme had finished her course of study. The diploma that certified her as a concert clavicordist was ratified by the virtuosity with which she executed popular melodies of the 17th century at the gathering organized to celebrate the completion of her studies, and with which the period of mourning came to an end. More than her art, the guests admired her duality. Her frivolous and even slightly infantile character did not seem up to any serious activity. But when she sat down at the clavichord, she became a different girl, one whose unforeseen maturity gave her the air of an adult. That was how she had always been. She really did not have any definite vocation, but she had earned the highest grades by means of an inflexible discipline, simply in order not to annoy her mother. They could have imposed on her an apprenticeship in any other field, and the results would have been the same. Since she had been very small, she had been troubled by Fernanda's strictness, her custom of deciding in favour of extremes, and she would have been capable of a much more difficult sacrifice than the clavichord lessons, merely not to run up against her intransigence. During the graduation ceremonies, she had the impression that the parchment with Gothic letters and illuminated capitals was freeing her from a compromise that she had accepted not so much out of obedience as out of convenience, and she thought that from then on not even the insistent Fernanda would worry any more about an instrument that even the nuns looked upon as a museum fossil. During the first years, she thought that her calculations were mistaken, because after she had put half the town to sleep, not only in the parlour, but also at all charitable functions, school ceremonies, and patriotic celebrations that took place in Macondo, her mother still invited to the house every newcomer whom she thought capable of appreciating her daughter's virtues. Only after the death of Amaranta, when the family shut itself up again in a period of mourning, was Meme able to lock the clavichord and forget the key in some dresser drawer, without Fernanda's being annoyed on finding out when and through whose fault it had been lost. Meme bore up under the exhibitions with the same stoicism that she had dedicated to her apprenticeship. It was the price of her freedom. Fernanda was so pleased with her docility and so proud of the admiration that her art inspired, that she was never against the house being full of girlfriends, her spending the afternoon in the groves, and going to the movies with Aureliano II or some trusted lady, as long as the film was approved by Father Antonio Isabel from the pulpit. During those moments of relaxation, Mémé's real tastes were revealed. Her happiness lay at the other extreme from discipline, in noisy parties, in gossip about lovers, in prolonged sessions with her girlfriends, where they learned to smoke and talked about male business, and where they once got their hands on some cane liquor and ended up naked, measuring and comparing the parts of their bodies. Mémé would never forget that night when she arrived home chewing licorice lozenges, and, without noticing their consternation, sat down at the table where Fernanda and Amaranta were eating dinner, without saying a word to each other. She had spent 2 tremendous hours in the bedroom of a girlfriend, weeping with laughter and fear, and beyond all crises she had found the rare feeling of bravery that she needed in order to run away from school, and tell her mother in one way or another that she could use the clavichord as an enema. Sitting at the head of the table, drinking a chicken broth that landed in her stomach like an elixir of resurrection, Mémé then saw Fernanda and Amaranta wrapped in an accusatory halo of reality. She had to make a great effort not to throw at them their prissiness, their poverty of spirit, their delusions of grandeur. From the time of her second vacation, she had known that her father was living at home only in order to keep up appearances, and knowing Fernanda as she did, and having arranged later to meet Petra Kotesh, she thought that her father was right. She also would have preferred being the daughter of the concubine. In the haziness of the alcohol, Mémé thought with pleasure about the scandal that would have taken place if she were to express her thoughts at that moment, and the intimate satisfaction of her roguishness was so intense that Fernanda noticed it. "What's the matter?" she asked. "Oh, nothing," Mémé answered. "I was only now discovering how much I loved you both." Amaranta was startled by the obvious burden of hate that the declaration carried. But Fernanda felt so moved that she thought she would go mad when Mémé awoke at midnight with her head splitting with pain and drowning in vomited gall. She gave her a vial of castor oil, put compresses on her stomach and ice cubes on her head, and she made her stay in bed for 5 days and follow the diet ordered by the new and outlandish French doctor, who, after examining her for more than 2 hours, reached the foggy conclusion that she had an ailment peculiar to women. Having lost her courage, in a miserable state of demoralization, Mémé had no other recourse but to bear up under it. Ursula, completely blind by then but still active and lucid, was the only one who guessed the exact diagnosis. "As far as I can see," she thought, "that's the same thing that happens to drunken people." But she not only rejected the idea, she reproached herself for the frivolity of her thought. Aureliano II felt a twinge of conscience when he saw Mémé's state of prostration, and he promised himself to take better care of her in the future. That was how the relationship of jolly comradeship was born between father and daughter, which freed him for a time from the bitter solitude of his revels, and freed her from Fernanda's watchful eye, without the necessity of provoking the domestic crisis that seemed inevitable by then. At that time, Aureliano II postponed any appointments in order to be with Mémé, to take her to the movies or the circus, and he spent the greater part of his idle time with her. In recent times, his annoyance with the absurd obesity that prevented him from tying his shoes, and his abusive satisfaction with all manner of appetites, had begun to sour his character. The discovery of his daughter restored his former joviality, and the pleasure of being with her was slowly leading him away from dissipation. Meme was entering a fruitful age. She was not beautiful, as Amaranta had never been, but on the other hand she was pleasant, uncomplicated, and she had the virtue of making a good impression on people from the first moment. She had a modern spirit that wounded the antiquated sobriety and poorly disguised miserly heart of Fernanda, and that, on the other hand, Aureliano II took pleasure in developing. It was he who resolved to take her out of the bedroom she had occupied since childhood, where the fearful eyes of the saints still fed her adolescent terrors, and he furnished for her a room with a royal bed, a large dressing-table, and velvet curtains, not realizing that he was producing a second version of Petra Kote's room. He was so lavish with Meme that he did not even know how much money he gave her, because she herself would take it out of his pockets, and he kept abreast of every kind of new beauty aid that arrived in the commissary of the Banana Company. Meme's room became filled with pumice-stone cushions to polish her nails with, hair curlers, toothbrushes, drops to make her eyes languid, and so many and such new cosmetics and artifacts of beauty that every time Fernanda went into the room she was scandalized by the idea that her daughter's dressing-table must have been the same as those of the French matrons. Nevertheless, Fernanda divided her time in those days between little Amaranta Ursula, who was mischievous and sickly, and a touching correspondence with the invisible physicians. So that when she noticed the complicity between father and daughter, the only promise she extracted from Aureliano II was that he would never take Meme to Petra Kote's house. It was a meaningless demand, because the concubine was so annoyed with the comradeship between her lover and his daughter that she did not want anything to do with her. Petra was tormented by an unknown fear, as if instinct were telling her that Meme, by just wanting it, could succeed in what Fernanda had been unable to do, deprive her of a love that by then she considered assured until death. For the first time, Aureliano II had to tolerate the harsh expressions and the violent tirades of his concubine, and he was even afraid that his wandering trunks would make the return journey to his wife's house. That did not happen. No one knew a man better than Petra Kotesh knew her lover, and she knew that the trunks would remain where they had been sent, because if Aureliano II detested anything, it was complicating his life with modifications and changes. So the trunks stayed where they were, and Petra Kotesh set about reconquering the husband by sharpening the only weapons that his daughter could not use on him. It, too, was an unnecessary effort, because Meme had no desire to intervene in her father's affairs, and if she had, it would certainly have been in favour of the concubine. She had no time to bother anybody. She herself swept her room and made her bed, as the nuns had taught her. In the morning she took care of her clothes, sewing on the porch, or using Amaranta's old pedal machine. While the others were taking their siestas, she would practice the clavichord for 2 hours, knowing that the daily sacrifice would keep Fernanda calm. For the same reason, she continued giving concerts at church fairs and school parties, even though the requests were less and less frequent. At nightfall she would fix herself up, put on one of her simple dresses and her stiff high shoes, and, if she had nothing to do with her father, she would go to the homes of the girlfriends, where she would stay until dinner-time. It was rare that Aureliano II would not call for her then to take her to the movies. Among Meme's friends, there were 3 young American girls who broke through the electrified chicken fence barrier and made friends with girls from Macondo. One of them was Patricia Brown. Grateful for the hospitality of Aureliano II, Mr. Brown opened the doors of his house to Meme and invited her to the Saturday dances, which were the only ones where gringos and natives mingle. When Fernanda found out about it, she forgot about Amaranta, Ursula, and the invisible doctors for a moment, and became very melodramatic. "Just think," she said to Meme, "what the Colonel must be thinking in his grave." She sought, of course, the backing of Ursula. But the blind old woman, contrary to what everyone expected, saw nothing reproachable in Meme's going to the dances and making friends with American girls her own age, as long as she kept her strict habits and was not converted to the Protestant religion. Meme sensed the thought of her great-great-grandmother very well, and the day after the dances she would get up earlier than usual to go to Mass. Fernanda's opposition lasted until the day when Meme broke down her resistance with the news that the Americans wanted to hear her play the clavichord. The instrument was taken out of the house again and carried to Mr. Brown's, where the young concert artist really did receive very sincere applause and the most enthusiastic congratulations. From then on, she was invited not only to the dances, but also to the Sunday swim parties in the pool, and to lunch once a week. Meme learned to swim like a professional, to play tennis, and to eat Virginia ham with slices of pineapple. Among dances, swimming, and tennis, she soon found herself getting involved in the English language. Aureliano Segundo was so enthusiastic over the progress of his daughter that from a travelling salesman he bought a 6-volume English encyclopedia with many colour prints, which Meme read in her spare time. The reading occupied the attention that she had formerly given to gossip about sweethearts and the experimental retreats that she would go through with her girlfriends, not because it was imposed as discipline, but because she had lost all interest by then in talking about mysteries that were in the public domain. She looked back on the drunken episode as an infantile adventure, and it seemed so funny to her that she told Aureliano Segundo about it, and he thought it was more amusing than she did. "If your mother only knew," he told her, doubling up with laughter, as he always said when he told her something in confidence. He had made her promise that she would let him know about her first love affair with the same confidence, and Meme told him that she liked a red-headed American boy who had come to spend his vacation with his parents. "What do you know?" Aureliano Segundo said, laughing. "If your mother only knew." But Meme also told him that the boy had gone back to his country and had disappeared from sight. The maturity of her judgment ensured peace in the family. Aureliano Segundo then devoted more time to Petre Cotes, and although his body and soul no longer permitted him the debauches of days gone by, he lost no chance to arrange them and to dig out the accordion, which by then had some keys held in place by shoelaces. At home, Amaranta was weaving her interminable shroud, and Ursula dragged about in her decrepitude through the depths of the shadows, where the only thing that was still visible was the ghost of José Arcadio Buendia under the chestnut tree. Fernanda consolidated her authority. Her monthly letters to her son José Arcadio at that time did not carry a string of lies, and she hid from him only her correspondence with the invisible doctors, who had diagnosed a benign tumour in her large intestine, and were preparing her for a telepathic operation. It might have been said that peace and happiness reigned for a long time in the tired mansion of the Buendias, if it had not been for the sudden death of Amaranta, which caused a new uproar. It was an unexpected event. Although she was old and isolated from everyone, she still looked firm and upright, and with the health of a rock that she had always had. No one knew her thoughts since the afternoon on which she had given Colonel Gerineldo Marquez his final rejection and shut herself up to weep. She was not seen to cry during the ascension to heaven of Remedios the Beauty, or over the extermination of the Aurelianos, or the death of Colonel Aureliano Buendia, who was the person she loved most in this world, although she showed it only when they found his body under the chestnut tree. She helped pick up the body. She dressed him in his soldier's uniform, shaved him, combed his hair, and waxed his moustache better than he had ever done in his days of glory. No one thought that there was any love in that act, because they were accustomed to the familiarity of Amaranta with the rites of death. Fernanda was scandalized that she did not understand the relationship of Catholicism with life, but only its relationship with death, as if it were not a religion, but a compendium of funeral conventions. Amaranta was too wrapped up in the eggplant patch of her memories to understand those subtle apologetics. She had reached old age with all of her nostalgias intact. When she listened to the waltzes of Pietro Crespi, she felt the same desire to weep that she had had in adolescence, as if time and harsh lessons had meant nothing. The rolls of music that she herself had thrown into the trash with the pretext that they had rotted from dampness kept spinning and playing in her memory. She had tried to sink them into the swampy passion that she allowed herself with her nephew, Aureliano José, and she tried to take refuge in the calm and virile protection of Colonel Gerineldo Marquez. But she had not been able to overcome them, not even with the most desperate act of her old age, when she would bathe the small José Arcadio 3 years before he was sent to the seminary, and caress him not as a grandmother would have done with a grandchild, but as a woman would have done with a man, as it was said that the French matrons did, and as she had wanted to do with Pietro Crespi at the age of 12, 14, when she saw him in his dancing tights, and with the magic wand with which he kept time to the metronome. At times it pained her to have let that outpouring of misery follow its course, and at times it made her so angry that she would prick her fingers with the needles. But what pained her most, and enraged her most, and made her most bitter, was the fragrant and wormy guava grove of love that was dragging her towards death. Just as Colonel Aureliano Buendia thought about his war, unable to avoid it, so Amaranta thought about Rebecca. But while her brother had managed to sterilize his memories, she had only managed to make hers more scalding. The only thing that she asked of God for many years was that he would not visit on her the punishment of dying before Rebecca. Every time she passed by her house and noted the progress of destruction, she took comfort in the idea that God was listening to her. One afternoon, when she was sewing on the porch, she was assailed by the certainty that she would be sitting in that place, in the same position, and under the same light, when they brought her the news of Rebecca's death. She sat down to wait for it, as one waits for a letter, and the fact was that at one time she would pull off buttons to sew them on again, so that inactivity would not make the wait longer and more anxious. No one in the house realized that, at that time, Amaranta was sewing a fine shroud for Rebecca. Later on, when Aureliano Triste told how he had seen her, changed into an apparition with leathery skin and a few golden threads on her skull, Amaranta was not surprised, because the spectre described was exactly what she had been imagining for some time. She had decided to restore Rebecca's corpse, to disguise with paraffin the damage to her face, and made a wig for her from the hair of the saints. She would manufacture a beautiful corpse, with the linen shroud and a plush-lined coffin with purple trim, and she would put it at the disposition of the Worms with splendid funeral ceremonies. She worked out the plan with such hatred that it made her tremble to think about the scheme, which she would have carried out in exactly the same way if it had been done out of love. But she would not allow herself to become upset by the confusion, and went on perfecting the details so minutely that she came to be more than a specialist, and was a virtuoso in the rites of death. The only thing that she did not keep in mind in her fearsome plan was that, in spite of her pleas to God, she might die before Rebecca. That was, in fact, what happened. At the final moment, however, Amaranta did not feel frustrated, but on the contrary, free of all bitterness, because death had awarded her the privilege of announcing itself several years ahead of time. She saw it on one burning afternoon, sewing with her on the porch, a short time after Meme had left for school. She saw it because it was a woman dressed in blue with long hair, with a sort of antiquated look, and with a certain resemblance to Pilar Ternera during the time when she had helped with the chores in the kitchen. Fernanda was present several times and did not see her, in spite of the fact that she was so real, so human, and on one occasion asked of Amaranta the favour of threading a needle. Death did not tell when she was going to die, or whether her hour was assigned before that of Rebecca, but ordered her to begin sewing her own shroud on the next 6th of April. She was authorized to make it as complicated and as fine as she wanted, but just as honestly executed as Rebecca's, and she was told that she would die without pain, fear, or bitterness at dusk on the day that she finished it. Trying to waste the most time possible, Amaranta ordered some rough flax and spun the thread herself. She did it so carefully that the work alone took 4 years. Then she started the sewing. As she got closer to the unavoidable end, she began to understand that only a miracle would allow her to prolong the work past Rebecca's death. But the very concentration gave her the calmness that she needed to accept the idea of frustration. It was then that she understood the vicious circle of Colonel Aureliano Buendia's little gold fishes. The world was reduced to the surface of her skin, and her inner self was safe from all bitterness. It pained her not to have had that revelation many years before, when it would have still been possible to purify memories and reconstruct the universe under a new light, and evoke without trembling Pietro Crespi's smell of lavender at dusk, and rescue Rebecca from her slough of misery, not out of hatred or out of love, but because of the measureless understanding of solitude. The hatred that she noticed one night in Meme's words did not upset her, because it was directed at her. But she felt the repetition of another adolescence that seemed as clean as hers must have seemed, and that, however, was already tainted with rancour. But by then, her acceptance of her fate was so deep that she was not even upset by the certainty that all possibilities of rectification were closed to her. Her only objective was to finish the shroud. Instead of slowing it down with useless detail as she had done in the beginning, she speeded up the work. 1 week before she calculated that she would take the last stitch on the night of February the 4th, and without revealing the motives, she suggested to Meme that she move up a clavichord concert that she had arranged for the day after. But the girl paid no attention to her. Amaranta then looked for a way to delay for 48 hours, and she even thought that death was giving her her way, because on the night of February the 4th, a storm caused a breakdown at the power plant. But on the following day, at 8 in the morning, she took the last stitch in the most beautiful piece of work that any woman had ever finished, and she announced without the least bit of dramatics that she was going to die at dusk. She not only told the family, but the whole town, because Amaranta had conceived of the idea that she could make up for a life of meanness with one last favour to the world, and she thought that no one was in a better position to take letters to the dead. The news that Amaranta Buendia was sailing at dusk, carrying the mail of death, spread throughout Macondo before noon, and at 3 in the afternoon there was a whole carton full of letters in the parlour. Those who did not want to write gave Amaranta verbal messages, which she wrote down in a notebook with the name and the date of death of the recipient. "Don't worry," she told the senders. "The first thing I'll do when I get there is to ask for him and give him your message." It was farcical. Amaranta did not show any upset or the slightest sign of grief, and she even looked a bit rejuvenated by a duty accomplished. She was as straight and as slim as ever. If it had not been for her hardened cheekbones and a few missing teeth, she would have looked much younger than she really was. She herself arranged for them to put the letters in a box sealed with pitch, and told them to place it in her grave in a way best to protect it from the dampness. In the morning she had a carpenter call who took her measurements for the coffin as she stood in the parlour, as if it were for a new dress. She showed such vigour in her last hours that Fernando thought she was making fun of everyone. Ursula, with the experience that Buendia's died without any illness, did not doubt at all that Amaranta had received an omen of death, but in any case she was tormented by the fear that, with the business of the letters and the anxiety of the senders for them to arrive quickly, they would bury her alive in their confusion. So she set about clearing out the house, arguing with the intruders as she shouted at them, and by 4 in the afternoon she was successful. At that time Amaranta had finished dividing her things among the poor, and had left on the severe coffin of unfinished boards only the change of clothing and the simple cloth slippers that she would wear in death. She did not neglect that precaution, because she remembered that when Colonel Aureliano Buendia died, they had to buy a pair of new shoes for him, because all he had left were the bedroom slippers that he wore in the workshop. A little before 5, Aureliano Segundo came to fetch Meme for the concert, and was surprised that the house was prepared for the funeral. If anyone seemed alive at that moment, it was the serene Amaranta, who had even enough time to cut her corns. Aureliano Segundo and Meme took leave of her with mocking farewells, and promised her that on the following Saturday they would have a big resurrection party. Drawn by the public talk that Amaranta Buendia was receiving letters for the dead, Father Antonio Isabel arrived at 5 o'clock for the last rites, and he had to wait for more than 15 minutes for the recipient to come out of her bath. When he saw her appear in a Mad Apollum nightshirt, and with her hair loose over her shoulders, the decrepit parish priest thought that it was a trick, and sent the altar boy away. He thought, however, that he would take advantage of the occasion to have Amaranta confess after 20 years of reticence. Amaranta answered simply that she did not need spiritual help of any kind, because her conscience was clean. Fernando was scandalized. Without caring that people could hear her, she asked herself aloud what horrible sin Amaranta had committed to make her prefer an impious death to the shame of a confession. Thereupon Amaranta lay down and made Ursula give public testimony as to her virginity. "Let no one have any illusions," she shouted, so that Fernando would hear her. "Amaranta Buendia is leaving this world just as she came into it." She did not get up again. Lying on cushions, as if she really were ill, she braided her long hair and rolled it about her ears, as death had told her it should be on her bier. Then she asked Ursula for a mirror, and for the first time in more than 40 years she saw her face, devastated by age and martyrdom, and she was surprised at how much she resembled the mental image that she had of herself. Ursula understood by the silence in the bedroom that it had begun to grow dark. "Say goodbye to Fernanda," she begged her. "1 minute of reconciliation is worth more than a whole life of friendship." "It's of no use now," Amaranta replied. Meme could not help thinking about her when they turned on the lights on the improvised stage, and she began the second part of the programme. In the middle of the piece, someone whispered the news in her ear, and the session stopped. When he arrived home, Aureliano II had to push his way through the crowd to see the corpse of the aged Virgin, ugly and discoloured, with the black bandage on her hand, and wrapped in the magnificent shroud. She was laid out in the parlour beside the box of letters. Ursula did not get up again after the 9 nights of mourning for Amaranta. Santa Sofia de la Piedad took care of her. She took her meals to her bedroom, and annatto water for her to wash in, and she kept up to date on everything that happened in Macondo. Aureliano II visited her frequently, and he brought her clothing which she would place beside the bed, along with the things most indispensable for daily life, so that in a short time she had built up a world within reach of her hand. She managed to arouse a great love in little Amaranta Ursula, who was just like her, and whom she taught how to read. Her lucidity, the ability to be sufficient unto herself, made one think that she was naturally conquered by the weight of her 100 years, but even though it was obvious that she was having trouble seeing, no one suspected that she was totally blind. She had so much time at her disposal then, and so much interior silence to watch over the life of the house, that she was the first to notice Meme's silent tribulation. "Come here," she told her. "Now that we're alone, confess to this poor old woman what's bothering you." Meme avoided the conversation with a short laugh. Ursula did not insist, but she ended up confirming her suspicions when Meme did not come back to visit her. She knew that she was getting up earlier than usual, that she did not have a moment's rest as she waited for the time for her to go out, that she spent whole nights walking back and forth in the adjoining bedroom, and that the fluttering of a butterfly would bother her. On one occasion she said that she was going to see Aureliano II, and Ursula was surprised that Fernanda's imagination was so limited when her husband came to the house looking for his daughter. It was too obvious that Meme was involved in secret matters, in pressing matters, in repressed anxieties, long before the night that Fernanda upset the house because she caught her kissing a man in the movies. Meme was so wrapped up in herself at that time that she accused Ursula of having told on her. Actually, she told on herself. For a long time she had been leaving a trail that would have awakened the most drowsy person, and it took Fernanda so long to discover it because she too was befogged by her relationship with the invisible doctors. Even so, she finally noticed the deep silences, the sudden outbursts, the changes in mood, and the contradictions of her daughter. She set about on a disguised but implacable vigilance. She let her go out with her girlfriends, as always. She helped her get dressed for the Saturday parties, and she never asked an embarrassing question that might arouse her. She already had a great deal of proof that Meme was doing different things from what she said, and yet she would give no indication of her suspicions, hoping for the right moment. One night, Meme said that she was going to the movies with her father. A short time later, Fernanda heard the fireworks of the debauch and the unmistakable accordion of Aureliano II from the direction of Petra Kote's place. Then she got dressed, went to the movie theatre, and in the darkness of the seats she recognized her daughter. The upsetting feeling of certainty stopped her from seeing the man she was kissing, but she managed to hear his tremulous voice in the midst of the deafening shouts and laughter of the audience. "I'm sorry, love," she heard him say, and she took Meme out of the place without saying a word to her, put her through the shame of parading her along the noisy Street of the Turks, and locked her up in their bedroom. On the following day, at 6 in the afternoon, Fernanda recognized the voice of the man who had come to call on her. He was young, sallow, with dark and melancholy eyes which would not have startled her so much if she had known the gypsies, and a dreamy air that to any woman with a heart less rigid would have been enough to make her understand her daughter's motives. He was wearing a shabby linen suit with shoes that showed the desperate defence of superimposed patches of white zinc, and in his hand he was carrying a straw hat he had bought the Saturday before. In all of his life he could never have been as frightened as at that moment, but he had a dignity and a presence that spared him from humiliation, and a genuine elegance that was defeated only by tarnished hands and nails that had been shattered by rough work. Fernanda, however, needed only one look to guess his status of mechanic. She saw that he was wearing his one Sunday suit, and that underneath his shirt he bore the rash of the Banana Company. She would not let him speak. She would not even let him come through the door, which a moment later she had to close because the house was filled with yellow butterflies. "Go away," she told him. "You've got no reason to come calling on any decent person." His name was Mauricio Babilonia. He had been born and raised in Macondo, and he was an apprentice mechanic in the Banana Company garage. Meme had met him by chance one afternoon when he went with Patricia Brown to get a car to take a drive through the groves. Since the chauffeur was sick, they assigned him to take them, and Meme was finally able to satisfy her desire to sit next to the driver and see what he did. Unlike the regular chauffeur, Mauricio Babilonia gave her a practical lesson. That was during the time that Meme was beginning to frequent Mr. Brown's house, and it was still considered improper for a lady to drive a car. So she was satisfied with the technical information, and she did not see Mauricio Babilonia again for several months. Later on she would remember that during the drive her attention had been called to his masculine beauty, except for the coarseness of his hands, but that afterward she had mentioned to Patricia Brown that she had been bothered by his rather proud sense of security. The first Saturday that she went to the movies with her father, she saw Mauricio Babilonia again, with his linen suit, sitting a few seats away from them, and she noticed that he was not paying much attention to the film in order to turn around and look at her. Meme was bothered by the vulgarity of that. Afterwards, Mauricio Babilonia came over to say hello to Aureliano Segundo, and only then did Meme find out that they knew each other because he had worked in Aureliano Triste's early power plant, and he treated her father with the air of an employee. That fact relieved the dislike that his pride had caused in her. They had never been alone together, nor had they spoken, except in way of greeting, the night when she dreamed that he was saving her from a shipwreck, and she did not feel gratitude, but rage. It was as if she had given him the opportunity he was waiting for, since Meme yearned for just the opposite, not only with Mauricio Babilonia, but with any other man who was interested in her. Therefore, she was so indignant after the dream that instead of hating him, she felt an irresistible urge to see him. The anxiety became more intense during the course of the week, and on Saturday it was so pressing that she had to make a great effort for Mauricio Babilonia not to notice that when he greeted her in the movies, her heart was in her mouth. Dazed by a confused feeling of pleasure and rage, she gave him her hand for the first time, and only then did Mauricio Babilonia let himself shake hers. Meme managed to repent her impulse in a fraction of a second, but the repentance changed immediately into a cruel satisfaction on seeing that his hand too was sweaty and cold. That night she realized that she would not have a moment of rest until she showed Maurizio Babylonia the uselessness of his aspiration, and she spent the week turning that anxiety about in her mind. She resorted to all kinds of useless tricks so that Patricia Brown would go get the car with her. Finally, she made use of the American redhead, who was spending his vacation in Macondo at that time, and with the pretext of learning about new models of cars, she had him take her to the garage. From the moment she saw him, Meme let herself be deceived by herself, and believed that what was really going on was that she could not bear the desire to be alone with Maurizio Babylonia, and she was made indignant by the certainty that he understood that when he saw her arrive. "I came to see the new models," Meme said. "That's a fine excuse," he said. Meme realized that he was burning in the heat of his pride, and she desperately looked for a way to humiliate him. But he would not give her any time. "Don't get upset," he said to her in a low voice. "It's not the first time that a woman has gone crazy over a man." She felt so defeated that she left the garage without seeing the new models, and she spent the night turning over in bed and weeping with indignation. The American redhead, who was really beginning to interest her, looked like a baby in diapers. It was then that she realized that the yellow butterflies preceded the appearances of Maurizio Babylonia. She had seen them before, especially over the garage, and she had thought that they were drawn by the smell of paint. Once she had seen them fluttering about her head before she went into the movies. But when Maurizio Babylonia began to pursue her like a ghost that only she could identify in the crowd, she understood that the butterflies had something to do with him. Maurizio Babylonia was always in the audience at the concerts, at the movies, at High Mass, and she did not have to see him to know that he was there, because the butterflies were always there. Once, Aureliano Segundo became so impatient with the suffocating fluttering that she felt the impulse to confide her secret to him, as she had promised. But instinct told her that he would laugh as usual and say, "Oh, what would your mother say if she found out?" One morning, while she was pruning the roses, Fernanda let out a cry of fright and had Meme taken away from the spot where she was, which was the same place in the garden where Remedios the beauty had gone up to heaven. She had thought for an instant that the miracle was going to be repeated with her daughter, because she had been bothered by a sudden flapping of wings. It was the butterflies. Meme saw them as if they had suddenly been born out of the light, and her heart gave a turn. At that moment, Maurizio Babylonia came in with a package that, according to what he said, was a present from Patricia Brown. Meme swallowed her blush, absorbed her tribulation, and even managed a natural smile as she asked him the favour of leaving it on the railing, because her hands were dirty from the garden. The only thing that Fernanda noted in the man, whom a few months later she was to expel from the house without remembering where she had seen him, was the bilious texture of his skin. "He's a very strange man," Fernanda said. "You can see in his face that he's going to die." Meme thought that her mother had been impressed by the butterflies. When they finished pruning the rose bushes, she washed her hands and took the package to her bedroom to open it. It was a kind of Chinese toy made up of 5 concentric boxes, and in the last one there was a card laboriously inscribed by someone who could barely write. "We'll get together Saturday at the movies." Meme felt with an aftershock that the box had been on the railing for a long time within reach of Fernanda's curiosity, and although she was flattered by the audacity and ingenuity of Maurizio Babylonia, she was moved by his innocence in expecting that she would keep the date. Meme knew at that time that Aureliano Segundo had an appointment on Saturday night. Nevertheless, The fire of anxiety burned her so much during the course of the week that on Saturday she convinced her father to leave her alone in the theatre and come back for her after the show. A nocturnal butterfly fluttered about her head while the lights were on. And then it happened. When the lights went out, Mauricio Babylonia sat down beside her. Meme felt herself splashing in a bog of hesitation from which she could only be rescued, as had occurred in her dreams, by that man smelling of grease whom she could barely see in the shadows. "If you hadn't come," he said, "you would never have seen me again." Meme felt the weight of his hand on her knee, and she knew that they were both arriving at the other side of abandonment at that instant. "What shocks me about you," she said, smiling, "is that you always say exactly what you shouldn't be saying." She lost her mind over him. She could not sleep, and she lost her appetite, and sank so deeply into solitude that even her father became an annoyance. She worked out an intricate web of false dates to throw Fernanda off the track, lost sight of her girlfriends, leapt over conventions to be with Mauricio Babylonia at any time and at any place. At first, his crudeness bothered her. The first time that they were alone on the deserted fields behind the garage, he pulled her mercilessly into an animal state that left her exhausted. It took her a time to realize that it was also a form of tenderness, and it was then that she lost her calm and lived only for him, upset by the desire to sink into his stupefying odour of grease washed off by lye. A short time before the death of Amaranta, she suddenly stumbled into an open space of lucidity within the madness, and she trembled before the uncertainty of the future. Then she heard about a woman who made predictions from cards and went to see her in secret. It was Pilar Ternera. As soon as Pilar saw her come in, she was aware of Meme's hidden motives. "Sit down," she told her. "I don't need cards to tell the future of a Buendia." Meme did not know, and never would, that the centenarian witch was her great-grandmother. Nor would she have believed it, after the aggressive realism with which she revealed to her that the anxiety of falling in love could not find repose except in bed. It was the same point of view as Mauricio Babylonia's, but Meme resisted believing it, because underneath it all she imagined that it had been inspired by the poor judgment of a mechanic. She thought then that love on one side was defeating love on the other, because it was characteristic of men to deny hunger once their appetites were satisfied. Pilar Ternera not only cleared up that mistake, she also offered the old canopied bed where she had conceived Arcadio, Meme's grandfather, and where afterwards she conceived Aureliano José. She also taught her how to avoid an unwanted conception by means of the evaporation of mustard plasters, and gave her recipes for potions that in cases of trouble could expel even the remorse of conscience. That interview instilled in Meme the same feeling of bravery that she had felt on the drunken evening. Amaranta's death, however, obliged her to postpone the decision. While the 9 nights lasted, she did not once leave the side of Mauricio Babylonia, who mingled with the crowd that invaded the house. Then came the long period of mourning and the obligatory withdrawal, and they separated for a time. Those were days of such inner agitation, such irrepressible anxiety, and so many repressed urges, that on the first evening that Meme was able to get out, she went straight to Pilar Ternera's. She surrendered to Mauricio Babylonia without resistance, without shyness, without formalities, and with a vocation that was so fluid and an intuition that was so wise, that a more suspicious man than hers would have confused them with obvious experience. They made love twice a week for more than 3 months, protected by the innocent complicity of Aureliano Segundo, who believed without suspicion in his daughter's alibis, simply in order to set her free from her mother's rigidity. On the night that Fernanda surprised them in the movies, Aureliano Segundo felt weighted down by the burden of his conscience, and he visited Meme in the bedroom where Fernanda kept her locked up, trusting that she would reveal to him the confidences that she owed him. But Meme denied everything. She was so sure of herself, so anchored in her solitude, that Aureliano Segundo had the impression that no link existed between them anymore, that the comradeship and the complicity were nothing but an illusion of the past. He thought of speaking to Mauricio Babilonia, thinking that his authority as his former boss would make him desist from his plans. But Petra Kotesh convinced him that it was a woman's business. So he was left floating in a limbo of indecision, barely sustained by the hope that the confinement would put an end to his daughter's troubles. Meme showed no signs of affliction. On the contrary, from the next room, Ursula perceived the peaceful rhythm of her sleep, the serenity of her tasks, the order of her meals, and the good health of her digestion. The only thing that intrigued Ursula, after almost 2 months of punishment, was that Meme did not take a bath in the morning like everyone else, but at 7 in the evening. Once she thought of warning her about the scorpions, but Meme was so distant, convinced that she had given her away, that she preferred not to disturb her with the impertinences of a great-great-grandmother. The yellow butterflies would invade the house at dusk. Every night on her way back from her bath, Meme would find a desperate Fernanda killing butterflies with an insecticide bomb. "Oh, this is terrible," she would say. "All my life they told me that butterflies at night bring bad luck." One night, while Meme was in the bathroom, Fernanda went into her bedroom by chance, and there were so many butterflies that she could scarcely breathe. She grabbed for the nearest piece of cloth to shoo them away, and her heart froze with terror as she connected her daughter's evening baths with the mustard plasters that rolled onto the floor. She did not wait for an opportune moment, as she had the first time. On the following day she invited the new mayor to lunch. Like her, he had come down from the Highlands, and she asked him to station a guard in the backyard, because she had the impression that hens were being stolen. That night, the guard brought down Mauricio Babilonia as he was lifting up the tiles to get into the bathroom where Meme was waiting for him, naked and trembling with love among the scorpions and butterflies, as she had done almost every night for the past few months. A bullet lodged in his spinal column reduced him to his bed for the rest of his life. He died of old age in solitude, without a moan, without a protest, without a single moment of betrayal, tormented by memories and by the yellow butterflies, who did not give him a moment's peace, and ostracized as a chicken thief. The events that would deal Macondo its final blow were just showing themselves when they brought Meme Buendia's son home. The public situation was so uncertain then that no one had sufficient spirit to become involved with private scandals, so that Fernanda was able to count on an atmosphere that enabled her to keep the child hidden, as if he had never existed. She had to take him in because the circumstances under which they brought him made rejection impossible. She had to tolerate him against her will for the rest of her life, because at the moment of truth she lacked the courage to go through with her inner determination to drown him in the bathroom cistern. She locked him up in Colonel Aureliano Buendia's old workshop. She succeeded in convincing Santa Sofia de la Piedad that she had found him floating in a basket. Ursula would die without ever knowing his origin. Little Amaranta Ursula, who went into the workshop once when Fernanda was feeding the child, also believed the version of the floating basket. Aureliano II, having broken finally with his wife, because of the irrational way in which she handled Mémé's tragedy, did not know of the existence of his grandson until 3 years after they brought him home, when the child escaped from captivity through an oversight on Fernanda's part, and appeared on the porch for a fraction of a second, naked, with matted hair, and with an impressive sex organ that was like a turkey's wattles, as if he were not a human child, but the encyclopedia definition of a cannibal. Fernanda had not counted on that nasty trick of her incorrigible fate. The child was like the return of a shame that she had thought exiled by her from the house forever. As soon as they carried off Mauricio Babylonia with his shattered spinal column, Fernanda had worked out the most minute details of a plan destined to wipe out all traces of the burden. Without consulting her husband, she packed her bags, put the 3 changes of clothing that her daughter would need into a small suitcase, and went to get her in her bedroom a half-hour before the train arrived. "Let's go, Renata," she told her. She gave no explanation. Mémé, for her part, did not expect or want any. She not only did not know where they were going, but it would have been the same to her if they had been taking her to the slaughterhouse. She had not spoken again, nor would she do so for the rest of her life, from the time that she heard the shot in the backyard and the simultaneous cry of pain from Mauricio Babylonia. When her mother ordered her out of her bedroom, she did not comb her hair or wash her face, and she got into the train as if she were walking in her sleep, not even noticing the yellow butterflies that were still accompanying her. Fernanda never found out, nor did she take the trouble to, whether that stony silence was a determination of her will, or whether she had become mute because of the impact of the tragedy. Mémé barely took notice of the journey through the formerly enchanted region. She did not see the shady, endless banana groves on both sides of the tracks. She did not see the white houses of the gringos or their gardens, dried out by dust and heat, or the women in shorts and blue-striped shirts playing cards on the terraces. She did not see the ox carts on the dusty roads, loaded down with bunches of bananas. She did not see the girls diving into the transparent rivers like tarpons, leaving the passengers on the train with the bitterness of their splendid breasts, or the miserable huts of the workers all huddled together where Mauricio Babylonia's yellow butterflies fluttered about, and in the doorways of which there were green and squalid children sitting on their pots, and pregnant women who shouted insults at the train. That fleeting vision, which had been a celebration for her when she came home from school, passed through Mémé's heart without a quiver. She did not look out of the window, not even when the burning dampness of the groves ended, and the train went through a poppy-laden plain where the carbonized skeleton of the Spanish galleon still sat, and then came out into the clear air alongside the frothy, dirty sea, where almost a century before José Arcadio Buendia's illusion had met defeat. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when they had come to the last station in the swamp, she got out of the train because Fernanda made her. They got into a small carriage that looked like an enormous bat, drawn by an asthmatic horse, and they went through the desolate city in the endless streets of which, split by saltiness, there was the sound of a piano lesson, just like the one that Fernanda heard during the siestas of her adolescence. They went on board a riverboat, the wooden wheel of which had a sound of conflagration, and whose rusted metal plates reverberated like the mouth of an oven. Mémé shut herself up in her cabin. Twice a day, Fernanda left a plate of food by her bed, and twice a day she took it away intact, not because Mémé had resolved to die of hunger, but because even the smell of food was repugnant to her, and her stomach rejected even water. Not even she herself knew that her fertility had outwitted the mustard vapours, just as Fernanda did not know until almost a year later, when they brought the child. In the suffocating cabin, maddened by the vibration of the metal plates and the unbearable stench of the mud stirred up by the paddle wheel, Meme lost track of the days. Much time had passed when she saw the last yellow butterfly destroyed in the blades of the fan, and she admitted as an irremediable truth that Mauricio Babylonia had died. She did not let herself be defeated by resignation, however. She kept on thinking about him during the arduous muleback crossing of the hallucinating plateau, where Aureliano Segundo had become lost when he was looking for the most beautiful woman who had ever appeared on the face of the earth, and when they went over mountains along Indian trails and entered the gloomy city in whose stone alleys the funereal bronze bells of 32 churches tolled. That night they slept in the abandoned colonial mansion on boards that Fernanda laid on the floor of a room invaded by weeds, wrapped in the shreds of curtains that they pulled off the windows and that fell to pieces with every turn of the body. Meme knew where they were, because in the fright of her insomnia she saw pass by the gentleman dressed in black whom they delivered to the house inside a lead box on one distant Christmas Eve. On the following day, after Mass, Fernanda took her to a sombre building that Meme recognized immediately from her mother's stories of the convent where they had raised her to be a queen, and then she understood that they had come to the end of the journey. While Fernanda was speaking to someone in the office next door, Meme remained in the parlour checkered with large oil paintings of colonial archbishops, still wearing an entamine dress with small black flowers and stiff high shoes which were swollen by the cold of the uplands. She was standing in the centre of the parlour, thinking about Mauricio Babylonia under the yellow stream of light from the stained-glassed windows, when a very beautiful novice came out of the office carrying her suitcase with the 3 changes of clothing. As she passed Meme, she took her hand without stopping. "Come, Renata," she said to her. Meme took her hand and let herself be led. The last time that Fernanda saw her, trying to keep up with the novice, the iron grating of the cloister had just closed behind her. She was still thinking about Mauricio Babylonia, his smell of grease and his halo of butterflies, and she would keep on thinking about him for all the days of her life, until the remote autumn morning when she died of old age, with her name changed and her head shaved, and without ever having spoken a word, in a gloomy hospital in Krakow. Fernanda returned to Macondo on a train protected by armed police. During the trip, she noticed the tension of the passengers, the military preparations in the towns along the line, and an atmosphere rarefied by the certainty that something serious was going to happen. But she had no information until she reached Macondo, and they told her that José Arcadio Segundo was inciting the workers of the banana company to strike. "Oh, that's all we need," Fernanda said to herself. "An anarchist in the family." The strike broke out 2 weeks later, and it did not have the dramatic consequences that had been feared. The workers demanded that they not be obliged to cut and load bananas on Sundays, and the position seemed so just that even Father Antonio Isabel interceded in its favour, because he found it in accordance with the laws of God. The victory, along with other actions that were initiated during the following months, drew the colourless José Arcadio Segundo out of his anonymity, for people had been accustomed to say that he was only good for filling up the town with French whores. With the same impulsive decision with which he had auctioned off his fighting cocks in order to organise a harebrained boat business, he gave up his position as foreman in the banana company and took the side of the workers. Quite soon he was pointed out as the agent of an international conspiracy against public order. One night, during the course of a week darkened by sombre rumours, he miraculously escaped 4 revolver shots taken at him by an unknown party as he was leaving a secret meeting. The atmosphere of the following months was so tense that even Ursula perceived it in her dark corner, and she had the impression that once more she was living through the dangerous times when her son Aureliano carried the homeopathic pills of subversion in his pocket. She tried to speak to José Arcadio II, to let him know about the president, but Aureliano II told her that since the night of the attempt on his life, no one knew his whereabouts. "Just like Aureliano," Ursula exclaimed. "It's as if the world were repeating itself." Fernanda was immune to the uncertainty of those days. She had no contact with the outside world since the violent altercation she had had with her husband over her having decided Meme's fate without his consent. Aureliano II was prepared to rescue his daughter with the help of the police if necessary, but Fernanda showed him some papers that were proof that she had entered the convent of her own free will. Meme had indeed signed once she was already behind the iron grating, and she did it with the same indifference with which she had allowed herself to be led away. Underneath it all, Aureliano II did not believe in the legitimacy of the proof, just as he never believed that Mauricio Babylonia had gone into the yard to steal chickens. But both expedients served to ease his conscience, and thus he could go back without remorse under the shadow of Petra Kotesh, where he revived his noisy revelry and unlimited gormandizing. Foreign to the restlessness of the town, deaf to Ursula's quiet predictions, Fernanda gave the last turn to the screw of her preconceived plan. She wrote a long letter to her son José Arcadio, who was then about to take his first orders, and in it she told him that his sister Renata had expired in the peace of the Lord, and as a consequence of the black vomit. Then she put Amaranta Ursula under the care of Santa Sofia de la Piedad, and dedicated herself to organizing her correspondence with the invisible doctors, which had been upset by Meme's trouble. The first thing that she did was to set a definite date for the postponed telepathic operation. But the invisible doctors answered her that it was not wise so long as the state of social agitation continued in Macondo. She was so urgent and so poorly informed that she explained to them in another letter that there was no such state of agitation, and that everything was the result of the lunacy of a brother-in-law of hers who was fiddling around at that time in that labour union nonsense, just as he had been involved with cockfighting and riverboats before. They were still not in agreement on the hot Wednesday when an aged nun knocked at the door, bearing a small basket on her arm. When she opened the door, Santa Sofia de la Piedad thought that it was a gift, and tried to take the small basket that was covered with a lovely lace wrap. But the nun stopped her, because she had instructions to give it personally and with the strictest secrecy to Dona Fernanda del Carpio de Buendia. It was Meme's son. Fernanda's former spiritual director explained to her in a letter that he had been born 2 months before, and that they had taken the privilege of baptizing him Aureliano for his grandfather, because his mother would not open her lips to tell them her wishes. Fernanda rose up inside against that trick of fate, but she had sufficient strength to hide it in front of the nun. "We'll tell them that we found it floating in the basket," she said, smiling. "No one will believe it," the nun said. "If they believe it in the Bible," Fernanda replied, "I don't see why they shouldn't believe it from me." The nun lunched at the house while she waited for the train back, and in accordance with the discretion they asked of her, she did not mention the child again, but Fernanda viewed her as an undesirable witness of her shame, and lamented the fact that they had abandoned the medieval custom of hanging a messenger who bore bad news. It was then that she decided to drown the child in the cistern as soon as the nun left, but her heart was not strong enough, and she preferred to wait patiently until the infinite goodness of God would free her from the annoyance. The new Aureliano was a year old when the tension of the people broke with no forewarning. José Arcadio Segundo and other Union leaders who had remained underground until then suddenly appeared one weekend and organized demonstrations in towns throughout the Banana region. The police merely maintained public order. But on Monday night, the leaders were taken from their homes and sent to jail in the capital of the province with 2-pound irons on their legs. Taken among them were José Arcadio Segundo and Lorenzo Gavilan, a colonel in the Mexican Revolution, exiled in Macondo, who said that he had been witness to the heroism of his comrade Artemio Cruz. They were set free, however, within 3 months, because of the fact that the government and the Banana Company could not reach an agreement as to who should feed them in jail. The protests of the workers this time were based on the lack of sanitary facilities in their living quarters, the non-existence of medical services, and terrible working conditions. They stated, furthermore, that they were not being paid in real money but in scrip, which was good only to buy Virginia ham in the company commissaries. José Arcadio Segundo was put in jail because he revealed that the scrip system was a way for the company to finance its fruit ships, which, without the commissary merchandise, would have to return empty from New Orleans to the banana ports. The other complaints were common knowledge. The company physicians did not examine the sick, but had them line up behind one another in the dispensaries, and a nurse would put a pill, the colour of copper sulphate, on their tongues, whether they had malaria, gonorrhea, or constipation. It was a cure that was so common that children would stand in line several times, and instead of swallowing the pills, would take them home to use as bingo markers. The company workers were crowded together in miserable barracks. The engineers, instead of putting in toilets, had a portable latrine for every 50 people brought to the camps at Christmas time, and they held public demonstrations of how to use them so that they would last longer. The decrepit lawyers dressed in black, who during other times had besieged Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and who now were controlled by the Banana Company, dismissed those demands with decisions that seemed like acts of magic. When the workers drew up a list of unanimous petitions, a long time passed before they were able to notify the Banana Company officially. As soon as he found out about the agreement, Mr. Brown hitched his luxurious glassed-in coach to the train and disappeared from Macondo, along with the more prominent representatives of his company. Nonetheless, some workers found one of them the following Saturday in a brothel, and they made him sign a copy of the sheet with the demands while he was naked with the women who had helped to entrap him. The mournful lawyers showed in court that that man had nothing to do with the company, and in order that no one doubt their arguments, they had him jailed as an impostor. Later on, Mr. Brown was surprised travelling incognito in a third-class coach, and they made him sign another copy of the demands. On the following day, he appeared before the judges with his hair dyed black and speaking flawless Spanish. The lawyers showed that the man was not Mr. Jack Brown, the superintendent of the Banana Company, born in Prattville, Alabama, but a harmless vendor of medicinal plants, born in Macondo, and baptized there with the name of Dagoberto Fonseca. A while later, faced with a new attempt by the workers, the lawyers publicly exhibited Mr. Brown's death certificate, attested to by consuls and foreign ministers, which bore witness that on June 9th last he had been run over by a fire engine in Chicago, Tired of that hermeneutical delirium, the workers turned away from the authorities in Macondo and brought their complaints up to the higher courts. It was there that the sleight-of-hand lawyers proved that the demands lacked all validity, for the simple reason that the banana company did not have, never had had, and never would have any workers in its service, because they were all hired on a temporary and occasional basis. So that the fable of the Virginia ham was nonsense, the same as that of the miraculous pills and the Yuletide toilets. And by a decision of the court, it was established and set down in solemn decrees that the workers did not exist. The great strike broke out. Cultivation stopped halfway, the fruit rotted on the trees, and the 120-car trains remained on the sidings. The idle workers overflowed the towns. The Street of the Turks echoed with a Saturday that lasted for several days, and in the pool-room at the Hotel Jacob they had to arrange 24-hour shifts. That was where José Arcadio Segundo was on the day it was announced that the army had been assigned to re-establish public order. Although he was not a man given to omens, the news was like an announcement of death that he had been waiting for ever since that distant morning when Colonel Gerineldo Marquez had let him see an execution. The bad omen did not change his solemnity, however. He took the shot he had planned, and it was good. A short time later, the drumbeats, the shrill of the bugle, the shouting and running of the people told him that not only had the game of pool come to an end, but also the silent and solitary game that he had been playing with himself ever since that dawn execution. Then he went out into the street and saw them. There were 3 regiments, whose march in time to a galley drum made the earth tremble. Their snorting of a many-headed dragon filled the glow of noon with a pestilential vapour. They were short, stocky, and brute-like. They perspired with the sweat of a horse, and had a smell of sun-tanned hide and the taciturn and impenetrable perseverance of men from the uplands. Although it took them over an hour to pass by, one might have thought that they were only a few squads marching in a circle, because they were all identical, sons of the same bitch, and with the same stolidity they all bore the weight of their packs and canteens, the shame of their rifles with fixed bayonets, and the chancre of blind obedience and a sense of honour. Ursula heard them pass from her bed in the shadows, and she made a cross with her fingers. Santa Sofia de la Piedad existed for an instant, leaning over the embroidered tablecloth that she had just ironed, and she thought of her son, José Arcadio Segundo, who without changing expression watched the last soldiers pass by the door of the Hotel Jacob. Martial law enabled the army to assume the functions of arbitrator in the controversy, but no effort at conciliation was made. As soon as they appeared in Macondo, the soldiers put aside their rifles and cut and loaded the bananas and started the trains running. The workers, who had been content to wait until then, went into the woods with no other weapons but their working machetes, and they began to sabotage the sabotage. They burned plantations and commissaries, tore up tracks to impede the passage of the trains that began to open their path with machine-gun fire, and they cut telegraph and telephone wires. The irrigation ditches were stained with blood. Mr. Brown, who was alive in the electrified chicken coop, was taken out of Macondo with his family and those of his fellow countrymen and brought to a safe place under the protection of the army. The situation was threatening to lead to a bloody and unequal civil war when the authorities called upon the workers to gather in Macondo. The summons announced that the civil and military leader of the province would arrive on the following Friday, ready to intercede in the conflict. José Arcadio Segundo was in the crowd that had gathered at the station on Friday since early in the morning. He had taken part in a meeting of union leaders and had been commissioned, along with Colonel Gavilan, to mingle in the crowd and orient it according to how things went. He did not feel well, and a salty paste was beginning to collect on his palate, when he noticed that the army had set up machine-gun emplacements around the small square, and that the wired city of the Banana Company was protected by artillery pieces. Around 12 o'clock, waiting for a train that was not arriving, more than 3,000 people, workers, women and children, had spilled out of the open space in front of the station and were pressing into the neighbouring streets, which the army had closed off with rows of machine guns. At that time, it all seemed more like a jubilant fair than a waiting crowd. They had brought over the fritter and drink stands from the Street of the Turks, and the people were in good spirits as they bore the tedium of waiting and the scorching sun. A short time before 3 o'clock, the rumour spread that the official train would not arrive until the following day. The crowd let out a sigh of disappointment. An army lieutenant then climbed up onto the roof of the station, where there were 4 machine-gun emplacements, aiming at the crowd, and called for silence. Next to José Arcadio Segundo, there was a barefooted woman, very fat, with 2 children between the ages of 4 and 7. She was carrying the smaller one, and she asked José Arcadio Segundo, without knowing him, if he would lift up the other one so that he could hear better. José Arcadio Segundo put the child on his shoulders. Many years later, that child would still tell, to the disbelief of all, that he had seen the lieutenant reading Decree No. 4 of the civil and military leader of the province through an old phonograph horn. It had been signed by General Carlos Cortés Vargas and his secretary, Major Enrique García Izaza, and in 3 articles of 80 words, he declared the strikers to be a bunch of hoodlums, and he authorized the army to shoot to kill. After the decree was read, in the midst of a deafening hoot of protest, a captain took the place of the lieutenant on the roof of the station, and with the horn he signalled that he wanted to speak. The crowd was quiet again. "Ladies and gentlemen," the captain said in a low voice that was slow and a little tired, "you have 5 minutes to withdraw." The redoubled hooting and shouting drowned out the bugle call that announced the start of the count. No one moved. 5 minutes have passed, the captain said in the same tone. 1 more minute, and we'll open fire. José Arcadio Segundo, sweating ice, lowered the child and gave him to the woman. "Those bastards might just shoot," she murmured. José Arcadio Segundo did not have time to speak, because at that instant he recognized the hoarse voice of Colonel Gavilan, echoing the words of the woman with a shout. Intoxicated by the tension, by the miraculous depth of the silence, and furthermore convinced that nothing could move that crowd, held tight in a fascination with death, José Arcadio Segundo raised himself up over the heads in front of him, and for the first time in his life he raised his voice. "You bastards," he shouted, "take the extra minute and stick it up your ass." After his shout, something happened that did not bring on fright, but a kind of hallucination. The captain gave the order to fire, and 14 machine guns answered at once. But it all seemed like a farce. It was as if the machine guns had been loaded with caps, because their panting rattle could be heard and their incandescent spitting could be seen, but not the slightest reaction was perceived, not a cry, not even a sigh among the compact crowd that seemed petrified by an instantaneous invulnerability. Suddenly, on one side of the station, a cry of death tore open the enchantment. "Ah, mother!" A seismic voice, a volcanic breath. The roar of a cataclysm broke out in the centre of the crowd, with a great potential of expansion. José Arcadio Segundo barely had time to pick up the child, while the mother with the other one was swallowed up by the crowd that swirled about in panic. Many years later, that child would still tell, in spite of people thinking that he was a crazy old man, how José Arcadio Segundo had lifted him over his head and hauled him, almost in the air, as if floating on the terror of the crowd, towards a nearby street. The child's privileged position allowed him to see at that moment that the wild mass was starting to get to the corner, and the row of machine guns opened fire. Several voices shouted at the same time, "Get down! Get down!" The people in front had already done so, swept down by the wave of bullets. The survivors, instead of getting down, tried to go back to the small square, and the panic became a dragon's tail as one compact wave ran against another, which was moving in the opposite direction, towards the other dragon's tail in the street across the way, where the machine guns were also firing without cease. They were penned in, swirling about in a gigantic whirlwind that little by little was being reduced to its epicenter, as the edges were systematically being cut off all around, like an onion being peeled by the insatiable and methodical shears of the machine guns. The child saw a woman kneeling with her arms in the shape of a cross in an open space, mysteriously free of the stampede. José Arcadio Segundo put him up there at the moment he fell with his face bathed in blood, before the colossal troop wiped out the empty space, the kneeling woman, the light of the high, drought-stricken sky, and the whorish world where Ursula Iguaran had sold so many little candy animals. When José Arcadio Segundo came to, he was lying face up in the darkness. He realized that he was riding on an endless and silent train, and that his head was caked with dry blood, and that all his bones ached. He felt an intolerable desire to sleep. Prepared to sleep for many hours, safe from the terror and the horror, he made himself comfortable on the side that pained him less, and only then did he discover that he was lying against dead people. There was no free space in the car except for an aisle in the middle. Several hours must have passed since the massacre, because the corpses had the same temperature as plaster in autumn, and the same consistency of petrified foam that it had, and those who had put them in the car had had time to pile them up in the same way in which they transported bunches of bananas. Trying to flee from the nightmare, José Arcadio Segundo dragged himself from one car or another in the direction in which the train was heading, and in the flashes of light that broke through the wooden slats as they went through sleeping towns, he saw the man corpses, woman corpses, child corpses, who would be thrown into the sea like rejected bananas. He recognized only a woman who sold drinks in the square, and Colonel Gavilan, who still held wrapped in his hand the belt with a buckle of Morelia silver, with which he had tried to open his way through the panic. When he got to the first car, he jumped into the darkness and lay beside the tracks until the train had passed. It was the longest one he had ever seen, with almost 200 freight cars and a locomotive at either end, and a third one in the middle. It had no lights, not even the red and green running lights, and it slipped off with a nocturnal and stealthy velocity. On top of the cars there could be seen the dark shapes of the soldiers with their emplaced machine guns. After midnight, a torrential cloudburst came up. José Arcadio Segundo did not know where it was that he had jumped off, but he knew that by going in the opposite direction to that of the train, he would reach Macondo. After walking for more than 3 hours, soaked to the skin, with a terrible headache, he was able to make out the first houses in the light of dawn. Attracted by the smell of coffee, he went into a kitchen where a woman with a child in her arms was leaning over the stove. "Hello," he said, exhausted. I'm José Arcadio Segundo Buendia. He pronounced his whole name, letter by letter, in order to convince her that he was alive. He was wise in doing so, because the woman had thought that he was an apparition, as she saw the dirty, shadowy figure, with his head and clothing dirty with blood, and touched with the solemnity of death, come through the door. She recognized him. She brought him a blanket, so that he could wrap himself up while his clothes dried by the fire. She warmed some water to wash his wound, which was only a flesh wound, and she gave him a clean diaper to bandage his head. Then she gave him a mug of coffee without sugar, as she had been told the Buendias drank it, and she spread his clothing out near the fire. José Arcadio Segundo did not speak until he had finished drinking his coffee. "There must have been 3,000 of them," he murmured. "What?" "The dead," he clarified. "It must have been all of the people who were at the station." The woman measured him with a pitying look. "There haven't been any dead here," she said. "Since the time of your uncle, the colonel, nothing has happened in Macondo." In the 3 kitchens where José Arcadio Segundo stopped before reaching home, they told him the same thing. There weren't any dead. He went through the small square by the station, and he saw the fritter stands piled one on top of the other, and he could find no trace of the massacre. The streets were deserted under the persistent rain, and the houses locked up with no trace of life inside. The only human note was the first tolling of the bells for Mass. He knocked at the door of Colonel Gavilan's house. A pregnant woman, whom he had seen several times, closed the door in his face. "Oh, he left," she said, frightened. "He went back to his own country." The main entrance to the wire chicken coop was guarded, as always, by 2 local policemen, who looked as if they were made of stone under the rain, with raincoats and rubber boots. On their marginal street, the West Indian Negroes were singing their Saturday psalms. José Arcadio Segundo jumped over the courtyard wall and entered the house through the kitchen. Santa Sofia de la Piedad barely raised her voice. "Don't let Fernanda see you," she said. "She's just getting up." As if she were fulfilling an implicit pact, she took her son to the chamber pot room, arranged Melquiadesh's broken-down cot for him, and at 2 in the afternoon, while Fernanda was taking her siesta, she passed a plate of food in to him through the window. Aureliano Segundo had slept at home because the rain had caught him there, and at 3 in the afternoon he was still waiting for it to clear. Informed in secret by Santa Sofia de la Piedad, he visited his brother in Melquiadesh's room at that time. He did not believe the version of the massacre, or the nightmare trip of the train loaded with corpses travelling towards the sea, either. The night before he had read an extraordinary proclamation to the nation which said that the workers had left the station and had returned home in peaceful groups. The proclamation also stated that the union leaders, with great patriotic spirit, had reduced their demands to 2 points: a reform of medical services and the building of latrines in the living quarters. It was stated later that when the military authorities obtained the agreement with the workers, they hastened to tell Mr. Brown, and he not only accepted the new conditions, but offered to pay for 3 days of public festivities to celebrate the end of the conflict. Except that when the military asked him on what date they could announce the signing of the agreement, he looked out the window at the sky crossed with lightning flashes and made a profound gesture of doubt. "When all the rain stops," he said. "As long as the rain lasts, we're suspending all activities." It had not rained for 3 months, and there had been a drought. But when Mr. Brown announced his decision, a torrential downpour spread over the whole banana region. It was the one that caught José Arcadio II on his way to Macondo. A week later, it was still raining. The official version, repeated 1,000 times and mangled out all over the country by every means of communication the government found at hand, was finally accepted. There was no dead, the satisfied workers had gone back to their families, and the banana company was suspending all activity until the rain stopped. Martial law continued with an eye to the necessity of taking emergency measures for the public disaster of the endless downpour, but the troops were confined to quarters. During the day, the soldiers walked through the torrents in the streets with their pant legs rolled up, playing with boats with the children. At night, after taps, they knocked doors down with their rifle butts, hauled suspects out of their beds, and took them off on trips from which there was no return. The search for and extermination of the hoodlums, murderers, arsonists, and rebels of Decree No. 4 was still going on, but the military denied it even to the relatives of the victims who crowded the commandant's offices in search of news. "Oh, you must have been dreaming," the officers insisted. "Nothing has happened in Macondo. Nothing has ever happened, and nothing ever will happen. This is a happy town." In that way, they were finally able to wipe out the union leaders. The only survivor was José Arcadio II. One February night, the unmistakable blows of rifle butts were heard at the door. Aureliano II, who was still waiting for it to clear, opened the door to 6 soldiers under the command of an officer. Soaking from the rain, without saying a word, they searched the house room by room, closet by closet, from parlour to pantry. Ursula woke up when they turned on the light in her room, and she did not breathe while the search went on, but held her fingers in the shape of a cross, pointing them to where the soldiers were moving about. Santa Sofia de la Piedad managed to warn José Arcadio II, who was sleeping in Melquiades' room, but he could see that it was too late to try to escape. So Santa Sofia de la Piedad locked the door again, and he put on his shirt and his shoes and sat down on the cot to wait for them. At that moment, they were searching the gold workshop. The officer made them open the padlock, and with a quick sweep of his lantern he saw the workbench and the glass cupboard with bottles of acid and instruments that were still where their owner had left them, and he seemed to understand that no one lived in that room. He wisely asked Aureliano II if he was a silversmith, however, and the latter explained to him that it had been Colonel Aureliano Buendia's workshop. "Oh ho," the officer said, turned on the lights, and ordered such a minute search that they did not miss the 18 little gold fishes that had not been melted down, and that were hidden behind the bottles in their tin can. The officer examined them one by one on the workbench, and then he turned human. "I'd like to take one, if I may," he said. "At one time they were a mark of subversion, but now they're relics." He was young, almost an adolescent, with no sign of timidity, and with a natural, pleasant manner that had not shown itself until then. Aureliano II gave him the little fish. The officer put it in his shirt pocket with a childlike glow in his eyes, and he put the others back in the can and set it back where it had been. "It's a wonderful memento," he said. "Colonel Aureliano Buendia was one of our greatest men." Nevertheless, that surge of humanity did not alter his professional conduct. At Melquiades' room, which was locked up again with the padlock, Santa Sofia de la Piedad tried one last hope. "No one has lived in that room for a century," she said. The officer had it opened and flashed the beam of the lantern over it, and Aureliano II and Santa Sofia de la Piedad saw the Arab eyes of José Arcadio II at the moment when the ray of light passed over his face, and they understood that it was the end of one anxiety and the beginning of another, which would find relief only in resignation. But the officer continued examining the room with the lantern, and showed no sign of interest until he discovered the 72 chamber pots piled up in the cupboards. Then he turned on the light. José Arcadio Segundo was sitting on the edge of the cot, ready to go, more solemn and pensive than ever. In the background were the shelves with the shredded books, the rolls of parchment, and the clean and orderly work table with the ink still fresh in the inkwells. There was the same pureness in the air, the same clarity, the same respite from dust and destruction that Aureliano Segundo had known in childhood, and that only Colonel Aureliano Buendia could not perceive. But the officer was only interested in the chamber pots. "How many people live in this house?" he asked. "5. The officer obviously did not understand. He paused with his glance on the space where Aureliano Segundo and Santa Sofia de la Piedad were still seeing José Arcadio Segundo, and the latter also realized that the soldier was looking at him without seeing him. Then he turned out the light and closed the door. When he spoke to the soldiers, Aureliano Segundo understood that the young officer had seen the room with the same eyes as Colonel Aureliano Buendia. "It's obvious that no one has been in that room for at least 100 years, the officer said to the soldiers. "There must even be snakes in there." When the door closed, José Arcadio Segundo was sure that the war was over. Years before, Colonel Aureliano Buendia had spoken to him about the fascination of war, and had tried to show it to him with countless examples drawn from his own experience. He had believed him. But the night when the soldiers looked at him without seeing him, while he thought about the tension of the past few months, the misery of jail, the panic at the station, and the train loaded with dead people, José Arcadio Segundo reached the conclusion that Colonel Aureliano Buendia was nothing but a faker or an imbecile. He could not understand why he had needed so many words to explain what he felt in war, because one was enough: fear. In Melquiades's room, on the other hand, protected by the supernatural light, by the sound of the rain, by the feeling of being invisible, he found the repose that he had not had for one single instant during his previous life, and the only fear that remained was that they would bury him alive. He told Santa Sofia de la Piedad about it when she brought him his daily meals, and she promised to struggle to stay alive even beyond her natural forces, in order to make sure that they would bury him dead. Free from all fear, José Arcadio Segundo dedicated himself then to peruse the manuscripts of Melquiades many times, and with so much more pleasure when he could not understand them. He became accustomed to the sound of the rain, which after 2 months had become another form of silence, and the only thing that disturbed his solitude was the coming and going of Santa Sofia de la Piedad. He asked her, therefore, to leave the meals on the window-sill and padlock the door. The rest of the family forgot about him, including Fernanda, who did not mind leaving him there when she found that the soldiers had seen him without recognizing him. After 6 months of enclosure, since the soldiers had left Macondo, Aureliano Segundo removed the padlock, looking for someone he could talk to until the rain stopped. As soon as he opened the door, he felt the pestilential attack of the chamber pots, which were placed on the floor and all of which had been used several times. José Arcadio Segundo, devoured by baldness, indifferent to the air that had been sharpened by the nauseating vapours, was still reading and rereading the unintelligible parchments. He was illuminated by a seraphic glow. He scarcely raised his eyes when he heard the door open, but that look was enough for his brother to see repeated in it the irreparable fate of his great-grandfather. There were more than 3,000 of them, was all that José Arcadio Segundo said. "I'm sure now that they were everybody who had been at the station. It rained for 4 years, 11 months, and 2 days. There were periods of drizzle during which everyone put on his full dress and a convalescent look to celebrate the clearing, but people soon grew accustomed to interpret the pauses as a sign of redoubled rain. The sky crumbled into a set of destructive storms, and out of the north came hurricanes that scattered roofs about and knocked down walls and uprooted every last plant of the banana groves. Just as during the insomnia plague, as Ursula came to remember during those days, the calamity itself inspired defences against boredom. Aureliano II was one of those who worked hardest not to be conquered by idleness. He had gone home for some minor matter on the night that Mr. Brown unleashed the storm, and Fernanda tried to help him with a half-blown-out umbrella that she found in a closet. "I don't need it," he said. "I'll stay until it clears." That was not, of course, an ironclad promise, but he would accomplish it literally. Since his clothes were at Petra Kotesh, every 3 days he would take off what he had on and wait in his shorts until they were washed. In order not to become bored, he dedicated himself to the task of repairing the many things that needed fixing in the house. He adjusted hinges, oiled locks, screwed knockers tight, and planed door jambs. For several months he was seen wandering about with a toolbox that the gypsies must have left behind in José Arcadio Buendia's days, and no one knew whether because of the involuntary exercise, the winter tedium, or the imposed abstinence, but his belly was deflating little by little like a wineskin, and his face of a beatific tortoise was becoming less bloodshot, and his double chin less prominent, until he became less pachydermic all over, and was able to tie his own shoes again. Watching him putting in latches and repairing clocks, Fernanda wondered whether or not he too might be falling into the vice of building so that he could take apart, like Colonel Aureliano Buendia and his little gold fishes. Amaranta and her shroud and her buttons, José Arcadio and the parchments, and Ursula and her memories. But that was not the case. The worst part was that the rain was affecting everything, and the driest of machines would have flowers popping out among their gears if they were not oiled every 3 days. And the threads in the brocades rusted, and wet clothing would break out in a rash of saffron-coloured moss. The air was so damp that fish could have come in through the doors and swum out the windows, floating through the atmosphere in the rooms. One morning, Ursula woke up feeling that she was reaching her end in a placid swoon, and she had already asked them to take her to Father Antonio Isabel, even if it had to be on a stretcher, when Santa Sofia de la Piedad discovered that her back was paved with leeches. She took them off one by one, crushing them with a firebrand before they bled her to death. It was necessary to dig canals to get the water out of the house and rid it of the frogs and snails, so that they could dry the floors and take the bricks from under the bedposts, and walk in shoes once more. Occupied with the many small details that called for his attention, Aureliano II did not realize that he was getting old, until one afternoon when he found himself contemplating the premature dusk from a rocking chair, and thinking about Petra Kotesh without quivering. There would have been no problem in going back to Fernanda's insipid love, because her beauty had become solemn with age. But the rain had spared him from all emergencies of passion, and had filled him with the spongy serenity of a lack of appetite. He amused himself thinking about the things that he could have done in other times with that rain which had already lasted a year. He had been one of the first to bring zinc sheets to Macondo, much earlier than their popularization by the Banana Company, simply to roof Petra Kotesh's bedroom with them, and to take pleasure in the feeling of deep intimacy that the sprinkling of the rain produced at that time. But even those wild memories of his mad youth left him unmoved, just as during his last debauch he had exhausted his quota of salaciousness, and all he had left was the marvellous gift of being able to remember it without bitterness or repentance. It might have been thought that the deluge had given him the opportunity to sit and reflect, and that the business of the pliers and the oil can had awakened in him the tardy yearning of so many useful trades that he might have followed in his life, and did not. But neither case was true, because the temptation of a sedentary domesticity that was besieging him was not the result of any rediscovery or moral lesson. It came from much farther off, unearthed by the rain's pitchfork from the days when in Melchiadesh's room he would read the prodigious fables about flying carpets and whales that fed on entire ships and their crews. It was during those days that in a moment of carelessness little Aureliano appeared on the porch, and his grandfather recognized the secret of his identity. He cut his hair, dressed him, taught him not to be afraid of people, and very soon it was evident that he was a legitimate Aureliano Buendia, with his high cheekbones, his startled look, and his solitary air. It was a relief for Fernanda. For some time she had measured the extent of her pridefulness, but she could not find any way to remedy it, because the more she thought of solutions, the less rational they seemed to her. If she had known that Aureliano Segundo was going to take things the way he did, with the fine pleasure of a grandfather, she would not have taken so many turns or got so mixed up, but would have freed herself from mortification the year before. Amaranta Ursula, who already had her second teeth, thought of her nephew as a scurrying toy who was a consolation for the tedium of the rain. Aureliano Segundo remembered then the English encyclopedia that no one had since touched in Meme's old room. He began to show the children the pictures, especially those of animals, and later on the maps and photographs of remote countries and famous people. Since he did not know any English, and could identify only the most famous cities and people, he would invent names and legends to satisfy the children's insatiable curiosity. Fernanda really believed that her husband was waiting for it to clear to return to his concubine. During the first months of the reign, she was afraid that he would try to slip into her bedroom, and that she would have to undergo the shame of revealing to him that she was incapable of reconciliation since the birth of Amaranta Ursula. That was the reason for her anxious correspondence with the invisible doctors, interrupted by frequent disasters of the mail. During the first months, when it was learned that the trains were jumping their tracks in the rain, a letter from the invisible doctors told her that hers were not arriving. Later on, when contact with unknown correspondents was broken, she had seriously thought of putting on the tiger mask that her husband had worn in the bloody carnival, and having herself examined under a fictitious name by the Banana Company doctors. But one of the many people who regularly brought unpleasant news of the deluge had told her that the company was dismantling its dispensaries to move them to where it was not raining. Then she gave up hope. She resigned herself to waiting until the rain stopped and the mail service was back to normal, and in the meantime she sought relief from her secret ailments with recourse to her imagination, because she would rather have died than put herself in the hands of the only doctor left in Macondo, the extravagant Frenchman who ate grass like a donkey. She drew close to Ursula, trusting that she would know some of the palliative for her attacks. But her twisted habit of not calling things by their names made her put first things last, and use expelled for gave birth, and burning for flow, so that it would all be less shameful, with the result that Ursula reached the reasonable conclusion that her trouble was intestinal rather than uterine, and she advised her to take a dose of calomel on an empty stomach. If it had not been for that suffering, which would have had nothing shameful about it for someone who did not suffer as well from shamefulness, and if it had not been for the loss of the letters, the rain would not have bothered Fernanda, because, after all, her whole life had been spent as if it had been raining. She did not change her schedule or modify her ritual. When the table was still raised up on bricks and the chairs put on planks so that those at the table would not get their feet wet, she still served with linen tablecloths and fine chinaware and with lighted candles, because she felt that the calamities should not be used as a pretext for any relaxation in customs. No one went out into the street any more. If it had depended on Fernanda, they would never have done so. Not only since it started raining, but since long before that, because she felt that doors had been invented to stay closed, and that curiosity for what was going on in the streets was a matter for harlots. Yet she was the first one to look out when they were told that the funeral procession for Colonel Gabriel Márquez was passing by, and even though she only watched it through the half-opened window, it left her in such a state of affliction that for a long time she repented of her weakness. She could not have conceived of a more desolate cortege. They had put the coffin in an ox cart, over which they built a canopy of banana leaves, but the pressure of the rain was so intense, and the streets so muddy, that with every step the wheels got stuck, and the covering was on the verge of falling apart. The streams of sad water that fell on the coffin were soaking the flag that had been placed on top, which was actually the flag stained with blood and gunpowder that had been rejected by more honourable veterans. On the coffin they had also placed the sabre with tassels of silver and copper, the same one that Colonel Gabriel Márquez used to hang on the coat rack in order to go into Amaranta's sewing room unarmed. Behind the cart, some barefoot, and all of them with their pants rolled up, splashing in the mud, were the last survivors of the surrender at Neerlandia, carrying a drover's staff in one hand, and in the other a wreath of paper flowers that had become discoloured in the rain. They appeared like an unreal vision along the street, which still bore the name of Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and they all looked at the house as they passed, and turned the corner at the square, where they had to ask for help to move the cart, which was stuck. Ursula had herself carried to the door by Santa Sofia de la Piedad. She followed the difficulties of the procession with such attention that no one doubted that she was seeing it, especially because her raised hand of an archangelic messenger was moving with the swaying of the cart. "Goodbye, Gerineldo, my son," she shouted. "Say hello to my people, and tell them I'll see them when it stops raining." Aureliano II helped her back to bed, and with the same informality with which he always treated her, he asked her the meaning of her farewell. "It's true," she said. "I'm only waiting for the rain to stop in order to die." The condition of the streets alarmed Aureliano II. He finally became worried about the state of his animals, and he threw an oilcloth over his head and went to Petra Cortes's house. He found her in the courtyard, in the water up to her waist, trying to float the corpse of a horse. Aureliano II helped her with a lever, and the enormous swollen body gave a turn like a bell and was dragged away by the torrent of liquid mud. Since the rain began, all that Petra Cortes had done was to clear her courtyard of dead animals. During the first weeks, she sent messages to Aureliano II for him to take urgent measures, and he had answered that there was no rush, that the situation was not alarming, that there would be plenty of time to think about something when it cleared. She sent him word that the horse pastures were being flooded, that the cattle were fleeing to high ground, where there was nothing to eat, and where they were at the mercy of jaguars and sickness. "There's nothing to be done," Aureliano II answered her. "Others will be born when it clears." Petra Cortes had seen them die in clusters, and she was able to butcher only those stuck in the mud. She saw with quiet impotence how the deluge was pitilessly exterminating a fortune that at one time was considered the largest and most solid in Macondo, and of which nothing remained but pestilence. When Aureliano II decided to go see what was going on, he found only the corpse of the horse and a squalid mule in the ruins of the stable. Petra Kotesh watched him arrive without surprise, joy, or resentment, and she only allowed herself an ironic smile. "It's about time," she said. She had aged, all skin and bones, and her tapered eyes of a carnivorous animal had become sad and tame from looking at the rain so much. Aureliano Segundo stayed at her house more than 3 months, not because he felt better there than in that of his family, but because he needed all that time to make the decision to throw the piece of oilcloth back over his head. "There's no rush," he said, as he had said in the other house. "Let's hope that it clears in the next few hours." During the course of the first week, he became accustomed to the inroads that time and the rain had made in the health of his concubine, and little by little he was seeing her as she had been before, remembering her jubilant excesses and the delirious fertility that her love provoked in the animals, and partly through love, partly through interest, one night during the second week he awoke her with urgent caresses. Petra Kotesh did not react. "Go back to sleep," she murmured. "These aren't times for things like that." Aureliano Segundo saw himself in the mirrors on the ceiling, saw Petra Kotesh's spinal column like a row of spools strung together along a cluster of withered nerves, and he saw that she was right, not because of the times, but because of themselves, who were no longer up to those things. Aureliano Segundo returned home with his trunks, convinced that not only Ursula, but all the inhabitants of Macondo were waiting for it to clear in order to die. He had seen them as he passed by, sitting in their parlours with an absorbed look and folded arms, feeling unbroken time pass, relentless time, because it was useless to divide it into months and years, and the days into hours, when one could do nothing but contemplate the rain. The children greeted Aureliano Segundo with excitement, because he was playing the asthmatic accordion for them again. But the concerts did not attract their attention as much as the sessions with the encyclopedia, and once more they got together in Meme's room, where Aureliano Segundo's imagination changed a dirigible into a flying elephant who was looking for a place to sleep among the clouds. On one occasion he came across a man on horseback who, in spite of his strange outfit, had a familiar look, and after examining him closely, he came to the conclusion that it was a picture of Colonel Aureliano Buendia. He showed it to Fernanda, and she also admitted the resemblance of the horseman not only to the colonel, but to everybody in the family, although he was actually a Tartar warrior. Time passed in that way, with the Colossus of Rhodes and snake charmers, until his wife told him that there were only 3 pounds of dried meat and a sack of rice left in the pantry. "Well, what do you want me to do about it?" he asked. "I don't know," Fernanda answered. "That's men's business." "Well," Aureliano Segundo said, "something will be done when it clears." He was more interested in the encyclopedia than in the domestic problem, even when he had to content himself with a scrap of meat and a little rice for lunch. "Oh, it's impossible to do anything now," he would say. "It can't rain for the rest of our lives." And while the urgencies of the pantry grew greater, Fernanda's indignation also grew, until her eventual protests, her infrequent outbursts, came forth in an uncontained, unchained torrent that began one morning like the monotonous drone of a guitar, and as the day advanced rose in pitch, richer and more splendid. Aureliano Segundo was not aware of the sing-song until the following day after breakfast, when he felt himself being bothered by a buzzing that was by then more fluid and louder than the sound of the rain. And it was Fernanda, who was walking throughout the house, complaining that they had raised her to be a queen only to have her end up as a servant in a madhouse with a lazy, idolatrous, libertine husband who lay on his back waiting for bread to rain down from heaven, while she was straining her kidneys trying to keep afloat a home held together with pins, where there was so much to do, so much to bear up under, and repairs from the time God gave his morning sunlight until it was time to go to bed, that when she got there her eyes were full of ground glass, and yet no one ever said to her, "Good morning, Fernanda, did you sleep well?" nor had they asked her, even out of courtesy, why she was so pale, or why she awoke with purple rings under her eyes, in spite of the fact that she expected it, of course, from a family that had always considered her a nuisance, an old rag, a booby painted on the wall, and who were always going around saying things against her behind her back, calling her church mouse, calling her Pharisee, calling her crafty, and even Amaranta, may she rest in peace, had said aloud that she was one of those people who could not tell their rectums from their ashes. God have mercy, such words! And she had tolerated everything with resignation because of the Holy Father. But she had not been able to tolerate it any more when that evil José Arcadio Segundo said that the damnation of the family had come when it opened its doors to a stuck-up Highlander. Just imagine, a bossy Highlander, Lord save us, a Highland daughter of evil spit of the same stripe as the Highlanders the government sent to kill workers, you tell me. And he was referring to no one but her, the godchild of the Duke of Alba, a lady of such lineage that she made the liver of presidents' wives quiver, a noble dame, of fine blood like her, who had the right to sign 11 peninsular names, and who was the only mortal creature in that town full of bastards who did not feel all confused at the sight of 16 pieces of silverware, so that her adulterous husband could die of laughter afterwards, and say that so many knives and forks and spoons were not meant for a human being but for a centipede, and the only one who could tell with her eyes closed when the white wine was served, and on what side, and in which glass, and when the red wine, and on what side and in which glass, and not like that peasant of an Amaranta, may she rest in peace, who thought that white wine was served in the daytime, and red wine at night, and the only one on the whole coast who could take pride in the fact that she took care of her bodily needs only in golden chamber pots, so that Colonel Aureliano Buendia, may he rest in peace, could have the effrontery to ask her, with his Masonic ill-humour, where she had received that privilege, and whether she did not shit, but shat sweet basil, just imagine, with those very words. And so that Renata, her own daughter, who through an oversight had seen her stool in the bedroom, had answered that even if the pot was all gold and with a coat of arms, what was inside was pure shit, physical shit, and worse even than any other kind because it was stuck-up Highland shit. Just imagine, her own daughter. So that she never had any illusions about the rest of the family. But in any case, she had had the right to expect a little more consideration from her husband, because for better or for worse, he was her consecrated spouse, her helpmate, her legal despoiler, who took upon himself of his own free and sovereign will the grave responsibility of taking her away from her paternal home, where she never wanted for or suffered from anything, where she wove funeral wreaths as a pastime, since her godfather had sent a letter with his signature and the stamp of his ring on the sealing-wax, simply to say that the hands of his goddaughter were not meant for tasks of this world, except to play the clavichord. And nevertheless, her insane husband had taken her from her home with all manner of admonitions and warnings, and had brought her to that frying-pan of hell where a person could not breathe because of the heat. And before she had completed her Pentecostal fast, he had gone off with his wandering trunks and his wastrel's accordion to loaf in adultery with a wretch of whom it was only enough to see her behind. Well, that's been said, to see her wiggle her behind, her mare's behind, in order to guess that she was just the opposite of her, who was a lady in a palace or a pigsty, at the table or in bed, a lady of breeding, God-fearing, obeying his laws and submissive to his wishes, and with whom he could not perform naturally the acrobatics and trampish antics that he did with the other one, who of course was ready for anything, like the French matrons, and even worse if one considers well, because they at least had the honesty to put a red light at their door. Swinishness like that, just imagine. And that was all that was needed by the only and beloved daughter of Donna Renata Argote and Donna Fernando del Carpio, and especially the latter, an upright man, a fine Christian, a knight of the Order of the Holy Sepulchre, those who received direct from God the privilege of remaining intact in their graves with their skin smooth like the cheeks of a bride and their eyes alive and clear like emeralds. That's not true, Aureliano Segundo interrupted her. He was already beginning to smell when they brought him here. He had the patience to listen to her for a whole day, until he caught her in a slip. Fernanda did not pay him any mind, but she lowered her voice. That night at dinner, the exasperating buzzing of the sing-song had conquered the sound of the rain. Aureliano Segundo ate very little, with his head down, and he went to his room early. At breakfast on the following day, Fernanda was trembling, with a look of not having slept well, and she seemed completely exhausted by her rancour. Nevertheless, when her husband asked if it was not possible to have a soft-boiled egg, she did not answer simply that they had run out of eggs the week before, but she worked up a violent diatribe against men who spent their time contemplating their navels and then had the gall to ask for lark's livers at the table. Aureliano Segundo took the children to look at the encyclopedia, as always, and Fernanda pretended to straighten out Meme's room, just so that he could listen to her muttering, of course. That it was certainly took cheek for him to tell the poor innocents that there was a picture of Colonel Aureliano Buendia in the encyclopedia. During the afternoon, while the children were having their nap, Aureliano Segundo sat on the porch, and Fernanda pursued him even there, provoking him, tormenting him, hovering about him with her implacable horsefly buzzing, saying that, of course, while there was nothing to eat except stones, her husband was sitting there like a sultan of Persia watching it rain, because that was all he was, a slob, a sponge, a good-for-nothing, softer than cotton batting, used to living off women and convinced that he had married Jonah's wife, who was so content with the story of the whale. Aureliano Segundo listened to her for more than 2 hours, impassive, as if he were deaf. He did not interrupt her until late in the afternoon, when he could no longer bear the echo of the bass drum that was tormenting his head. "Please shut up," he begged. Fernanda, quite the contrary, raised her pitch. "I don't have any reason to shut up," she said. "Anyone who doesn't want to listen to me can go someplace else." Then Aureliano Segundo lost control. He stood up unhurriedly, as if he only intended to stretch, and with a perfectly regulated and methodical fury, he grabbed the pots with the begonias one after the other, those with the ferns, the oregano, and one after the other he smashed them on the floor. Fernanda was frightened, because until then she had really not had a clear indication of the tremendous inner force of her sing-song. But it was too late for any attempt at rectification. Intoxicated by the uncontained torrent of relief, Aureliano Segundo broke the glass on the china closet, and piece by piece, without hurrying, he took out the chinaware and shattered it on the floor. Systematically, serenely, in the same parsimonious way in which he had papered the house with banknotes, he then set about smashing the Bohemian crystal ware against the walls, the hand-painted vases, the pictures of maidens in flower-laden boats, the mirrors in their gilded frames, everything that was breakable, from parlour to pantry, and he finished with the large earthen jar in the kitchen, which exploded in the middle of the courtyard with a hollow boom. Then he washed his hands, threw the oilcloth over himself, and before midnight he returned with a few strings of dried meat, several bags of rice, corn with weevils, and some emaciated bunches of bananas. From then on, there was no more lack of food. Amaranta Ursula and little Aureliano would remember the rains as a happy time. In spite of Fernanda's strictness, they would splash in the puddles in the courtyard, catch lizards and dissect them, and pretend that they were poisoning the soup with dust from butterfly wings, when Santa Sofia de la Piedad was not looking. Ursula was their most amusing plaything. They looked upon her as a big, broken-down doll that they carried back and forth from one corner to another, wrapped in coloured cloth, and with her face painted with soot and anato. And once they were on the point of plucking out her eyes with the pruning shears, as they had done with the frogs. Nothing gave them as much excitement as the wanderings of her mind. Something indeed must have happened to her mind during the 3rd year of the reign, for she was gradually losing her sense of reality and confusing present time with remote periods in her life, to the point where, on one occasion, she spent 3 days weeping deeply over the death of Petronila Iguaran, her great-grandmother, buried for over a century. She sank into such an insane state of confusion that she thought little Aureliano was her son, the colonel, during the time he was taken to see ice, and that José Arcadio, who was at that time in the seminary, was her firstborn, who had gone off with the gypsies. She spoke so much about the family that the children learned to make up imaginary visits with beings who had not only been dead for a long time, but who had existed at different times. Sitting on the bed, her hair covered with ashes and her face wrapped in a red kerchief, Ursula was happy in the midst of the unreal relatives whom the children described in all detail, as if they had really known them. Ursula would converse with her forebears about events that took place before her own existence, enjoying the news they gave her, and she would weep with them over deaths that were much more recent than the guests themselves. The children did not take long to notice that in the course of those ghostly visits, Ursula would always ask a question destined to establish the one who had brought a life-size plaster St. Joseph to the house, to be kept until the rains stopped. It was in that way that Aureliano II remembered the fortune buried in some place that only Ursula knew, but the questions and astute manoeuvring that occurred to him were of no use, because in the labyrinth of her madness she seemed to preserve enough of a margin of lucidity to keep the secret which she would reveal only to the one who could prove that he was the real owner of the buried gold. She was so skilful and strict that when Aureliano II instructed one of his carousing companions to pass himself off as the owner of the fortune, she got him all caught up in a minute interrogation sown with subtle traps. Convinced that Ursula would carry the secret to her grave, Aureliano II hired a crew of diggers under the pretext that they were making some drainage canals in the courtyard and the backyard, and he himself took soundings in the earth with iron bars and all manner of metal detectors, without finding anything that resembled gold in 3 months of exhaustive exploration. Later on he went to Pilar Ternera, with the hope that the cards would see more than the diggers, but she began by explaining that any attempt would be useless unless Ursula cut the cards. On the other hand, she confirmed the existence of the treasure with the precision of its consisting of 7,214 coins, buried in 3 canvas sacks, reinforced with copper wire, within a circle with a radius of 388 feet, with Ursula's bed as the centre. But she warned that it would not be found until it stopped raining and the suns of 3 consecutive Junes had changed the piles of mud into dust. The profusion and meticulous vagueness of the information seemed to Aureliano II so similar to the tales of spiritualists that he kept on with his enterprise in spite of the fact that they were in August and they would have to wait at least 3 years in order to satisfy the conditions of the prediction. The first thing that startled him, even though it increased his confusion at the same time, was the fact that it was precisely 388 feet from Ursula's bed to the backyard wall. Fernanda feared that he was as crazy as his twin brother when she saw him taking the measurements, and even more when he told the digging crew to make the ditches 3 feet deeper. Overcome by an exploratory delirium comparable only to that of his great-grandfather when he was searching for the root of inventions, Aureliano II lost the last layers of fat that he had left, and the old resemblance to his twin brother was becoming accentuated again, not only because of his slim figure, but also because of the distant air and the withdrawn attitude. He no longer bothered with the children. He ate at odd hours, muddied from head to toe, and he did so in a corner of the kitchen, barely answering the occasional questions asked by Santa Sofia de la Piedad. Seeing him work that way, as she had never dreamed him capable of doing, Fernanda thought that his stubbornness was diligence, his greed abnegation, and his thick-headedness perseverance, and her insides tightened with remorse over the virulence with which she had attacked his idleness. But Aureliano II was in no mood for merciful reconciliations at that time. Sunk up to his neck in a morass of dead branches and rotting flowers, He flung the dirt of the garden all about after having finished with the courtyard and the backyard, and he excavated so deeply under the foundations of the east wing of the house that one night they woke up in terror at what seemed to be an earthquake, as much because of the trembling as the fearful underground creaking. 3 of the rooms were collapsing, and a frightening crack had opened up from the porch to Fernanda's room. Aureliano II did not give up the search because of that. Even when his last hopes had been extinguished, and the only thing that seemed to make any sense was what the cards had predicted, he reinforced the jagged foundation, repaired the crack with mortar, and continued on the side to the west. He was still there on the 2nd week of the following June, when the rain began to abate and the clouds began to lift, and it was obvious from one moment to the next that it was going to clear. That was what happened. One Friday at 2 in the afternoon, the world lighted up with a crazy crimson sun as harsh as brick dust and almost as cool as water, and it did not rain again for 10 years. Macondo was in ruins. In the swampy streets there were the remains of furniture, animal skeletons covered with red lilies, the last memories of the hordes of newcomers who had fled Macondo as wildly as they had arrived. The houses that had been built with such haste during the banana fever had been abandoned. The banana company tore down its installations. All that remained of the former wired-in city were the ruins. The wooden houses, the cool terraces for breezy card-playing afternoons, seemed to have been blown away in an anticipation of the prophetic wind that years later would wipe Macondo off the face of the earth. The only human trace left by that voracious blast was a glove belonging to Patricia Brown in an automobile smothered in wild pansies. The enchanted region explored by José Arcadio Buendía in the days of the foundings, where later on the banana plantations flourished, was a bog of rotting roots, on the horizon of which one could manage to see the silent foam of the sea. Aureliano II went through a crisis of affliction on the first Sunday that he put on dry clothes and went out to renew his acquaintance with the town. The survivors of the catastrophe, the same ones who had been living in Macondo before it had been struck by the Banana Company hurricane, were sitting in the middle of the street enjoying their first sunshine. They still had the green of the algae on their skin and the musty smell of a corner that had been stamped on them by the rain, but in their hearts they seemed happy to have recovered the town in which they had been born. The Street of the Turks was again what it had been earlier, in the days when the Arabs with slippers and rings in their ears were going about the world swapping knickknacks for macaws, and had found in Macondo a good bend in the road where they could find respite from their age-old lot as wanderers. Having crossed through to the other side of the rain, the merchandise in the booths was falling apart. The cloths spread over the doors were splotched with mould, the counters undermined by termites, the walls eaten away by dampness. But the Arabs of the 3rd generation were sitting in the same place and in the same position as their fathers and grandfathers, taciturn, dauntless, invulnerable to time and disaster, as alive or as dead as they had been after the insomnia plague and Colonel Aureliano Buendia's 32 wars. Their strength of spirit in the face of the ruins of the gaming tables, the fritter stands, the shooting galleries, and the alley where they interpreted dreams and predicted the future, made Aureliano II ask them with his usual informality what mysterious resources they had relied upon so as not to have gone awash in the storm, what the devil they had done so as not to drown. And one after the other, from door to door, they returned a crafty smile and a dreamy look, and without any previous consultation, they all gave the same answer: swimming. Petra Kotesh was perhaps the only native who had an Arab heart. She had seen the final destruction of her stables, her barns dragged off by the storm, but she had managed to keep her house standing. During the second year, she had sent pressing messages to Aureliano II, and he had answered that he did not know when he would go back to her house, but that in any case he would bring along a box of gold coins to pave the bedroom floor with. At that time, she had dug deep into her heart, searching for the strength that would allow her to survive the misfortune. And she had discovered a reflective and just rage with which she had sworn to restore the fortune squandered by her lover and then wiped out by the deluge. It was such an unbreakable decision that Aureliano II went back to her house 8 months after the last message and found her green, dishevelled, with sunken eyelids and skin spangled with mange. But she was writing out numbers on small pieces of paper to make a raffle. Aureliano II was astonished, and he was so dirty and so solemn that Petra Kotesh almost believed that the one who had come to see her was not the lover of all her life, but his twin brother. "You're crazy," he told her, "unless you plan to raffle off bones." Then she told him to look in the bedroom, and Aureliano II saw the mule. Its skin was clinging to its bones like that of its mistress, but it was just as alive and resolute as she. Petra Kotesh had fed it with her wrath, and when there was no more hay or corn or roots, she had given it shelter in her own bedroom and fed it on the percale sheets, the Persian rugs, the plush bedspreads, the velvet drapes, and the canopy embroidered with gold thread and silk tassels on the episcopal bed. Ursula had to make a great effort to fulfill her promise to die when it cleared. The waves of lucidity that were so scarce during the rains became more frequent after August, when an arid wind began to blow and suffocated the rose bushes and petrified the piles of mud, and ended up scattering over Macondo the burning dust that covered the rusted zinc roofs and the age-old almond trees forever. Ursula cried in lamentation when she discovered that for more than 3 years she had been a plaything of the children. She washed her painted face, took off the strips of brightly coloured cloth, the dried lizards and frogs, and the rosaries and old Arab necklaces that they had hung all over her body, and for the first time since the death of Amaranta, she got up out of bed without anybody's help to join in the family life once more. The spirit of her invincible heart guided her through the shadows. Those who noticed her stumbling and who bumped into the archangelic arm she kept raised at head level thought that she was having trouble with her body, but they still did not think she was blind. She did not need to see to realize that the flower beds, cultivated with such care since the first rebuilding, had been destroyed by the rain and ruined by Aureliano II's excavations, and that the walls and the cement of the floors were cracked, the furniture mushy and discoloured, the doors off their hinges, and the family menaced by a spirit of resignation and despair that was inconceivable in her time. Feeling her way along through the empty bedrooms, she perceived the continuous rumble of the termites as they carved the wood, the snipping of the moths in the clothes closets, and the devastating noise of the enormous red ants that had prospered during the deluge and were undermining the foundations of the house. One day she opened the trunk with the saints and had to ask Santa Sofia de la Piedad to get off her body the cockroaches that jumped out and that had already turned the clothing to dust. "A person can't live in neglect like this," she said. "If we go on like this, we'll be devoured by animals." And from then on, she did not have a moment of repose. Up before dawn, she would use anybody available, even the children. She put the few articles of clothing that were still usable out into the sun. She drove the cockroaches off with powerful insecticide attacks. She scratched out the veins that the termites had made on doors and windows, and asphyxiated the ants in their anthills with quicklime. the fever of restoration finally brought her to the forgotten rooms. She cleared out the rubble and cobwebs in the room where José Arcadio Buendía had lost his wits looking for the philosopher's stone. She put the silver shop, which had been upset by the soldiers, in order. And lastly, she asked for the keys to Melquiades' room to see what state it was in. Faithful to the wishes of José Arcadio II, who had forbidden anyone to come in unless there was a clear indication that he had died, Santa Sofia de la Piedad tried all kinds of subterfuges to throw Ursula off the track. But so inflexible was her determination not to surrender even the most remote corner of the house to the insects, that she knocked down every obstacle in her path, and after 3 days of insistence, she succeeded in getting them to open the door for her. She had to hold on to the door jamb so that the stench would not knock her over, but she needed only 2 seconds to remember that the schoolgirl's 72 chamber pots were in there, and that on one of the rainy nights a patrol of soldiers had searched the house looking for José Arcadio II and had been unable to find him. "Lord save us," she exclaimed, as if she could see everything. "So much trouble teaching you good manners, and you end up living like a pig." José Arcadio II was still reading over the parchments. The only thing visible in the intricate tangle of hair was the teeth striped with green slime and his motionless eyes. When he recognized his great-grandmother's voice, he turned his head towards the door, tried to smile, and without knowing it, repeated an old phrase of Ursula's. "What did you expect?" he murmured. "Time passes." "That's how it goes," Ursula said, "but not so much." When she said it, she realized that she was giving the same reply that Colonel Aureliano Buendía had given in his death cell, and once again she shuddered with the evidence that time was not passing, as she had just admitted, but that it was turning in a circle. But even then, she did not give resignation a chance. She scolded José Arcadio II as if he were a child, and insisted that he take a bath and shave and lend a hand in fixing up the house. The simple idea of abandoning the room that had given him peace terrified José Arcadio II. He shouted that there was no human power capable of making him go out, because he did not want to see the train with 200 cars loaded with dead people, which left Macondo every day at dusk on its way to the sea. "They were all of those who were at the station," he shouted. 3,408. Only then did Ursula realize that he was in a world of shadows more impenetrable than hers, as unreachable and solitary as that of his great-grandfather. She left him in the room, but she succeeded in getting them to leave the padlock off, clean it every day, throw the chamber pots away except for one, and to keep José Arcadio II as clean and presentable as his great-grandfather had been during his long captivity under the chestnut tree. At first, Fernanda interpreted that bustle as an attack of senile madness, and it was difficult for her to suppress her exasperation. But about that time, José Arcadio told her that he planned to come to Macondo from Rome before taking his final vows, and the good news filled her with such enthusiasm that from morning to night she would be seen watering the flowers 4 times a day, so that her son would not have a bad impression of the house. It was that same incentive which induced her to speed up her correspondence with the invisible doctors, and to replace the pots of ferns and oregano and the begonias on the porch, even before Ursula found out that they had been destroyed by Aureliano II's exterminating fury. Later on, she sold the silver service and bought ceramic dishes, pewter bowls and soup spoons, and alpaca tablecloths, and with them brought poverty to the cupboards that had been accustomed to India Company chinaware and Bohemian crystal. Ursula always tried to go a step beyond. "Open the windows and the doors," she shouted. "Cook some meat and fish. Buy the largest turtles around. Let strangers come and spread their mats in the corners and urinate in the rose bushes. and sit down to eat as many times as they want, and belch and rant and muddy everything with their boots, and let them do whatever they want to us, because that's the only way to drive off ruin." But it was a vain illusion. She was too old then, and living on borrowed time, to repeat the miracle of the little candy animals, and none of her descendants had inherited her strength. The house stayed closed on Fernanda's orders. Aureliano II, who had taken his trunks back to the house of Petra Kotesh, barely had enough means to see that the family did not starve to death. With the raffling of the mule, Petra Kotesh and he bought some more animals, with which they managed to set up a primitive lottery business. Aureliano II would go from house to house selling the tickets that he himself painted with coloured ink to make them more attractive and convincing. And perhaps he did not realize that many people bought them out of gratitude, and most of them out of pity. Nevertheless, even the most pitying purchaser was getting a chance to win a pig for 20 cents, or a calf for 32. And they became so hopeful that on Tuesday nights, Petra Kotesh courtyard overflowed with people waiting for the moment when a child picked at random drew the winning number from a bag. It did not take long to become a weekly fair, for at dusk food and drink stands would be set up in the courtyard, and many of those who were favoured would slaughter the animals they had won right there on the condition that someone else supply the liquor and music, so that, without having wanted to, Aureliano II suddenly found himself playing the accordion again, and participating in modest tourneys of veracity. Those humble replicas of the revelry of former times served to show Aureliano II himself how much his spirits had declined, and to what a degree his skill as a masterful carouser had dried up. He was a changed man. The 240 pounds that he had attained during the days when he had been challenged by the elephant had been reduced to 156. The glowing and bloated tortoise face had turned into that of an iguana, and he was always on the verge of boredom and fatigue. For Petra Kotesh, however, he had never been a better man than at that time, perhaps because the pity that he inspired was mixed with love, and because of the feeling of solidarity that misery aroused in both of them. The broken-down bed ceased to be the scene of wild activities, and was changed into an intimate refuge. Freed of the repetitious mirrors, which had been auctioned off to buy animals for the lottery, and from the lewd damasks and velvets, which the mule had eaten, they would stay up very late with the innocence of two sleepless grandparents, taking advantage of the time to draw up accounts and put away pennies, which they formerly wasted just for the sake of it. Sometimes the cock's crow would find them piling and unpiling coins, taking a bit away from here to put there, so that this bunch would be enough to keep Fernanda happy, and that would be for Amaranta Ursula's shoes, and that other one for Santa Sofia de la Piedad, who had not had a new dress since the time of all the noise, and this to order the coffin if Ursula died, and this for the coffee which was going up 1 cent a pound in price every 3 months, and this for the sugar which sweetened less every day, and this for the lumber which was still wet from the rains, and this other one for the paper and the coloured ink to make tickets with, and what was left over to pay off the winner of the April calf, whose hide they had miraculously saved when it came down with a symptomatic carbuncle, just when all of the numbers in the raffle had already been sold. Those rites of poverty were so pure that they nearly always set aside the largest share for Fernanda, and they did not do so out of remorse or charity, but because her well-being was more important to them than their own. What was really happening to them, although neither of them realized it, was that they both thought of Fernanda as the daughter that they would have liked to have and never did, to the point where on a certain occasion they resigned themselves to eating crumbs for 3 days so that she could buy a Dutch tablecloth. Nevertheless, no matter how much they killed themselves with work, no matter how much money they eked out, and no matter how many schemes they thought of, their guardian angels were asleep with fatigue while they put in coins and took them out, trying to get just enough to live with. During the waking hours, when the accounts were bad, they wondered what had happened in the world for the animals not to breed with the same drive as before, why money slipped through their fingers, and why people who a short time before had burned rolls of bills in the carousing considered it highway robbery to charge 12 cents for a raffle of 6 hens. Aureliano II thought, without saying so, that the evil was not in the world, but in some hidden place in the mysterious heart of Petre Coteș, where something had happened during the deluge that had turned the animals sterile and made money scarce. Intrigued by that enigma, he dug so deeply into her sentiments that in search of interest he found love, because by trying to make her love him, he ended up falling in love with her. Petre Coteș, for her part, loved him more and more as she felt his love increasing. And that was how, in the ripeness of autumn, she began to believe once more in the youthful superstition that poverty was the servitude of love. Both looked back then on the wild revelry, the gaudy wealth, and the unbridled fornication as an annoyance, and they lamented that it had cost them so much of their lives to find a paradise of shared solitude. Madly in love after so many years of sterile complicity, they enjoyed the miracle of loving each other as much at the table as in bed, and they grew to be so happy that even when they were 2 worn-out old people, they kept on blooming like little children and playing together like dogs. The raffles never got very far. At first, Aureliano II would spend 3 days of the week shut up in what had been his rancher's office, drawing ticket after ticket, painting with a fair skill a red cow, a green pig, or a group of blue hens, according to the animal being raffled, and he would sketch out a good imitation of printed numbers, and the name that Petre Coteș thought good to call the business, Divine Providence Raffles. But with time, he felt so tired after drawing up to 2,000 tickets a week that he had the animals, the name, and the numbers put on rubber stamps, and then the work was reduced to moistening them on pads of different colours. In his last years, it occurred to him to substitute riddles for the numbers so that the prize could be shared by all of those who guessed it. But the system turned out to be so complicated and was open to so much suspicion that he gave it up after the second attempt. Aureliano II was so busy trying to maintain the prestige of his raffles that he barely had time to see the children. Fernanda put Amaranta Ursula in a small private school where they admitted only 6 girls, but she refused to allow Aureliano to go to public school. She considered that she had already relented too much in letting him leave the room. Besides, the schools in those days accepted only the legitimate offspring of Catholic marriages, and on the birth certificate that had been pinned to Aureliano's clothing when they brought him to the house, he was registered as a foundling. So he remained shut in at the mercy of Santa Sofia de la Piedad's loving eyes and Ursula's mental quirks, learning in the narrow world of the house whatever his grandmothers explained to him. He was delicate, thin, with a curiosity that unnerved the adults, but unlike the inquisitive and sometimes clairvoyant look that the colonel had at his age, his look was blinking and somewhat distracted. While Amaranta Ursula was in kindergarten, he would hunt earthworms and torture insects in the garden. But once, when Fernanda caught him putting scorpions in a box to put in Ursula's bed, she locked him up in Meme's old room, where he spent his solitary hours looking through the pictures in the encyclopedia. Ursula found him there one afternoon when she was going about sprinkling the house with distilled water and a bunch of nettles. And in spite of the fact that she had been with him many times, she asked him who he was. "I'm Aureliano Buendia," he said. "Ah, that's right," she replied. "And now it's time for you to start learning how to be a silversmith." She had confused him with her son again, because the hot wind that came after the deluge and had brought occasional waves of lucidity to Ursula's brain had passed. She never got her reason back. When she went into the bedroom, she found Petronila Iguaran there with the bothersome crinolines and the beaded jacket that she put on for formal visits, and she found Tranquillina Maria Miniata Alacoque Buendia, her grandmother, fanning herself with a peacock feather in her invalid's rocking chair, and her great-grandfather, Aureliano Arcadio Buendia, with his imitation dolman of the viceregal guard, and Aureliano Iguaran, her father, who had invented a prayer to make the worms shrivel up and drop off cows, and her timid mother, and her cousin with the pig's tail, and José Arcadio Buendia, and her dead sons, all sitting in chairs lined up against the wall, as if it were a wake and not a visit. She was tying a colourful string of chatter together, commenting on things from many separate places and many different times, so that when Amaranta Ursula returned from school and Aureliano grew tired of the encyclopedia, they would find her sitting on her bed talking to herself and lost in a labyrinth of dead people. "Fire!" she shouted once in terror, and for an instant panic spread through the house. But what she was telling about was the burning of a barn that she had witnessed when she was 4 years old. She finally mixed up the past with the present in such a way that in the 2 or 3 waves of lucidity that she had before she died, no one knew for certain whether she was speaking about what she felt or what she remembered. Little by little, she was shrinking, turning into a fetus, becoming mummified in life to the point that in her last months she was a cherry raisin lost inside of her nightgown, and the arm that she always kept raised looked like the paw of a marimonda monkey. She was motionless for several days, and Santa Sofia de la Piedad had to shake her to convince herself that she was alive, and sat her on her lap to feed her a few spoonfuls of sugar water. She looked like a newborn old woman. Amaranta Ursula and Aureliano would take her in and out of the bedroom. They would lay her on the altar to see if she was any larger than the Christ child, and one afternoon they hid her in a closet in the pantry where the rats could have eaten her. One Palm Sunday, they went into the bedroom while Fernanda was in church and carried Ursula out by the neck and ankles. "Poor great-great-grandmother," Amaranta Ursula said. "She died of old age." Ursula was startled. "I'm alive," she said. "You can see," Amaranta Ursula said, suppressing her laughter, "that she's not even breathing." "I'm talking," Ursula shouted. "She can't even talk," Aureliano said. "She died like a little cricket." Then Ursula gave in to the evidence. "My God," she exclaimed in a low voice, "so this is what it's like to be dead." She started an endless, stumbling, deep prayer that lasted more than 2 days, and that by Tuesday had degenerated into a hodgepodge of requests to God and bits of practical advice to stop the red ants from bringing the house down, to keep the lamp burning by remedios daguerreotype, and never to let any Buendia marry a person of the same blood, because their children would be born with the tail of a pig. Aureliano II tried to take advantage of her delirium to get her to tell him where the gold was buried, But his entreaties were useless once more. "When the owner appears," Ursula said, "God will illuminate him so that he will find it." Santa Sofia de la Piedad had the certainty that they would find her dead from one moment to the next, because she noticed during those days a certain confusion in nature. The roses smelled like goosefoot. A pod of chickpeas fell down, and the beans lay on the ground in a perfect geometrical pattern in the shape of a starfish. And one night she saw a row of luminous orange discs pass across the sky. They found her dead on the morning of Good Friday, the last time that they had helped her calculate her age. During the time of the Banana Company, she had estimated it as between 115 and 122. They buried her in a coffin that was not much larger than the basket in which Aureliano had arrived, and very few people were at the funeral, partly because there were not many left who remembered her, and partly because it was so hot that noon that the birds, in their confusion, were running into walls like clay pigeons and breaking through screens to die in the bedroom. At first they thought it was the plague. Housewives were exhausted from sweeping away so many dead birds, especially at siesta time, and the men dumped them into the river by the cartload. On Easter Sunday, the 100-year-old Father Antonio Isabel stated from the pulpit that the death of the birds was due to the evil influence of the wandering Jew, whom he himself had seen the night before. He described him as a cross between a billy goat and a female heretic, an infernal beast whose breath scorched the air, and whose look brought on the birth of monsters in newlywed women. There were not many who paid attention to his apocalyptic talk, for the town was convinced that the priest was rambling because of his age. But one woman woke everybody up at dawn on Wednesday because she found the tracks of a biped with a cloven hoof. They were so clear and unmistakable that those who went to look at them had no doubt about the existence of a fearsome creature similar to the one described by the parish priest, and they got together to set traps in their courtyards. That was how they managed to capture it. 2 weeks after Ursula's death, Petra Kotesh and Aureliano Segundo woke up frightened by the especially loud bellowing of a calf that was coming from nearby. When they got there, a group of men were already pulling the monster off the sharpened stakes they had set in the bottom of a pit covered with dry leaves, and it stopped lowing. It was as heavy as an ox, in spite of the fact that it was no taller than a young steer, and a green and greasy liquid flowed from its wounds. Its body was covered with rough hair, plagued with small ticks, and the skin was hardened with the scales of a remora fish. But unlike the priest's description, its human parts were more like those of a sickly angel than of a man, for its hands were tense and agile, its eyes large and gloomy, and on its shoulder blades it had the scarred-over and calloused stumps of powerful wings, which must have been chopped off by a woodman's axe. They hung it to an almond tree in the square by its ankles, so that everyone could see it, and when it began to rot, they burned it in a bonfire, for they could not determine whether its bastard nature was that of an animal to be thrown into the river, or a human being to be buried. It was never established whether it had really caused the death of the birds, but the newly married women did not bear the predicted monsters, nor did the intensity of the heat decrease. Rebecca died at the end of that year. Argenida, her lifelong servant, asked the authorities for help to knock down the door to the bedroom where her mistress had been locked in for 3 days, and they found her on a solitary bed, curled up like a shrimp, with her head bald from ringworm and her finger in her mouth. Aureliano Segundo took charge of the funeral and tried to restore the house in order to sell it. But the destruction was so far advanced in it that the walls became scaly as soon as they were painted, and there was not enough mortar to stop the weeds from cracking the floors and the ivy from rotting the beams. That was how everything went after the deluge. The indolence of the people was in contrast to the voracity of oblivion, which little by little was undermining memories in a pitiless way, to such an extreme that at that time, on another anniversary of the Treaty of Neerlandia, some emissaries from the President of the Republic arrived in Macondo to award at last the decoration rejected several times by Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and they spent a whole afternoon looking for someone who could tell them where they could find one of his descendants. Aureliano Segundo was tempted to accept it, thinking that it was a medal of solid gold, but Petre Cotes convinced him that it was not proper, when the emissaries already had some proclamations and speeches ready for the ceremony. It was also around that time that the gypsies returned, the last heirs to Melquiades science, and they found the town so defeated and its inhabitants so removed from the rest of the world that once more they went through the houses dragging magnetized ingots, as if that really were the Babylonian wise men's latest discovery. And once again they concentrated the sun's rays with the giant magnifying glass, and there was no lack of people standing open-mouthed, watching kettles fall and pots roll, and who paid 50 cents to be startled as a gypsy woman put in her false teeth and took them out again. A broken-down yellow train that neither brought anyone in nor took anyone out, and that scarcely paused at the deserted station, was the only thing that was left of the long train to which Mr. Brown would couple his glass-topped coach with the episcopal lounging chairs, and of the fruit trains with 120 cars which took a whole afternoon to pass by. The ecclesiastical delegates who had come to investigate the report of the strange death of the birds and the sacrifice of the wandering Jew found Father Antonio Isabel playing blind man's buff with the children, and thinking that his report was the product of a hallucination, they took him off to an asylum. A short time later, they sent Father Augusto Angel, a crusader of the new breed, intransigent, audacious, daring, who personally rang the bells several times a day so that the people's spirits would not get drowsy, and who went from house to house waking up the sleepers to go to Mass. But before a year was out, he too was conquered by the negligence that one breathed in with the air, by the hot dust that made everything old and clogged up, and by the drowsiness caused by lunchtime meatballs in the unbearable heat of siesta time. With Ursula's death, the house again fell into a neglect from which it could not be rescued even by a will as resolute and vigorous as that of Amaranta Ursula, who many years later, being a happy modern woman without prejudices, with her feet on the ground, opened doors and windows in order to drive away the ruin, restored the garden, exterminated the red ants, who were already walking across the porch in broad daylight, and tried in vain to reawaken the forgotten spirit of hospitality. Fernanda's cloistered passion built an impenetrable dike against Ursula's torrential 100 years. Not only did she refuse to open doors when the arid wind passed through, but she had the windows nailed shut with boards in the shape of a cross, obeying the paternal order of being buried alive. The expensive correspondence with the invisible doctors ended in failure. After numerous postponements, she shut herself up in her room on the date and hour agreed upon, covered only by a white sheet and with her head pointed north, and at 1 o'clock in the morning she felt that they were covering her head with a handkerchief soaked in a glacial liquid. When she woke up, the sun was shining in the window, and she had a barbarous stitch in the shape of an arc that began at her crotch and ended at her sternum. But before she could complete the prescribed rest, she received a disturbed letter from the invisible doctors, who said they had inspected her for 6 hours without finding anything that corresponded to the symptoms so many times and so scrupulously described by her. Actually, her pernicious habit of not calling things by their names had brought about a new confusion, for the only thing that the telepathic surgeons had found was a drop in the uterus which could be corrected by the use of a pessary. The disillusioned Fernanda tried to obtain more precise information, but the unknown correspondents did not answer her letters any more. She felt so defeated by the weight of an unknown word that she decided to put shame behind her and ask what a pessary was, and only then did she discover that the French doctor had hanged himself to a beam 3 months earlier and had been buried against the wishes of the townspeople by a former companion-in-arms of Colonel Aureliano Buendia. Then she confided in her son José Arcadio, and the latter sent her the pessaries from Rome, along with a pamphlet explaining their use, which she flushed down the toilet after committing it to memory, so that no one would learn the nature of her troubles. It was a useless precaution, because the only people who lived in the house scarcely paid any attention to her. Santa Sofia de la Piedad was wandering about in her solitary old age, cooking the little that they ate, and almost completely dedicated to the care of José Arcadio II. Amaranta Ursula, who had inherited certain attractions of Remedios the Beauty, spent the time that she had formerly wasted tormenting Ursula at her schoolwork. And she began to show good judgment and dedication to study that brought back to Aureliano II the high hopes that Meme had inspired in him. He had promised her to send her to finish her studies in Brussels, in accordance with a custom established during the time of the Banana Company, and that illusion had brought him to attempt to revive the lands devastated by the deluge. The few times that he appeared at the house were for Amaranta Ursula, because with time he had become a stranger to Fernanda, and little Aureliano was becoming withdrawn as he approached puberty. Aureliano II had faith that Fernanda's heart would soften with old age, so that the child could join in the life of a town where no one certainly would make any effort to speculate suspiciously about his origins. But Aureliano himself seemed to prefer the cloister of solitude, and he did not show the least desire to know the world that began at the street door of the house. When Ursula had the door of Melchiades' room opened, he began to linger about it, peeping through the half-opened door, and no one knew at what moment he became close to José Arcadio II in a link of mutual affection. Aureliano II discovered that friendship a long time after it had begun, when he heard the child talking about the killing at the station. It happened once when someone at the table complained about the ruin into which the town had sunk when the Banana Company had abandoned it, and Aureliano contradicted him with maturity and with the vision of a grown person. His point of view, contrary to the general interpretation, was that Macondo had been a prosperous place and well on its way until it was disordered and corrupted and suppressed by the Banana Company, whose engineers brought on the deluge as a pretext to avoid promises made to the workers. Speaking with such good sense that to Fernanda he was like a sacrilegious parody of Jesus among the wise men, the child described with precise and convincing details how the army had machine-gunned more than 3,000 workers penned up by the station, and how they loaded the bodies onto a 200-car train and threw them into the sea. Convinced, as most people were, by the official version that nothing had happened, Fernanda was scandalized with the idea that the child had inherited the anarchist ideas of Colonel Aureliano Buendia and told him to be quiet. Aureliano II, on the other hand, recognized his twin brother's version. Actually, in spite of the fact that everyone considered him mad, José Arcadio II was at that time the most lucid inhabitant of the house. He taught little Aureliano how to read and write, initiated him in the study of the parchments, and he inculcated him with such a personal interpretation of what the Banana Company had meant to Macondo that many years later, when Aureliano became part of the world, one would have thought that he was telling a hallucinated version, because it was radically opposed to the false one that historians had created and consecrated in the school books. In the small, isolated room where the arid air never penetrated, nor the dust, nor the heat, both had the atavistic vision of an old man, his back to the window, wearing a hat with a brim like the wings of a crow, who spoke about the world many years before they had been born. Both described at the same time how it was always March there, and always Monday. And then they understood that José Arcadio Buendía was not as crazy as the family said, but that he was the only one who had enough lucidity to sense the truth of the fact that time also stumbled and had accidents, and could therefore splinter and leave an eternalized fragment in a room. José Arcadio II had managed, furthermore, to classify the cryptic letters of the parchments. He was certain that they corresponded to an alphabet of 47 to 53 characters, which, when separated, looked like scratching and scribbling, and which, in the fine hand of Melchiades, looked like pieces of clothing put out to dry on a line. Aureliano remembered having seen a similar table in the English Encyclopedia, so he brought it to the room to compare it with that of José Arcadio II. They were indeed the same. Around the time of the riddle lottery, Aureliano II began waking up with a knot in his throat, as if he were repressing a desire to weep. Petra Kotesh interpreted it as one more of so many upsets brought on by the bad situation, and every morning for over a year she would touch his palate with a dash of honey and give him some radish syrup. When the knot in his throat became so oppressive that it was difficult for him to breathe, Aureliano II visited Pilar Ternera to see if she knew of some herb that would give him relief. The dauntless grandmother, who had reached 100 years of age, managing a small, clandestine brothel, did not trust therapeutic superstitions, so she turned the matter over to her cards. She saw the Queen of Diamonds with her throat wounded by the steel of the Jack of Spades, and she deduced that Fernanda was trying to get her husband back home by means of the discredited method of sticking pins into his picture, but that she had brought on an internal tumour because of her clumsy knowledge of the black arts. Since Aureliano II had no other pictures except those of his wedding, and the copies were all in the family album, he kept searching all through the house when his wife was not looking, and finally, in the bottom of the dresser, he came across a half-dozen pessaries in the original boxes. Thinking that the small red rubber rings were objects of witchcraft, he put them in his pocket, so that Pilar Ternera could have a look at them. She could not determine their nature, but they looked so suspicious to her that in any case she burned them in a bonfire she built in the courtyard. In order to conjure away Fernanda's alleged curse, she told Aureliano II that he should soak a broody hen and bury her alive under the chestnut tree. And he did it with such good faith that when he finished hiding the turned-up earth with dried leaves, he already felt that he was breathing better. For her part, Fernanda interpreted the disappearance as a reprisal by the invisible doctors, and she sewed a pocket of casing to the inside of her camisole, where she kept the new pessaries that her son sent her. 6 months after he had buried the hen, Aureliano Segundo woke up at midnight with an attack of coughing and the feeling that he was being strangled within the claws of a crab. It was then that he understood that for all of the magical pessaries that he destroyed, and all the conjuring hens that he soaked, the single and sad piece of truth was that he was dying. He did not tell anyone. Tormented by the fear of dying without having sent Amaranta Ursula to Brussels, he worked as he had never done, and instead of 1, he made 3 weekly raffles. From very early in the morning, he could be seen going through the town, even in the most outlying and miserable sections, trying to sell tickets with an anxiety that could only be conceivable in a dying man. "Here's divine providence," he hawked. "Don't let it get away, because it only comes every 100 years. He made pitiful efforts to appear gay, pleasant, talkative, but it was enough to see his sweat and paleness to know that his heart was not in it. Sometimes he would go to vacant lots where no one could see him, and sit down to rest from the claws that were tearing him apart inside. Even at midnight, he would be in the red-light district trying to console, with predictions of good luck, the lonely women who were weeping beside their phonographs. "This number hasn't come up in 4 months," he told them, showing them the tickets. "Don't let it get away. Life is shorter than you think." They finally lost respect for him, made fun of him, and in the last months they no longer called him Don Aureliano, as they had always done, but they called him Mr. Divine Providence, right to his face. His voice was becoming filled with wrong notes. It was getting out of tune, and it finally diminished into the growl of a dog, but he still had the drive to see that there should be no diminishing of the hope people brought to Petra Kotesh courtyard. As he lost his voice, however, and realized that in a short time he would be unable to bear the pain, he began to understand that it was not through raffled pigs and goats that his daughter would get to Brussels. So he conceived the idea of organizing the fabulous raffle of the lands destroyed by the deluge, which could easily be restored by a person with the money to do so. It was such a spectacular undertaking that the mayor himself lent his aid by announcing it in a proclamation, and associations were formed to buy tickets at 100 pesos apiece, and they were sold out in less than a week. The night of the raffle, the winners held a huge celebration, comparable only to those of the good days of the Banana Company, and Aureliano Segundo, for the last time, played the forgotten songs of Francisco the Man on the accordion, but he could no longer sing them. 2 months later, Amaranta Ursula went to Brussels. Aureliano Segundo gave her not only the money from the special raffle, but also what he had managed to put aside over the previous months, and what little he had received from the sale of the pianola, the clavichord, and other junk that had fallen into disrepair. According to his calculations, that sum would be enough for her studies, so that all that was lacking was the price of her fare back home. Fernanda was against the trip, until the last moment, scandalized by the idea that Brussels was so close to Paris and its perdition. But she calmed down with the letter that Father Angel gave her, addressed to a boarding house run by nuns for Catholic young ladies, where Amaranta Ursula promised to stay until her studies were completed. Furthermore, the parish priest arranged for her to travel under the care of a group of Franciscan nuns who were going to Toledo, where they hoped to find dependable people to accompany her to Belgium. While the urgent correspondence that made the coordination possible went forward, Aureliano Segundo, aided by Petra Kotesh, prepared Amaranta Ursula's baggage. The night on which they were packing one of Fernanda's bridal trunks, the things were so well organized that the schoolgirl knew by heart which were the suits and cloth slippers she would wear crossing the Atlantic, and the blue cloth coat with copper buttons, and the cordovan shoes she would wear when she landed. She also knew how to walk so as not to fall into the water as she went up the gangplank, that at no time was she to leave the company of the nuns, or leave her cabin except to eat, and that for no reason was she to answer the questions asked by people of any sex while they were at sea. She carried a small bottle with drops for seasickness, and a notebook written by Father Angel in his own hand, containing 6 prayers to be used against storms. Fernanda made her a canvas belt to keep her money in, and she would not have to take it off even to sleep. She tried to give her the chamber pot, washed out with lye and disinfected with alcohol, but Amaranta Ursula refused it, for fear that her schoolmates would make fun of her. A few months later, at the hour of his death, Aureliano Segundo would remember her as he had seen her for the last time, as she tried unsuccessfully to lower the window of the second-class coach to hear Fernanda's last piece of advice. She was wearing a pink silk dress with a corsage of artificial pansies pinned to her left shoulder, her cordovan shoes, with buckles and low heels, and sateen stockings held up at the thighs with elastic garters. Her body was slim, her hair loose and long, and she had the lively eyes that Ursula had had at her age, and the way in which she said goodbye, without crying but without smiling either, revealed the same strength of character. Walking beside the coach as it picked up speed, and holding Fernanda by the arm so that she would not stumble, Aureliano scarcely had time to wave at his daughter as she threw him a kiss with the tips of her fingers. The couple stood motionless under the scorching sun, looking at the train as it merged with the black strip of the horizon, linking arms for the first time since the day of their wedding. On the 9th of August, before they received the first letter from Brussels, José Arcadio Segundo was speaking to Aureliano in Melquiades' room, and without realizing it he said, "Always remember that they were more than 3,000 and that they were thrown into the sea." Then he fell back on the parchments and died with his eyes open. At that same instant, in Fernanda's bed, his twin brother came to the end of the prolonged and terrible martyrdom of the steel crabs that were eating his throat away. 1 week previously, he had returned home without any voice, unable to breathe, and almost skin and bones, with his wandering trunks and his wastrel's accordion, to fulfill the promise of dying beside his wife. Petra Kotesh helped him pack his clothes and bade him farewell without shedding a tear, but she forgot to give him the patent leather shoes that he wanted to wear in his coffin. So when she heard that he had died, she dressed in black, wrapped the shoes up in a newspaper, and asked Fernanda for permission to see the body. Fernanda would not let her through the door. "Oh, put yourself in my place," Petra Kotesh begged. "Imagine how much I must have loved him to put up with this humiliation." "There is no humiliation that a concubine does not deserve," Fernanda replied. "So wait until another one of your men dies and put the shoes on him." In fulfillment of her promise, Santa Sofia de la Piedad cut the throat of José Arcadio Segundo's corpse with a kitchen knife to be sure that they would not bury him alive. The bodies were placed in identical coffins, and then it could be seen that once more in death they had become as identical as they had been until adolescence. Aureliano Segundo's old carousing comrades laid on his casket a wreath that had a purple ribbon with the words, "Cease, cows, life is short." Fernanda was so indignant with such irreverence that she had the wreath thrown onto the trash heap. In the tumult of the last moment, the sad drunkards who carried them out of the house got the coffins mixed up and buried them in the wrong graves. Aureliano did not leave Melchiadesh's room for a long time. He learned by heart the fantastic legends of the crumbling books, the synthesis of the studies of Hermann the Cripple, the notes on the science of demonology, the keys to the philosopher's stone, the centuries of Nostradamus, and his research concerning the plague, so that he reached adolescence without knowing a thing about his own time, but with the basic knowledge of a medieval man. Any time that Santa Sofia de la Piedad would go into his room, she would find him absorbed in his reading. At dawn, she would bring him a mug of coffee without sugar, and at noon a plate of rice and slices of fried plantain, which were the only things eaten in the house since the death of Aureliano II. She saw that his hair was cut, picked off the nits, took into his size the old clothing that she found in forgotten trunks, and when his moustache began to appear, she brought him Colonel Aureliano Buendia's razor and the small gourd he had used as a shaving mug. None of the latter's children had looked so much like him, not even Aureliano José, particularly in respect to the prominent cheekbones and the firm and rather pitiless line of the lips. As had happened to Ursula with Aureliano II, when the latter was studying in the room, Santa Sofia de la Piedad thought that Aureliano was talking to himself. Actually, he was talking to Melchiades. One burning noon, a short time after the death of the twins, against the light of the window he saw the gloomy old man with his crow's wing hat, like the materialization of a memory that had been in his head since long before he was born. Aureliano had finished classifying the alphabet of the parchments, so that when Melchiades asked him if he had discovered the language in which they had been written, he did not hesitate to answer. "Sanskrit," he said. Melchiades revealed to him that his opportunities to return to the room were limited, but he would go in peace to the meadows of the ultimate death, because Aureliano would have time to learn Sanskrit during the years remaining, until the parchments became 100 years old, when they could be deciphered. It was he who indicated to Aureliano that on the narrow street going down to the river, where dreams had been interpreted during the time of the Banana Company, a wise Catalonian had a bookstore where there was Sanskrit primer, which would be eaten by the moths within 6 years if he did not hurry to buy it. For the first time in her long life, Santa Sofia de la Piedad let a feeling show through, and it was a feeling of wonderment when Aureliano asked her to bring him the book that could be found between Jerusalem Delivered and Milton's poems on the extreme right-hand side of the second shelf of the bookcases. Since she could not read, she memorized what he had said and got some money by selling one of the 17 little gold fishes left in the workshop, the whereabouts of which, after being hidden the night the soldiers searched the house, was known only by her and Aureliano. Aureliano made progress in his studies of Sanskrit as Melchiades' visits became less and less frequent, and he was more distant, fading away into the radiant light of noon. The last time that Aureliano sensed him, he was only an invisible presence who murmured, "I died of fever on the sands of Singapore." The room then became vulnerable to dust, heat, termites, red ants and moths, who would turn the wisdom of the parchments into sawdust. There was no shortage of food in the house. The day after the death of Aureliano II, one of the friends who had brought the wreath with the irreverent inscription offered to pay Fernanda some money that he had owed her husband. After that, every Wednesday, a delivery boy brought a basket of food that was quite sufficient for a week. no one ever knew that those provisions were being sent by Petra Kotesh, with the idea that the continuing charity was a way of humiliating the person who had humiliated her. Nevertheless, the rancour disappeared much sooner than she herself had expected, and then she continued sending the food out of pride, and finally out of compassion. Several times, when she had no animals to raffle off, and people lost interest in the lottery, she went without food, so that Fernanda could have something to eat, and she continued fulfilling the pledge to herself until she saw Fernanda's funeral procession pass by. For Santa Sofia de la Piedad, the reduction in the number of inhabitants of the house should have meant the rest she deserved after more than half a century of work. Never a lament had been heard from that stealthy, impenetrable woman who had sown in the family the angelic seed of Remedios the Beauty and the mysterious solemnity of José Arcadio II, who dedicated a whole life of solitude and diligence to the rearing of children, although she could barely remember whether they were her children or grandchildren, and who took care of Aureliano as if he had come out of her womb, not knowing herself that she was his great-grandmother. Only in a house like that was it conceivable for her always to sleep on a mat she laid out on the pantry floor, in the midst of the nocturnal noise of the rats, and without telling anyone that one night she had awakened with the frightened feeling that someone was looking at her in the darkness, and that it was a poisonous snake crawling over her stomach. She knew that if she had told Ursula, the latter would have made her sleep in her own bed, but those were times when no one was aware of anything unless it was shouted on the porch, because with the bustle of the bakery, the surprises of the war, the care of the children, there was not much room for thinking about other people's happiness. Petra Kotesh, whom she had never seen, was the only one who remembered her. She saw to it that she had a good pair of shoes for street wear, that she always had clothing, even during the times when the raffles were working only through some miracle. When Fernanda arrived at the house, she had good reason to think that she was an ageless servant, and even though she heard it said several times that she was her husband's mother, it was incredible that it took her longer to discover it than to forget it. Santa Sofia de la Piedad never seemed bothered by that lowly position. On the contrary, one had the impression that she liked to stay in the corners, without a pause, without a complaint, keeping clean and in order the immense house that she had lived in ever since adolescence, and that, especially during the time of the Banana Company, was more like a barracks than a home. But when Ursula died, the superhuman diligence of Santa Sofia de la Piedad, her tremendous capacity for work, began to fall apart. It was not only that she was old and exhausted, but overnight the house had plunged into a crisis of senility. A soft moss grew up the walls. When there was no longer a bare spot in the courtyard, the weeds broke through the cement of the porch, breaking it like glass, and out of the cracks grew the same yellow flowers that Ursula had found in the glass with Melchiades' false teeth a century before. With neither the time nor the resources to halt the challenge of nature, Santa Sofia de la Piedad spent the day in the bedrooms, driving out the lizards who would return at night. One morning she saw that the red ants had left the undermined foundations, crossed the garden, climbed up the railing, where the begonias had taken on an earthen colour, and had penetrated into the heart of the house. She first tried to kill them with a broom, then with insecticides, and finally with lye. But the next day they were back in the same place, still passing by, tenacious and invincible. Fernanda, writing letters to her children, was not aware of the unchecked destructive attack. Santa Sofia de la Piedad continued struggling alone, fighting the weeds to stop them from getting into the kitchen, pulling from the walls the tassels of spider webs, which were rebuilt in a few hours, scraping off the termites. But when she saw that Melchiadesh's room was also dusty and filled with cobwebs, even though she swept and dusted 3 times a day, and that in spite of her furious cleaning it was threatened by the debris and the air of misery that had been foreseen only by Colonel Aureliano Buendia and the young officer, she realized that she was defeated. Then she put on her worn Sunday dress, some old shoes of Ursula's, and a pair of cotton stockings that Amaranta Ursula had given her, and she made a bundle out of the 2 or 3 changes of clothing that she had left. "I give up," she said to Aureliano. "This is too much house for my poor bones." Aureliano asked her where she was going, and she made a vague sign, as if she did not have the slightest idea of her destination. She tried to be more precise, however, saying that she was going to spend her last years with a first cousin who lived in Riohacha. It was not a likely explanation. Since the death of her parents, she had not had contact with anyone in town, or received letters or messages, nor had she been heard to speak of any relatives. Aureliano gave her 14 little gold fishes, because she was determined to leave with only what she had, 1 peso and 25 cents. From the window of the room, he saw her cross the courtyard with her bundle of clothing, dragging her feet and bent over by her years, and he saw her reach her hand through an opening in the main door and replace the bar after she had gone out. Nothing was ever heard of her again. When she heard about the flight, Fernanda rented for a whole day as she checked trunks, dresses, and closets item by item to make sure that Santa Sofia de la Piedad had not made off with anything. She burned her fingers trying to light a fire for the first time in her life, and she had to ask Aureliano to do her the favour of showing her how to make coffee. With time, he was the one who took over the kitchen duties. Fernanda would find her breakfast ready when she arose, and she would leave her room again only to get the meal that Aureliano had left covered on the embers for her, which she would carry to the table to eat on linen tablecloths and between candelabra, sitting at the solitary head of the table, facing 15 empty chairs. Even under those circumstances, Aureliano and Fernanda did not share their solitude, but both continued living on their own, cleaning their respective rooms, while the cobwebs fell like snow on the rose bushes, carpeted the beams, cushioned the walls. It was around that time that Fernanda got the impression that the house was filling up with elves. It was as if things, especially those for everyday use, had developed a faculty for changing location on their own. Fernanda would waste time looking for the shears that she was sure she had put on the bed, and after turning everything upside down, she would find them on a shelf in the kitchen, where she thought she had not been for 4 days. Suddenly there was no fork in the silver chest, and she would find 6 on the altar and 3 in the washroom. That wandering about of things was even more exasperating when she sat down to write. The inkwell that she had placed at her right would be on the left. The blotter would be lost, and she would find it 2 days later under her pillow. And the pages written to José Arcadio would get mixed up with those written to Amaranta Ursula, and she always had the feeling of mortification that she had put the letters in opposite envelopes, as in fact happened several times. On one occasion she lost her fountain pen. 2 weeks later the mailman, who had found it in his bag, returned it. He had been going from house to house looking for its owner. At first she thought it was some business of the invisible doctors, like the disappearance of the pessaries, and she even started a letter to them, begging them to leave her alone. But she had to interrupt it to do something, and when she went back to her room, she not only did not find the letter she had started, but she had forgotten the reason for writing it. For a time she thought it was Aureliano. She began to spy on him, to put things in his path, trying to catch him when he changed their location. But she was soon convinced that Aureliano never left Melchiadesh's room except to go to the kitchen or the toilet, and that he was not a man to play tricks. So, in the end, she believed that it was the mischief of elves, and she decided to secure everything in the place where she would use it. She tied the shears to the head of her bed with a long string. She tied the pen and the blotter to the leg of the table, and she glued the inkwell to the top of it, to the right of the place where she normally wrote. The problems were not solved overnight, because a few hours after she had tied the string to the shears, it was not long enough for her to cut with, as if the elves had shortened it. The same thing happened to her with the string to the pen, and even with her own arm, which after a short time of writing could not reach the inkwell. Neither Amaranta Ursula in Brussels, nor José Arcadio in Rome ever heard about those insignificant misfortunes. Fernanda told them that she was happy, and in reality she was, precisely because she felt free from any compromise, as if life were pulling her once more towards the world of her parents, where one did not suffer with day-to-day problems because they were solved beforehand in one's imagination. That endless correspondence made her lose her sense of time, especially after Santa Sofia de la Piedad had left. She had been accustomed to keep track of the days, months, and years, using as points of reference the dates set for the return of her children. But when they changed their plans time and time again, the dates became confused. The periods were mislaid, and one day seemed so much like another that one could not feel them pass. Instead of becoming impatient, she felt a deep pleasure in the delay. It did not worry her that many years after announcing the eve of his final vows, José Arcadio was still saying that he was waiting to finish his studies in advanced theology in order to undertake those in diplomacy, because she understood how steep and paved with obstacles was the spiral stairway that led to the throne of St. Peter. On the other hand, her spirits rose with news that would have been insignificant for other people, such as the fact that her son had seen the Pope. She felt a similar pleasure when Amaranta Ursula wrote to tell her that her studies would last longer than the time foreseen, because her excellent grades had earned her privileges that her father had not taken into account in his calculations. More than 3 years had passed since Santa Sofia de la Piedad had brought him the grammar, when Aureliano succeeded in translating the first sheet. It was not a useless chore, but it was only a first step along a road whose length it was impossible to predict, because the text in Spanish did not mean anything. The lines were in code. Aureliano lacked the means to establish the keys that would permit him to dig them out, but since Melchiades had told him that the books he needed to get to the bottom of the parchments were in the wise Catalonian store, he decided to speak to Fernanda so that she would let him get them. In the room devoured by rubble, whose unchecked proliferation had finally defeated it, he thought about the best way to frame the request. But when he found Fernanda taking her meal from the embers, which was his only chance to speak to her, he laboriously formulated request stuck in his throat, and he lost his voice. That was the only time that he watched her. He listened to her steps in the bedroom. He heard her on her way to the door to await the letters from her children and to give hers to the mailman, and he listened until late at night to the harsh, impassioned scratching of her pen on the paper, before hearing the sound of the light switch and the murmur of her prayers in the darkness. Only then did he go to sleep, trusting that on the following day the awaited opportunity would come. He became so inspired with the idea that permission would be granted that one morning he cut his hair, which at that time reached down to his shoulders, shaved off his tangled beard, put on some tight-fitting pants, and a shirt with an artificial collar that he had inherited from he did not know whom, and waited in the kitchen for Fernanda to get her breakfast. The woman of every day, the one with her head held high and with a stony gait, did not arrive, but an old woman of supernatural beauty with a yellowed ermine cape, a crown of gilded cardboard, and the languid look of a person who wept in secret. Actually, ever since she had found it in Aureliano Segundo's trunks, Fernanda had put on the moth-eaten queen's dress many times. Anyone who could have seen her in front of the mirror, in ecstasy over her own regal gestures, would have had reason to think that she was mad. But she was not. She had simply turned the royal regalia into a device for her memory. The first time that she put it on, she could not help a knot from forming in her heart, and her eyes filling with tears, because at that moment she smelled once more the odour of shoe polish on the boots of the officer who came to get her at her house to make her a queen, and her soul brightened with the nostalgia of her lost dreams. She felt so old, so worn out, so far away from the best moments of her life, that she even yearned for those that she remembered as the worst, and only then did she discover how much she missed the whiff of oregano on the porch, and the smell of the roses at dusk, and even the bestial nature of the parvenus. Her heart of compressed ash, which had resisted the most telling blows of daily reality without strain, fell apart with the first waves of nostalgia. The need to feel sad was becoming a vice as the years eroded her. She became human in her solitude. Nevertheless, the morning on which she entered the kitchen and found a cup of coffee offered her by a pale and bony adolescent with a hallucinated glow in his eyes, the claws of ridicule tore at her. Not only did she refuse him permission, but from then on she carried the keys to the house in the pocket where she kept the unused pessaries. It was a useless precaution, because if he had wanted to, Aureliano could have escaped and even returned to the house without being seen. But the prolonged captivity, the uncertainty of the world, the habit of obedience, had dried up the seeds of rebellion in his heart, so that he went back to his enclosure, reading and rereading the parchments, and listening until very late at night to Fernanda sobbing in her bedroom. One morning he went to light the fire as usual, and on the extinguished ashes he found the food that he had left for her the day before. Then he looked into her bedroom and saw her lying on the bed covered with the ermine cape, more beautiful than ever, and with her skin turned into an ivory casing. 4 months later, when José Arcadio arrived, he found her intact. It was impossible to conceive of a man more like his mother. He was wearing a sombre taffeta suit, a shirt with a round and hard collar, and a thin silk ribbon tied in a bow in place of a necktie. He was ruddy and languid, with a startled look and weak lips. His black hair, shiny and smooth, parted in the middle of his head by a straight and tired line, had the same artificial appearance as the hair on the saints. The shadow of a well-uprooted beard on his paraffin face looked like a question of conscience. His hands were pale, with green veins and fingers that were like parasites, and he wore a solid gold ring with a round sunflower opal on his left index finger. When he opened the street door, Aureliano did not have to be told who he was to realize that he came from far away. With his steps, the house filled up with the fragrance of the toilet water that Ursula used to splash on him when he was a child, in order to find him in the shadows. In some way impossible to ascertain after so many years of absence, José Arcadio was still an autumnal child, terribly sad and solitary. He went directly to his mother's bedroom, where Aureliano had boiled mercury for 4 months in his grandfather's water pipe to conserve the body according to Melquiades' formula. José Arcadio did not ask him any questions. He kissed the corpse on the forehead and withdrew from under her skirt the pocket of casing which contained 3 as yet unused pessaries and the key to her cabinet. He did everything with direct and decisive movements, in contrast to his languid look. From the cabinet he took a small damascene chest with the family crest, and found on the inside, which was perfumed with sandalwood, the long letter in which Fernanda unburdened her heart of the numerous truths that she had hidden from him. He read it standing up, avidly but without anxiety, and at the 3rd page he stopped and examined Aureliano with a look of second recognition. "So," he said with a voice with a touch of razor in it, "you're the bastard." "I'm Aureliano Buendia." "Go to your room," José Arcadio said. Aureliano went, and did not come out again, even from curiosity, when he heard the sound of the solitary funeral ceremonies. Sometimes from the kitchen he would see José Arcadio strolling through the house, smothered by his anxious breathing, and he continued hearing his steps in the ruined bedrooms after midnight. He did not hear his voice for many months, not only because José Arcadio never addressed him, but also because he had no desire for it to happen, or time to think about anything else but the parchments. On Fernanda's death, he had taken out the next to the last little fish, and gone to the wise Catalonian's bookstore in search of the books he needed. Nothing he saw along the way interested him, perhaps because he lacked any memories for comparison, and the deserted streets and desolate houses were the same as he had imagined them at the time when he would have given his soul to know them. He had given himself the permission denied by Fernanda, and only once, and for the minimum time necessary, so that without pausing he went along the 11 blocks that separated the house from the narrow street where dreams had been interpreted in other days, and he went panting into the confused and gloomy place where there was barely room to move. More than a bookstore, it looked like a dump for used books, which were placed in disorder on the shelves, chewed by termites, in the corners sticky with cobwebs, and even in the spaces that were supposed to serve as passageways. On a long table, also heaped with old books and papers, the proprietor was writing tireless prose in purple letters, somewhat outlandish, and on the loose pages of a school notebook. He had a handsome head of silver hair which fell down over his forehead like the plume of a cockatoo, and his blue eyes, lively and close-set, revealed the gentleness of a man who had read all of the books. He was wearing short pants and soaking in perspiration, and he did not stop his writing to see who had come in. Aureliano had no difficulty in rescuing the 5 books that he was looking for from that fabulous disorder, because they were exactly where Melquiades had told him they would be. Without saying a word, he handed them, along with the little gold fish, to the wise Catalonian, and the latter examined them, his eyelids contracting like 2 clams. "You must be mad," he said in his own language, shrugging his shoulders, and he handed back to Aureliano the 5 books and the little fish. "You can have them," he said in Spanish. "The last man who read these books must have been Isaac the blind man. So consider well what you're doing." José Arcadio restored the Meme's bedroom and had the velvet curtains cleaned and mended, along with the damask on the canopy of the viceregal bed, and he put to use once more the abandoned bathroom, where the cement pool was blackened by a fibrous and rough coating. He restricted his vest pocket empire of worn, exotic clothing, false perfumes, and cheap jewellery to those places. The only thing that seemed to worry him in the rest of the house were the saints on the family altar, which he burned down to ashes one afternoon in a bonfire he lighted in the courtyard. He would sleep until past 11 o'clock. He would go to the bathroom in a shabby robe with golden dragons on it and a pair of slippers with yellow tassels, and there he would officiate at a rite which, for its care and length, recalled Remedios the Beauty. Before bathing he would perfume the pool with the salts that he carried in 3 alabaster flacons. He did not bathe himself with the gourd, but would plunge into the fragrant waters and remain there for 2 hours, floating on his back, lulled by the coolness and by the memory of Amaranta. A few days after arriving, he put aside his taffeta suit, which, in addition to being too hot for the town, was the only one he had, and he exchanged it for some tight-fitting pants very similar to those worn by Pietro Crespi during his dance lessons, and a silk shirt woven with thread from living caterpillars, and with his initials embroidered over the heart. Twice a week he would wash the complete change in the tub, and would wear his robe until it dried because he had nothing else to put on. He never ate at home. He would go out when the heat of siesta time had eased, and would not return until well into the night. Then he would continue his anxious pacing, breathing like a cat and thinking about Amaranta. She and the frightful look of the saints in the glow of the nocturnal lamp were the 2 memories he retained of the house. Many times during the hallucinating Roman August he had opened his eyes in the middle of his sleep and had seen Amaranta rising out of a marble-edged pool with her lace petticoats and the bandage on her hand, idealized by the anxiety of exile. Unlike Aureliano José, who tried to drown that image in the bloody bog of war, he tried to keep it alive in the sink of concupiscence, while he entertained his mother with the endless fable of his pontifical vocation. It never occurred, either to him or to Fernanda, to think that their correspondence was an exchange of fantasies. José Arcadio, who left the seminary as soon as he reached Rome, continued nourishing the legend of theology and canon law so as not to jeopardize the fabulous inheritance of which his mother's delirious letters spoke, and which would rescue him from the misery and sordidness he shared with 2 friends in a Trastevere garret. When he received Fernanda's last letter, dictated by the foreboding of imminent death, he put the leftovers of his false splendour into a suitcase and crossed the ocean in the hold of a ship where immigrants were crammed together like cattle in a slaughterhouse, eating cold macaroni and wormy cheese. Before he read Fernanda's will, which was nothing but a detailed and tardy recapitulation of her misfortunes, the broken-down furniture and the weeds on the porch had indicated that he had fallen into a trap from which he would never escape, exiled forever from the diamond light and timeless air of the Roman spring. During the crushing insomnia brought on by his asthma, he would measure and remeasure the depth of his misfortune as he went through the shadowy house where the senile fussing of Ursula had instilled a fear of the world in him. In order to be sure that she would not lose him in the shadows, she had assigned him a corner of the bedroom, the only one where he would be safe from the dead people who wandered through the house after sundown. "If you do anything bad," Ursula would tell him, "the saints will let me know." The terror-filled nights of his childhood were reduced to that corner where he would remain motionless until it was time to go to bed, perspiring with fear on a stool under the watchful and glacial eyes of the tattletale saints. It was useless torture, because even at that time he already had a terror of everything around him, and he was prepared to be frightened at anything he met in life. women on the street who would ruin his blood, the women in the house who bore children with the tail of a pig, fighting cocks who brought on the death of men and remorse for the rest of one's life, firearms which with a mere touch would bring down 20 years of war, uncertain ventures which led only to disillusionment and madness. Everything, in short, everything that God had created in his infinite goodness and that the devil had perverted. When he awakened, pressed in the vice of his nightmares, the light in the window and the caresses of Amaranta in the bath and the pleasure of being powdered between the legs with a silk puff would release him from the terror. Even Ursula was different under the radiant light in the garden, because there she did not talk about fearful things, but would brush his teeth with charcoal powder, so that he would have the radiant smile of a pope, and she would cut and polish his nails so that the pilgrims who came to Rome from all over the world would be startled at the beauty of the pope's hands as he blessed them. And she would comb his hair like that of the pope, and she would sprinkle his body and his clothing with toilet water, so that his body and his clothes would have the fragrance of a pope. In the courtyard of Castel Gandolfo, he had seen the pope on a balcony making the same speech in 7 languages for a crowd of pilgrims, and the only thing indeed that had drawn his attention was the whiteness of his hands, which seemed to have been soaked in lye, the dazzling shine of his summer clothing, and the hidden breath of cologne. Almost a year after his return home, having sold the silver candlesticks and the heraldic chamber pot, which at the moment of truth turned out to have only a little gold plating on the crest, in order to eat, the only distraction of José Arcadio was to pick up children in town so that they could play in the house. He would appear with them at siesta time and have them skip rope in the garden, sing on the porch, and do acrobatics on the furniture in the living room, while he would go among the groups giving lessons in good manners. At that time he had finished with the tight pants and the silk shirts, and was wearing an ordinary suit of clothing that he had bought in the Arab stores, but he still maintained his languid dignity and his papal air. The children took over the house just as Mémé's schoolmates had done in the past. Until well into the night they could be heard chattering and singing and tap-dancing, so that the house resembled a boarding school where there was no discipline. Aureliano did not worry about the invasion, as long as they did not bother him in Melchiadesh's room. One morning 2 children pushed open the door and were startled at the sight of a filthy and hairy man who was still deciphering the parchments on the work-table. They did not dare go in, but they kept on watching the room. They would peep in through the cracks, whispering. They threw live animals in through the transom, and on one occasion they nailed up the door and the window, and it took Aureliano half a day to force them open. Amused at their unpunished mischief, 4 of the children went into the room one morning while Aureliano was in the kitchen, preparing to destroy the parchments. But as soon as they laid hands on the yellowed sheets, an angelic force lifted them off the ground and held them suspended in the air until Aureliano returned and took the parchments away from them. From then on, they did not bother him. The 4 oldest children, who wore short pants, in spite of the fact that they were on the threshold of adolescence, busied themselves with José Arcadio's personal appearance. They would arrive earlier than the others and spend the morning shaving him, giving him massages with hot towels, cutting and polishing the nails on his hands and feet, and perfuming him with toilet water. On several occasions they would get into the pool to soap him from head to toe as he floated on his back, thinking about Amaranta. Then they would dry him, powder his body, and dress him. One of the children, who had curly blonde hair and eyes of pink glass like a rabbit, was accustomed to sleeping in the house. The bonds that linked him to José Arcadio were so strong that he would accompany him in his asthmatic insomnia, without speaking, strolling through the house with him in the darkness. One night, in the room where Ursula had slept, they saw a yellow glow coming through the crumbling cement, as if an underground sun had changed the floor of the room into a pane of glass. They did not have to turn on the light. It was sufficient to lift the broken slabs in the corner where Ursula's bed had always stood, and where the glow was most intense, to find the secret crypt that Aureliano Segundo had worn himself out searching for during the delirium of his excavations. There were the 3 canvas sacks closed with copper wire, and inside of them the 7,214 pieces of 8, which continued glowing like embers in the darkness. The discovery of the treasure was like a deflagration. Instead of returning to Rome with the sudden fortune, which had been his dream, maturing in misery, José Arcadio converted the house into a decadent paradise. He replaced the curtains and the canopy of the bed with new velvet, and he had the bathroom floor covered with paving stones and the walls with tiles. The cupboard in the dining room was filled with fruit preserves, hams and pickles, and the unused pantry was opened again for the storage of wines and liqueurs, which José Arcadio himself brought from the railroad station in crates marked with his name. One night, he and the 4 oldest children had a party that lasted until dawn. At 6 in the morning, they came out naked from the bedroom, drained the pool, and filled it with champagne. They jumped in en masse, swimming like birds flying through a sky gilded with fragrant bubbles, while José Arcadio floated on his back on the edge of the festivities, remembering Amaranta with his eyes open. He remained that way, wrapped up in himself, thinking about the bitterness of his equivocal pleasures, until after the children had become tired and gone in a troop to the bedroom, where they tore down the curtains to dry themselves, and in the disorder they broke the rock crystal mirror into 4 pieces, and destroyed the canopy of the bed in the tumult of lying down. When José Arcadio came back from the bathroom, he found them sleeping in a naked heap in the shipwrecked bedroom. Inflamed, not so much because of the damage as because of the disgust and pity that he felt for himself in the emptiness of the Saturnalia, he armed himself with an ecclesiastical cat-o'-nine-tails that he kept in the bottom of his trunk, along with a hair-shirt and other instruments of mortification and penance, and drove the children out of the house, howling like a madman, and whipping them without mercy, as a person would not even have done to a pack of coyotes. He was done in, with an attack of asthma that lasted for several days, and that gave him the look of a man on his deathbed. On the 3rd night of torture, overcome by asphyxiation, he went to Aureliano's room to ask him the favour of buying some powders to inhale at a nearby drugstore. So it was that Aureliano went out for a 2nd time. He had to go only 2 blocks to reach the small pharmacy with dusty windows and ceramic bottles with labels in Latin, where a girl with the stealthy beauty of a serpent of the Nile gave him the medicine, the name of which José Arcadio had written down on a piece of paper. The second view of the deserted town, barely illuminated by the yellowish bulbs of the street lights, did not awaken in Aureliano any more curiosity than the first. José Arcadio had come to think that he had run away when he reappeared, panting a little because of his haste, dragging legs that enclosure and lack of mobility had made weak and heavy. His indifference towards the world was so certain that a few days later José Arcadio violated the promise he had made to his mother and left him free to go out whenever he wanted to. "I have nothing to do outside," Aureliano answered him. He remained shut up, absorbed in the parchments which he was slowly unravelling, and whose meaning, nevertheless, he was unable to interpret. José Arcadio would bring slices of ham to him in his room, sugared flowers which left a spring-like aftertaste in his mouth, and on 2 occasions a glass of fine wine. He was not interested in the parchments, which he thought of more as an esoteric pastime, but his attention was attracted by the rare wisdom and the inexplicable knowledge of the world that his desolate kinsman had. He discovered then that he could understand written English, and that between parchments he had gone from the first page to the last of the 6 volumes of the encyclopedia, as if it were a novel. At first he attributed to that the fact that Aureliano could speak about Rome as if he had lived there many years. But he soon became aware that he knew things that were not in the encyclopedia, such as the price of items. "Everything is known," was the only reply he received from Aureliano when he asked him where he had got that information from. Aureliano, for his part, was surprised that José Arcadio, when seen from close by, was so different from the image that he had formed of him when he saw him wandering through the house. He was capable of laughing, of allowing himself from time to time a feeling of nostalgia for the past of the house, and of showing concern for the state of misery present in Melquiades's room. That drawing closer together of 2 solitary people of the same blood was far from friendship, but it did allow them both to bear up better under the unfathomable solitude that separated and united them at the same time. José Arcadio could then turn to Aureliano to untangle certain domestic problems that exasperated him. Aureliano, in turn, could sit and read on the porch, waiting for the letters from Amaranta Ursula, which still arrived with the usual punctuality, and could use the bathroom, from which José Arcadio had banished him when he arrived. One hot dawn, they both woke up in alarm at an urgent knocking on the street door. It was a dark old man with large green eyes that gave his face a ghostly phosphorescence, and with a cross of ashes on his forehead. His clothing in tatters, his shoes cracked, the old knapsack on his shoulder his only luggage, he looked like a beggar, but his bearing had a dignity that was in frank contradiction to his appearance. It was only necessary to look at him once, even in the shadows of the parlour, to realize that the secret strength that allowed him to live was not the instinct of self-preservation, but the habit of fear. It was Aureliano Amador, the only survivor of Colonel Aureliano Buendia's 17 sons, searching for a respite in his long and hazardous existence as a fugitive. He identified himself, begged them to give him a refuge in that house, which, during his nights as a pariah, he had remembered as the last redoubt of safety left for him in life. But José Arcadio and Aureliano did not remember him. Thinking that he was a tramp, they pushed him into the street. Then they both saw from the doorway the end of a drama that had begun before José Arcadio had reached the age of reason. 2 policemen who had been chasing Aureliano Amador for years, who had tracked him like bloodhounds across half the world, came out from among the almond trees on the opposite sidewalk and took 2 shots with their Mausers, which neatly penetrated the cross of ashes. Ever since he had expelled the children from the house, José Arcadio was really waiting for news of an ocean liner that would leave for Naples before Christmas. He had told Aureliano, and had even made plans to set him up in a business that would bring him a living, because the baskets of food had stopped coming since Fernanda's burial. But that last dream would not be fulfilled either. One September morning, after having coffee in the kitchen with Aureliano, José Arcadio was finishing his daily bath when, through the openings in the tiles, the 4 children he had expelled from the house burst in. Without giving him time to defend himself, they jumped into the pool fully clothed, grabbed him by the hair, and held his head under the water until the bubbling of his death throes ceased on the surface, and his silent and pale dolphin body slipped down to the bottom of the fragrant water. Then they took out the 3 sacks of gold from the hiding place, which was known only to them and their victim. It was such a rapid, methodical, and brutal action that it was like a military operation. Aureliano, shut up in his room, was not aware of anything. That afternoon, having missed him in the kitchen, he looked for José Arcadio all over the house, and found him floating on the perfumed mirror of the pool, enormous and bloated, and still thinking about Amaranta. Only then did he understand how much he had begun to love him. Amaranta Ursula returned with the first angels of December, driven on a sailor's breeze, leading her husband by a silk rope tied around his neck. She appeared without warning, wearing an ivory-coloured dress, a string of pearls that reached almost to her knees, emerald and topaz rings, and with her straight hair in a smooth bun held behind her ears by swallow-tail brooches. The man whom she had married 6 months before was a thin, older Fleming with the look of a sailor about him. She had only to push open the door to the parlour to realize that her absence had been longer and more destructive than she had imagined. "Good Lord!" she shouted, more gay than alarmed. "It's obvious that there's no woman in this house." The baggage would not fit on the porch. Besides Fernanda's old trunk, which they had sent her off to school with, she had 2 upright trunks, 4 large suitcases, a bag for her parasols, 8 hat boxes, a gigantic cage with 100 canaries, and her husband's velocipede, broken down in a special case which allowed him to carry it like a cello. She did not even take a day of rest after the long trip. She put on some worn denim overalls that her husband had brought along with other automotive items, and set about a new restoration of the house. She scattered the red ants, who had already taken possession of the porch, brought the rose bushes back to life, uprooted the weeds and planted ferns, oregano, and begonias again in the pots along the railing. She took charge of a crew of carpenters, locksmiths, and masons, who filled in the cracks in the floor, put doors and windows back on their hinges, repaired the furniture, and whitewashed the walls inside and out, so that 3 months after her arrival one breathed once more the atmosphere of youth and festivity that had existed during the days of the pianola. No one in the house had ever been in a better mood at all hours and under any circumstances, nor had anyone ever been readier to sing and dance, and toss all items and customs from the past into the trash. With a sweep of her broom, she did away with the funeral mementos and piles of useless trash and articles of superstition that had been piling up in the corners, and the only thing she spared, out of gratitude to Ursula, was the daguerreotype of Remedios in the parlour. "My, such luxury!" she would shout, dying with laughter. "A 14-year-old grandmother!" When one of the masons told her that the house was full of apparitions, and that the only way to drive them out was to look for the treasures they had left buried, she replied amid loud laughter that she did not think it was right for men to be superstitious. She was so spontaneous, so emancipated, with such a free and modern spirit, that Aureliano did not know what to do with his body when he saw her arrive. My, she shouted happily with open arms. "Look at how my darling cannibal has grown." Before he had a chance to react, she had already put a record on the portable phonograph she had brought with her, and was trying to teach him the latest dance steps. She made him change the dirty pants that he had inherited from Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and gave him some youthful shirts and two-toned shoes, and she would push him into the street when he was spending too much time in Melquiades's room. Active, small and indomitable like Ursula, and almost as pretty and provocative as Remedios the Beauty, she was endowed with a rare instinct for anticipating fashion. When she received pictures of the most recent fashions in the mail, they only proved that she had not been wrong about the models that she designed herself, and sewed on Amaranta's primitive pedal machine. She subscribed to every fashion magazine, art publication, and popular music review published in Europe, and she had only to glance at them to realize that things in the world were going just as she imagined they were. It was incomprehensible why a woman with that spirit would have returned to a dead town burdened by dust and heat, and much less with a husband who had more than enough money to live anywhere in the world, and who loved her so much that he let himself be led around by her on a silk leash. As time passed, however, her intention to stay was more obvious, because she did not make any plans that were not a long way off, nor did she do anything that did not have, as an aim, the search for a comfortable life and a peaceful old age in Macondo. The canary cage showed that those aims were made up on the spur of the moment. Remembering that her mother had told her in a letter about the extermination of the birds, she had delayed her trip several months until she found a ship that stopped at the Fortunate Isles, and there she chose the finest 25 pairs of canaries so that she could repopulate the skies of Macondo. That was the most lamentable of her numerous frustrated undertakings. As the birds reproduced, Amaranta Ursula would release them in pairs, and no sooner did they feel themselves free than they fled the town. She tried in vain to awaken love in them by means of the bird cage that Ursula had built during the first reconstruction of the house. Also in vain were the artificial nests built of esparto grass in the almond trees, and the bird seeds strewn about the roofs, and arousing the captives so that their songs would dissuade the deserters, because they would take flight on their first attempt and make a turn in the sky, just the time needed to find the direction to the Fortunate Isles. A year after her return, although she had not succeeded in making any friends or giving any parties, Amaranta Ursula still believed that it was possible to rescue the community which had been singled out by misfortune. Gaston, her husband, took care not to antagonize her, although since that fatal noon when he got off the train, he realized that his wife's determination had been provoked by a nostalgic mirage. Certain that she would be defeated by the realities, he did not even take the trouble to put his velocipede together, but he set about hunting for the largest eggs among the spider-webs that the masons had knocked down, and he would open them with his fingernails and spend hours looking through a magnifying glass at the tiny spiders that emerged. Later on, thinking that Amaranta Ursula was continuing with her repairs so that her hands would not be idle, he decided to assemble the handsome bicycle, on which the front wheel was much larger than the rear one, and he dedicated himself to the capture and curing of every native insect he could find in the region, which he sent in jam jars to his former professor of natural history at the University of Liège, where he had done advanced work in entomology, although his main vocation was that of aviator. When he rode the bicycle, he would wear acrobat's tights, gaudy socks, and a Sherlock Holmes cap. But when he was on foot, he would dress in a spotless natural linen suit, white shoes, a silk bow tie, a straw boater, and he would carry a willow stick in his hand. His pale eyes accentuated his look of a sailor, and his small moustache looked like the fur of a squirrel. Although he was at least 15 years older than his wife, his alert determination to make her happy, and his qualities as a good lover compensated for the difference. Actually, those who saw that man in his 40s with careful habits, with the leash around his neck and his circus bicycle, would not have thought that he had made a pact of unbridled love with his wife, and that they both gave in to the reciprocal drive in the least adequate of places, and wherever the spirit moved them, as they had done since they had begun to keep company, and with a passion that the passage of time and the more and more unusual circumstances deepened and enriched. Gaston was not only a fierce lover, with endless wisdom and imagination, but he was also perhaps the first man in the history of the species who had made an emergency landing and had come close to killing himself and his sweetheart, simply to make love in a field of violets. They had met 2 years before they were married, when the sports biplane in which he was making rolls over the school where Amaranta Ursula was studying made an intrepid manoeuvre to avoid the flagpole, and the primitive framework of canvas and aluminium foil was caught by the tail on some electric wires. From then on, paying no attention to his leg in splints, on weekends he would pick up Amaranta Ursula at the nuns' boarding house where she lived, where the rules were not as severe as Fernanda had wanted, and he would take her to his country club. They began to love each other at an altitude of 1,500 feet in the Sunday air of the moors, and they felt all the closer together as the beings on earth grew more and more minute. She spoke to him of Macondo as the brightest and most peaceful town on earth, and of an enormous house, scented with oregano, where she wanted to live until old age with a loyal husband and 2 strong sons, who would be named Rodrigo and Gonzalo, never Aureliano and José Arcadio, and a daughter who would be named Virginia, and never Remedios. She had evoked the town idealized by nostalgia with such strong tenacity that Gaston understood that she would not get married unless he took her to live in Macondo. He agreed to it, as he agreed later on to the leash, because he thought it was a passing fancy that could be overcome in time. But when 2 years in Macondo had passed, and Amaranta Ursula was as happy as on the first day, he began to show signs of alarm. By that time he had dissected every dissectable insect in the region. He spoke Spanish like a native, and he had solved all of the crossword puzzles in the magazines that he received in the mail. He did not have the pretext of climate to hasten their return, because nature had endowed him with a colonial liver which resisted the drowsiness of siesta time, and water that had vinegar worms in it. He liked the native cooking so much that once he ate 82 iguana eggs at one sitting. Amaranta Ursula, on the other hand, had brought in by train fish and shellfish in boxes of ice, canned meats and preserved fruits, which were the only things she could eat, and she still dressed in European style and received designs by mail, in spite of the fact that she had no place to go and no one to visit. And by that time her husband was not in a mood to appreciate her short skirts, her tilted felt hat, and her 7-strand necklaces. Her secret seemed to lie in the fact that she always found a way to keep busy, resolving domestic problems that she herself had created, and doing a poor job on 1,000 things which she would fix on the following day with a pernicious diligence that made one think of Fernanda and the hereditary vice of making something just to unmake it. Her festive genius was still so alive then that when she received new records, she would invite Gaston to stay in the parlour until very late to practice the dance steps that her schoolmates described to her in sketches, and they would generally end up making love on the Viennese rocking chairs or on the bare floor. The only thing that she needed to be completely happy was the birth of her children, but she respected the pact that she had made with her husband not to have any until they had been married for 5 years. Looking for something to fill his idle hours with, Gaston became accustomed to spending the morning in Melchiades' room with the shy Aureliano. He took pleasure in recalling with him the most hidden corners of his country, which Aureliano knew as if he had spent much time there. When Gaston asked him what he had done to obtain knowledge that was not in the encyclopedia, he received the same answer as José Arcadio. Everything is known. In addition to Sanskrit, he had learned English and French, and a little Latin and Greek. Since he went out every afternoon at that time, and Amaranta Ursula had set aside a weekly sum for him for his personal expenses, his room looked like a branch of the wise Catalonian's bookstore. He read avidly until late at night, although from the manner in which he referred to his reading, Gaston thought that he did not buy the books in order to learn, but to verify the truth of his knowledge, and that none of them interested him more than the parchments, to which he dedicated most of his time in the morning. Both Gaston and his wife would have liked to incorporate him into the family life, but Aureliano was a hermetic man with a cloud of mystery that time was making denser. It was such an unfathomable condition that Gaston failed in his efforts to become intimate with him, and had to seek other pastimes for his idle hours. It was around that time that he conceived the idea of establishing an airmail service. It was not a new project. Actually, he had it fairly well advanced when he met Amaranta Ursula, except that it was not for Macondo, but for the Belgian Congo, where his family had investments in palm oil. The marriage and the decision to spend a few months in Macondo to please his wife had obliged him to postpone it. But when he saw that Amaranta Ursula was determined to organize a commission for public improvement, and even laughed at him when he hinted at the possibility of returning, he understood that things were going to take a long time, and he re-established contact with his forgotten partners in Brussels, thinking that it was just as well to be a pioneer in the Caribbean as in Africa. While his steps were progressing, he prepared a landing field in the old Enchanted region, which at that time looked like a plain of crushed flintstone, and he studied the wind direction, the geography of the coastal region, and the best routes for aerial navigation, without knowing that his diligence, so similar to that of Mr. Herbert, was filling the town with the dangerous suspicion that his plan was not to get up roots, but to plant banana trees. Enthusiastic over an idea that, after all, might justify his permanent establishment in Macondo, he took several trips to the capital of the province, met with authorities, obtained licenses, and drew up contracts for exclusive rights. In the meantime, he maintained a correspondence with his partners in Brussels, which resembled that of Fernanda with the invisible doctors, and he finally convinced them to ship the first aeroplane under the care of an expert mechanic, who would assemble it in the nearest port and fly it to Macondo. 1 year after his first meditations and meteorological calculations, trusting in the repeated promises of his correspondence, he had acquired the habit of strolling through the streets, looking at the sky, hanging on to the sound of the breeze in hopes that the aeroplane would appear. Although she had not noticed it, the return of Amaranta Ursula had brought on a radical change in Aureliano's life. After the death of José Arcadio, he had become a regular customer at the wise Catalonian's bookstore. Also, the freedom that he enjoyed then, and the time at his disposal, awoke in him a certain curiosity about the town, which he came to know without any surprise. He went through the dusty and solitary streets, examining with scientific interest the inside of houses in ruin, the metal screens on the windows broken by rust, and the dying birds, and the inhabitants bowed down by memories. He tried to reconstruct in his imagination the annihilated splendour of the old banana company town, whose dry swimming pool was filled to the brim with rotting men's and women's shoes, and in the houses of which, destroyed by rye grass, he found the skeleton of a German shepherd dog still tied to a ring by a steel chain, and a telephone that was ringing, ringing, ringing until he picked it up, and an anguished and distant woman spoke in English, and he said yes, that the strike was over, that 3,000 dead people had been thrown into the sea, that the banana company had left, and that Macondo finally had peace after many years. Those wanderings led him to the prostrate red light district, where in other times bundles of banknotes had been burned to liven up the revels, and which at that time was a maze of streets more afflicted and miserable than the others, with a few red lights still burning, and with deserted dance halls adorned with the remnants of wreaths, where the pale, fat widows of no one, the French great-grandmothers, and the Babylonian matriarchs were still waiting beside their phonographs. Aureliano could not find anyone who remembered his family, not even Colonel Aureliano Buendia, except for the oldest of the West Indian Negroes, an old man whose cottony hair gave him the look of a photographic negative, and who was still singing the mournful sunset psalms in the door of his house. Aureliano would talk to him in the tortured papiamento that he had learned in a few weeks, and sometimes he would share his chicken-head soup, prepared by the great-granddaughter, with him. She was a large black woman with solid bones, the hips of a mare, teats like live melons, and a round and perfect head armoured with a hard surface of wiry hair, which looked like a medieval warrior's male headdress. Her name was Nigromanta. In those days, Aureliano lived off the sale of silverware, candlesticks, and other bric-a-brac from the house. When he was penniless, which was most of the time, he got people in the back of the market to give him the chicken heads that they were going to throw away, and he would take them to Nigromanta to make her soups, fortified with purslane and seasoned with mint. When the great-grandfather died, Aureliano stopped going by the house, but he would run into Nigromanta under the dark almond trees on the square, using her wild animal whistles to lure the few night owls. Many times he stayed with her, speaking in papiamento about chicken-head soup and other dainties of misery, and he would have kept right on if she had not let him know that his presence frightened off customers. Although he sometimes felt the temptation, and although Nigromanta herself might have seemed to him as the natural culmination of a shared nostalgia, he did not go to bed with her. So Aureliano was still a virgin when Amaranta Ursula returned to Macondo and gave him a sisterly embrace that left him breathless. Every time he saw her, and worse yet when she showed him the latest dances, he felt the same spongy release in his bones that had disturbed his great-great-grandfather when Pilar Ternera made her pretexts about the cards in the granary. Trying to squelch the torment, he sank deeper into the parchments and eluded the innocent flattery of that aunt who was poisoning his nights with a flow of tribulation. But the more he avoided her, the more the anxiety with which he waited for her stony laughter, her howls of a happy cat, and her songs of gratitude, agonizing in love at all hours and in the most unlikely parts of the house. One night, 30 feet from his bed, on the silver workbench, the couple with unhinged bellies broke the bottles and ended up making love in a pool of muriatic acid. Aureliano not only could not sleep for a single second, but he spent the next day with a fever, sobbing with rage. The first night that he waited for Nigromanta to come to the shadows of the almond trees, it seemed like an eternity. Pricked as he was by the needles of uncertainty, and clutching in his fist the peso and 50 cents that he had asked Amaranta Ursula for, not so much because he needed it, as to involve her, debase her, prostitute her in his adventure in some way. Nigromanta took him to her room, which was lighted with false candlesticks, to her folding cot with the bedding stained from bad loves, and to her body of a wild dog, hardened and without a soul, which prepared itself to dismiss him as if he were a frightened child. And suddenly it found a man whose tremendous power demanded a movement of seismic readjustment from her insides. They became lovers. Aureliano would spend his mornings deciphering parchments, and at siesta time he would go to the bedroom where Nigromanta was waiting for him, to teach him first how to do it like earthworms, then like snails, and finally like crabs, until she had to leave him and lie in wait for vagabond loves. Several weeks passed before Aureliano discovered that around her waist she wore a small belt that seemed to be made out of a cello string, but which was hard as steel and had no end, as if it had been born and grown with her. Almost always, between loves, they would eat naked in the bed, in the hallucinating heat and under the daytime stars that the rust had caused to shine on the zinc ceiling. It was the first time that Nigromanta had had a steady man, a bone-crusher from head to toe, as she herself said, dying with laughter. And she had even begun to get romantic illusions when Aureliano confided in her about his repressed passion for Amaranta Ursula, which he had not been able to cure with the substitution, but which was twisting him inside all the more as experience broadened the horizons of love. After that, Nigromanta continued to receive him with the same warmth as ever, but she made him pay for her services so strictly that when Aureliano had no money, she would make an addition to his bill, which was not figured in numbers, but by marks that she made with her thumbnail behind the door. At sundown, while she was drifting through the shadows in the square, Aureliano was going along the porch like a stranger, scarcely greeting Amaranta Ursula and Gaston, who usually dined at that time, and shutting himself up in his room again, unable to read or write, or even think because of the anxiety brought on by the laughter, the whispering, the preliminary frolics, and then the explosions of agonizing happiness that capped the nights in the house. That was his life 2 years before Gaston began to wait for the aeroplane, and it went on the same way on the afternoon that he went to the bookstore of the Wise Catalonian and found 4 ranting boys in heated argument about the methods used to kill cockroaches in the Middle Ages. The old bookseller, knowing about Aureliano's love for books that had been read only by the Venerable Bede, urged him with a certain fatherly malice to get into the discussion. And without even taking a breath, he explained that the cockroach, the oldest winged insect on the face of the earth, had already been the victim of slippers in the Old Testament, but that since the species was definitely resistant to any and all methods of extermination, from tomato slices with borax to flour and sugar, and with its 1,603 varieties, had resisted the most ancient, tenacious, and pitiless persecution that mankind had unleashed against any living thing since the beginnings, including man himself, to such an extent that, just as an instinct for reproduction was attributed to humankind, so there must have been another one more definite and pressing, which was the instinct to kill cockroaches. And if the latter had succeeded in escaping human ferocity, it was because they had taken refuge in the shadows, where they became invulnerable because of man's congenital fear of the dark. But on the other hand, they became susceptible to the glow of noon, so that by the Middle Ages already, and in present times, and per omnia secula seculorum, the only effective method for killing cockroaches was the glare of the sun. That encyclopedic coincidence was the beginning of a great friendship. Aureliano continued getting together in the afternoon with the 4 arguers, whose names were Alvaro, Germán, Alfonso, and Gabriel, the first and last friends that he ever had in his life. For a man like him, holed up in written reality, those stormy sessions that began in the bookstore and ended at dawn in the brothels were a revelation. It had never occurred to him until then to think that literature was the best plaything that had ever been invented to make fun of people, as Alvaro demonstrated during one night of revels. Some time would have to pass before Aureliano realized that such arbitrary attitudes had their origins in the example of the wise Catalonian, for whom wisdom was worth nothing if it could not be used to invent a new way of preparing chickpeas. The afternoon on which Aureliano gave his lecture on cockroaches, the argument ended up in the house of the girls who went to bed because of hunger, a brothel of lies on the outskirts of Macondo. The proprietress was a smiling Mama Santa, tormented by a mania for opening and closing doors. Her eternal smile seemed to have been brought on by the credulity of her customers, who accepted as something certain an establishment that did not exist except in the imagination, because even the tangible things there were unreal. The furniture that fell apart when one sat on it, the disembowelled phonograph with a nesting hen inside, the garden of paper flowers, the calendars going back to the years before the arrival of the Banana Company, the frames with prints cut out of magazines that had never been published. Even the timid little whores who came from the neighbourhood. When the proprietress informed them that customers had arrived, they were nothing but an invention. They would appear without any greeting in their little flowered dresses left over from the days when they were 5 years younger, and they took them off with the same innocence with which they had put them on. And in the paroxysms of love, they would exclaim, "Good heavens! Look how that roof is falling in!" And as soon as they got their peso and 50 cents, they would spend it on a roll with cheese that the proprietress sold them, smiling more than ever, because only she knew that the meal was not true either. Aureliano, whose world at that time began with Melquiades parchments and ended in Nigromanta's bed, found a stupid cure for timidity in the small, imaginary brothel. At first he could get nowhere, in rooms where the proprietress would enter during the best moments of love and make all sorts of comments about the intimate charms of the protagonists. But with time he began to get so familiar with those misfortunes of the world that on one night that was more unbalanced than the others, he got undressed in the small reception room and ran through the house balancing a bottle of beer on his inconceivable maleness. He was the one who made fashionable the extravagances that the proprietress celebrated with her eternal smile, without protesting, without believing in them, just as when German tried to burn the house down to show that it did not exist, and as when Alfonso wrung the neck of the parrot and threw it into the pot where the chicken stew was beginning to boil. Although Aureliano felt himself linked to the four friends by a common affection and a common solidarity, even to the point where he thought of them as if they were one person, he was closer to Gabriel than to the others. The link was born on the night when he casually mentioned Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and Gabriel was the only one who did not think that he was making fun of somebody. Even the proprietress, who normally did not take part in the conversations, argued with a madam's wrathful passion that Colonel Aureliano Buendia, of whom she had indeed heard speak at some time, was a figure invented by the government as a pretext for killing liberals. Gabriel, on the other hand, did not doubt the reality of Colonel Aureliano Buendia, because he had been a companion in arms and inseparable friend of his great-great-grandfather, Colonel Gerineldo Marquez. Those fickle tricks of memory were even more critical when the killing of the workers was brought up. Every time that Aureliano mentioned the matter, not only the proprietress, but some people older than she would repudiate the myth of the workers hemmed in at the station, and the train with 200 cars loaded with dead people, and they would even insist that, after all, everything had been set forth in judicial documents and in primary school textbooks, that the Banana Company had never existed. So that Aureliano and Gabriel were linked by a kind of complicity based on real facts that no one believed in, and which had affected their lives to the point that both of them found themselves off course in the tide of a world that had ended, and of which only the nostalgia remained. Gabriel would sleep wherever time overtook him. Aureliano put him up several times in the silver workshop, but he would spend his nights awake, disturbed by the noise of the dead people who walked through the bedrooms until dawn. Later, he turned him over to Nigromanta, who took him to her well-used room when she was free, and put down his account with vertical marks behind the door in the few spaces left free by Aureliano's debts. In spite of their disordered life, the whole group tried to do something permanent at the urging of the wise Catalonian. It was he, with his experience as a former professor of classical literature and his storehouse of rare books, who got them to spend a whole night in search of the 37th dramatic situation, in a town where no one had any interest any more in going beyond primary school. Fascinated by the discovery of friendship, bewildered by the enchantments of a world which had been forbidden to him by Fernanda's meanness, Aureliano abandoned the scrutiny of the parchments precisely when they were beginning to reveal themselves as predictions in coded lines of poetry. But the subsequent proof that there was time enough for everything without having to give up the brothels gave him the drive to return to Melchiades's room, having decided not to flag in his efforts until he had discovered the last keys. That was during the time that Gaston began to wait for the aeroplane, and Amaranta Ursula was so lonely that one morning she appeared in the room. "Hello, cannibal," she said to him. "Back in your cave again?" She was irresistible, with a dress she had designed and one of the long shad vertebra necklaces that she had made herself. She had stopped using the leash, convinced of her husband's faithfulness, and for the first time since her return she seemed to have a moment of ease. Aureliano did not need to see her to know that she had arrived. She put her elbows on the table, so close and so helpless that Aureliano heard the deep sound of her bones, and she became interested in the parchments. Trying to overcome his disturbance, he grasped at the voice that he was losing, the life that was leaving him, the memory that was turning into a petrified polyp. And he spoke to her about the priestly destiny of Sanskrit, the scientific possibility of seeing the future showing through in time, as one sees what is written on the back of a sheet of paper through the light, the necessity of deciphering the predictions so that they would not defeat themselves, and the centuries of Nostradamus, and the destruction of Cantabria, predicted by St. Milanos. Suddenly, without interrupting the chat, moved by an impulse that had been sleeping in him since his origins, Aureliano put his hand on hers, thinking that that final decision would put an end to his doubts. She grabbed his index finger with the affectionate innocence with which she had done so in childhood, however, and she held it while he kept on answering questions. They remained like that, linked by icy index fingers that did not transmit anything in any way, until she awoke from her momentary dream and slapped her forehead with her hand. "Ah, the ants!" she exclaimed. And then she forgot about the manuscripts, went to the door with a dance step, and from there she threw Aureliano a kiss with the tips of her fingers, as she had said goodbye to her father on the afternoon when they sent her to Brussels. "You can tell me later," she said. "I forgot that today's the day to put quicklime on the anthills." She continued going to the room occasionally when she had something to do in that part of the house, and she would stay there for a few minutes while her husband continued to scrutinize the sky. Encouraged by that change, Aureliano stayed to eat with the family at that time, as he had not done since the first months of Amaranta Ursula's return. Gaston was pleased. During the conversations after meals, which usually went on for more than an hour, he complained that his partners were deceiving him. They had informed him of the loading of the aeroplane on board a ship that did not arrive, and although his shipping agents insisted that it would never arrive because it was not on the list of Caribbean ships, his partners insisted that the shipment was correct, and they even insinuated that Gaston was lying to them in his letters. The correspondence reached such a degree of mutual suspicion that Gaston decided not to write again, and he began to suggest the possibility of a quick trip to Brussels to clear things up and return with the aeroplane. The plan evaporated, however, as soon as Amaranta Ursula reiterated her decision not to move from Macondo, even if she lost a husband. During the first days, Aureliano shared the general opinion that Gaston was a fool on a velocipede. and that brought on a vague feeling of pity. Later, when he obtained deeper information on the nature of men in the brothels, he thought that Gaston's meekness had its origins in unbridled passion. But when he came to know him better, and realized that his true character was the opposite of his submissive conduct, he conceived the malicious suspicion that even the wait for the aeroplane was an act. Then he thought that Gaston was not as foolish as he appeared, but quite the contrary, was a man of infinite steadiness, ability, and patience, who had set about to conquer his wife with the weariness of eternal agreement, of never saying no, of simulating a limitless conformity, letting her become enmeshed in her own web, until the day she could no longer bear the tedium of the illusions close at hand, and would pack the bags herself to go back to Europe. Aureliano's former pity turned into a violent dislike. Gaston's system seemed so perverse to him, but at the same time so effective, that he ventured to warn Amaranta Ursula. She made fun of his suspicions, however, without even noticing the heavy weight of love, uncertainty, and jealousy that he had inside. It had not occurred to her that she was arousing something more than fraternal affection in Aureliano until she pricked her fingers trying to open a can of peaches, and he dashed over to suck the blood out with an avidity and a devotion that sent a chill up her spine. "Aureliano!" she laughed, disturbed. "You're too suspicious to be a good bat." Then Aureliano went all out. Giving her some small, orphaned kisses in the hollow of her wounded hand, he opened up the most hidden passageways of his heart and drew out an interminable and lacerated intestine, the terrible parasitic animal that had incubated in his martyrdom. He told her how he would get up at midnight to weep in loneliness and rage over the underwear that she had left to dry in the bathroom. He told her about the anxiety with which he had asked Nigramanta to howl like a cat and sob "Gaston, Gaston, Gaston" in his ear, and with how much astuteness he had ransacked her vials of perfume so that he could smell it on the necks of the little girls who went to bed because of hunger. Frightened by the passion of that outburst, Amaranta Ursula was closing her fingers, contracting them like a shellfish, until her wounded hand, free of all pain and any vestige of pity, was converted into a knot of emeralds and topazes and stony and unfeeling bones. "Fool!" she said as if she was spitting. "I'm sailing on the first ship leaving for Belgium." Alvaro had come to the wise Catalonian's bookstore one of those afternoons, proclaiming at the top of his lungs his latest discovery, a zoological brothel. It was called the Golden Child, and it was a huge open-air salon through which no less than 200 bitterns, who told the time with a deafening cackling, strolled at will. In wire pens that surrounded the dance floor, and among large Amazonian camellias, there were herons of different colours, crocodiles as fat as pigs, snakes with 12 rattles, and a turtle with a gilded shell who dived in a small artificial ocean. There was a big white dog, meek and a pederast, who would give stud services nevertheless in order to be fed. The atmosphere had an innocent denseness, as if it had just been created, and the beautiful mulatto girls who waited hopelessly among the blood-red petals and the outmoded phonograph records knew ways of love that man had left behind forgotten in the earthly paradise. The first night that the group visited that greenhouse of illusions, the splendid and taciturn old woman who guarded the entrance in a wicker rocking chair felt that time was turning back to its earliest origins, when among the 5 who were arriving she saw a bony, jaundiced man with Tartar cheekbones, marked forever and from the beginning of the world with the pox of solitude. "Lord, Lord," she sighed. "Aureliano." She was seeing Colonel Aureliano Buendia once more, as she had seen him in the light of a lamp long before the wars, long before the desolation of glory and the exile of disillusionment, that remote dawn when he went to her bedroom to give the first command of his life, the command to give him love. It was Pilar Ternera. Years before, when she had reached 145 years of age, she had given up the pernicious custom of keeping track of her age, and she went on living in the static and marginal time of memories, in a future perfectly revealed and established, beyond the futures, disturbed by the insidious snares and suppositions of her cards. From that night on, Aureliano took refuge in the compassionate tenderness and understanding of his unknown great-great-grandmother. Sitting in her wicker rocking chair, she would recall the past, reconstruct the grandeur and misfortunes of the family and the splendour of Macondo, which was now erased, while Alvaro frightened the crocodiles with his noisy laughter, and Alfonso invented outlandish stories about the Bittons, who had pecked out the eyes of 4 customers who misbehaved the week before. And Gabriel was in the room of the pensive mulatto girl, who did not collect in money, but in letters to a smuggler boyfriend, who was in prison on the other side of the Orinoco, because the border guards had caught him and had made him sit on a chamber pot that filled up with a mixture of shit and diamonds. That true brothel, with that maternal proprietress, was the world of which Aureliano had dreamed during his prolonged captivity. He felt so well, so close to perfect companionship, that he thought of no other refuge on the afternoon on which Amaranta Ursula had made his illusions crumble. He was ready to unburden himself with words, so that someone could break the knots that bound his chest, but he only managed to let out a fluid, warm and restorative weeping in Pilar Ternera's lap. She let him finish, scratching his head with the tips of her fingers, and without his having revealed that he was weeping from love, she recognized immediately the oldest sobs in the history of man. "Ah, it's all right, child," she consoled him. "Now, tell me who it is." When Aureliano told her, Pilar Ternera let out a deep laugh, the old expansive laugh that ended up as a cooing of doves. There was no mystery in the heart of a Buendia that was impenetrable for her, because a century of cards and experience had taught her that the history of the family was a machine with unavoidable repetitions, a turning wheel that would have gone on spilling into eternity were it not for the progressive and irremediable wearing of the axle. "Don't you worry," she said, smiling. "Wherever she is right now, she's waiting for you." It was 4:30 in the afternoon when Amaranta Ursula came out of her bath. Aureliano saw her go by his room with a robe of soft folds and a towel wrapped around her head like a turban. He followed her almost on tiptoes, stumbling from drunkenness, and he went into the nuptial bedroom just as she opened the robe and closed it again in fright. He made a silent signal towards the next room, where the door was half open, and where Aureliano knew that Gaston was beginning to write a letter. "Go away," she said voicelessly. Aureliano smiled, picked her up by the waist with both hands like a pot of begonias, and dropped her on her back on the bed. With a brutal tug, he pulled off her bathrobe before she had time to resist, and he loomed over an abyss of newly washed nudity, whose skin colour, lines of fuzz, and hidden moles had all been imagined in the shadows of the other rooms. Amaranta Ursula defended herself sincerely with the astuteness of a wise woman, weaseling her slippery, flexible and fragrant weasel's body as she tried to knee him in the kidneys, and scorpion his face with her nails, but without either of them giving a gasp that might not have been taken for the breathing of a person, watching the meagre April sunset through the open window. It was a fierce fight, a battle to the death, but it seemed to be without violence, because it consisted of distorted attacks and ghostly evasion, slow, cautious, solemn, so that during it all there was time for the petunias to bloom, and for Gaston to forget about his aviator's dreams in the next room, as if they were two enemy lovers seeking reconciliation at the bottom of an aquarium. In the heat of that savage and ceremonious struggle, Amaranta Ursula understood that her meticulous silence was so irrational that it could awaken the suspicions of her nearby husband much more than the sound of warfare that they were trying to avoid. Then she began to laugh with her lips tight together, without giving up the fight, but defending herself with false bites, and de-weaseling her body little by little, until they both were conscious of being adversaries and accomplices at the same time, and the affray degenerated into a conventional gamble, and the attacks became caresses. Suddenly, almost playfully, like one more bit of mischief, Amaranta Ursula dropped her defence, and when she tried to recover, frightened by what she herself had made possible, it was too late. A great commotion immobilized her in the centre of gravity, planted her in her place, and her defensive will was demolished by the irresistible anxiety to discover what the orange whistles and the invisible globes on the other side of death were like. She barely had time to reach out her hand and grope for the towel, to put a gag between her teeth, so that she would not let out the cat howls that were already tearing at her insides. Pilar Ternera died in her wicker rocking chair during one night of festivities, as she watched over the entrance to her paradise. In accordance with her last wishes, she was not buried in a coffin, but sitting in her rocker, which 8 men lowered by ropes into a huge hole dug in the centre of the dance floor. The mulatto girls, dressed in black, pale from weeping, invented shadowy rites as they took off their earrings, brooches, and rings, and threw them into the pit before it was closed over with a slab that bore neither name nor dates, and that was covered with a pile of Amazonian camellias. After poisoning the animals, they closed up the doors and windows with brick and mortar, and they scattered out into the world and their wooden trunks that were lined with pictures of saints, prints from magazines, and the portraits of sometime sweethearts, remote and fantastic, who shat diamonds or ate cannibals, or were crowned playing-card kings on the high seas. It was the end. In Pilar Ternera's tomb, among the psalms and cheap hoard jewellery, the ruins of the past would rot, the little that remained after the wise Catalonian had auctioned off his bookstore and returned to the Mediterranean village where he had been born, overcome by a yearning for a lasting springtime. No one could have foreseen his decision. He had arrived in Macondo during the splendour of the Banana Company, fleeing from one of many wars, and nothing more practical had occurred to him than to set up that bookshop of incunabula and first editions in several languages, which casual customers would thumb through cautiously, as if they were junk books, as they waited their turn to have their dreams interpreted in the house across the way. He spent half his life in the back of the store, scribbling in his extra-careful hand in purple ink, and on pages that he tore out of school notebooks, and no one was sure exactly what he was writing. When Aureliano first met him, he had 2 boxes of these motley pages, that in some way made one think of Melchiadesh parchments, and from that time until he left, he had filled a third one. So it was reasonable to believe that he had done nothing else during his stay in Macondo. The only people with whom he maintained relations were the 4 friends, whom he had exchanged their tops and kites for books. And he set them to reading Seneca and Ovid while they were still in grammar school. He treated the classical writers with a household familiarity, as if they had all been his roommates at some period, and he knew many things that should not have been known, such as the fact that St. Augustine wore a wool jacket under his habit, that he did not take off for 14 years, and that Arnaldo of Villanova, the necromancer, was impotent since childhood because of a scorpion bite. His fervour for the written word was an interweaving of solemn respect and gossipy irreverence. Not even his own manuscripts were safe from that dualism. Having learned Catalan in order to translate them, Alfonso put a roll of pages in his pockets, which were always full of newspaper clippings and manuals for strange trades, and one night he lost them in the house of the little girls who went to bed because of hunger. When the wise old grandfather found out, instead of raising a row, as had been feared, he commented, dying with laughter, that it was the natural destiny of literature. On the other hand, there was no human power capable of persuading him not to take along the 3 boxes when he returned to his native village, and he unleashed a string of Carthaginian curses at the railroad inspectors who tried to ship them as freight, until he finally succeeded in keeping them with him in the passenger coach. "The world must be all fucked up," he said then, "when men travel first class and literature goes as freight." That was the last thing he was heard to say. He had spent a dark week on the final preparations for the trip, because as the hour approached, his humour was breaking down, and things began to be misplaced, and what he put in one place would appear in another, attacked by the same elves that had tormented Fernanda. "Colons," he would curse. "I shit on Canon 27 of the Synod of London." German and Aureliano took care of him. They helped him like a child, fastening his tickets and immigration documents to his pockets with safety pins, making him a detailed list of what he must do from the time he left Macondo until he landed in Barcelona. But nonetheless he threw away a pair of pants with half of his money in it without realizing it. The night before the trip, after nailing up the boxes and putting his clothing into the same suitcase that he had brought when he first came, he narrowed his calm eyes, pointed with a kind of impudent benediction at the stacks of books with which he had endured during his exile, and said to his friends, "All that shit there I leave to you people." 3 months later, they received in a large envelope 29 letters and more than 50 pictures that he had accumulated during the leisure of the high seas. Although he did not date them, the order in which he had written the letters was obvious. In the first ones, with his customary good humour, he spoke about the difficulties of the crossing, the urge he had to throw the cargo officer overboard when he would not let him keep the 3 boxes in his cabin, the clear imbecility of a lady who was terrified at the number 13, not out of superstition, but because she thought it was a number that had no end, and the bet that he had won during the first dinner because he had recognized in the drinking water on board the taste of the nighttime beats by the springs of Lerida. With the passage of the days, however, the reality of life on board mattered less and less to him, and even the most recent and trivial happenings seemed worthy of nostalgia, because as the ship got further away, his memory began to grow sad. That process of nostalgia was also evident in the pictures. In the first ones he looked happy, with his sports shirt, which looked like a hospital jacket, and his snowy mane, in an October Caribbean filled with whitecaps. In the last ones, He could be seen to be wearing a dark coat and a silk scarf, pale in the face, taciturn from absence on the deck of a mournful ship that had come to be like a sleepwalker on the autumnal seas. German and Aureliano answered his letters. He wrote so many during the first months that at that time they felt closer to him than when he had been in Macondo, and they were almost freed from the rancour that he had left behind. At first he told them that everything was just the same, that the pink snails were still in the house where he had been born, that the dry herring still had the same taste on a piece of toast, that the waterfalls in the village still took on a perfumed smell at dusk. They were the notebook pages again, woven with the purple scribbling, in which he dedicated a special paragraph to each one. Nevertheless, and although he himself didn't seem to notice it, those letters of recuperation and stimulation were slowly changing into pastoral letters of disenchantment. One winter night, while the soup was boiling in the fireplace, he missed the heat of the back of his store, the buzzing of the sun on the dusty almond trees, the whistle of the train during the lethargy of siesta time, just as in Macondo he had missed the winter soup in the fireplace, the cries of the coffee vendor, and the fleeting larks of springtime. Upset by two nostalgias facing each other like two mirrors, he lost his marvellous sense of unreality, and he ended up recommending to all of them that they leave Macondo, that they forget everything he had taught them about the world and the human heart, that they shit on Horace, and that wherever they might be, they always remember that the past was a lie, that memory has no return, that every spring gone by could never be recovered, and that the wildest and most tenacious love was an ephemeral truth in the end. Alvaro was the first to take the advice to abandon Macondo. He sold everything, even the tame jaguar that teased passers-by from the courtyard of his house, and he bought an eternal ticket on a train that never stopped travelling. In the postcards that he sent from the way stations, he would describe with shouts the instantaneous images that he had seen from the window of his coach, and it was as if he were tearing up and throwing into oblivion some long, evanescent poem. The chimerical negroes in the cotton fields of Louisiana, the winged horses in the bluegrass of Kentucky, the Greek lovers in the infernal sunsets of Arizona, the girl in the red sweater painting watercolours by a lake in Michigan, who waved at him with her brushes, not to say farewell, but out of hope, because she did not know that she was watching a train with no return passing by. Then Alfonso and German left one Saturday with the idea of coming back on Monday, but nothing more was ever heard of them. A year after the departure of the wise Catalonian, the only one left in Macondo was Gabriel, still adrift at the mercy of Nigromanta's chancy charity, and answering the questions of a contest in a French magazine in which the first prize was a trip to Paris. Aureliano, who was the one who subscribed to it, helped him fill in the answers, sometimes in his house, but most of the time among the ceramic bottles and atmosphere of a valerian in the only pharmacy left in Macondo, where Mercedes, Gabriel's stealthy girlfriend, lived. It was the last that remained of a past whose annihilation, consuming itself from within, ending at every moment but never ending its ending. The town had reached such extremes of inactivity that when Gabriel won the contest and left for Paris with 2 changes of clothing, a pair of shoes, and the complete works of Rabelais, he had to signal the engineer to stop the train and pick him up. The old street of the Turks was at that time an abandoned corner where the last Arabs were letting themselves be dragged off to death with the age-old custom of sitting in their doorways, although it had been many years since they had sold the last yard of diagonal cloth, and in the shadowy showcases only the decapitated mannequins remained. The Banana Company's city, which Patricia Brown may have tried to evoke for her grandchildren during the nights of intolerance and dill pickles in Prattville, Alabama, was a plain of wild grass. The ancient priest who had taken Father Angel's place, and whose name no one had bothered to find out, awaited God's mercy stretched out casually in a hammock, tortured by arthritis and the insomnia of doubt, while the lizards and rats fought over the inheritance of the nearby church. In that Macondo forgotten even by the birds, where the dust and the heat had become so strong that it was difficult to breathe, secluded by solitude and love, and by the solitude of love in a house where it was almost impossible to sleep because of the noise of red ants, Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula were the only happy beings, and the most happy on the face of the earth. Gaston has returned to Brussels. Tired of waiting for the aeroplane, one day he put his indispensable things into a small suitcase, took his file of correspondence, and left with the idea of returning by air before his concession was turned over to a group of German pilots, who had presented the provincial authorities with a more ambitious project than his. Since the afternoon of their first love, Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula had continued taking advantage of her husband's rare unguarded moments, making love with gagged ardour in chance meetings, and almost always interrupted by unexpected returns. But when they saw themselves alone in the house, they succumbed to the delirium of lovers who were making up for lost time. It was a mad passion, unhinging, which made Fernanda's bones tremble with horror in her grave, and which kept them in a state of perpetual excitement. Amaranta Ursula's shrieks, her songs of agony, would break out the same at 2 in the afternoon on the dining-room table as at 2 in the morning in the pantry. "What hurts me most," she would say, laughing, "is all the time we wasted." In the bewilderment of passion, she watched the ants devastating the garden, sating their prehistoric hunger with the beams of the house, and she watched the torrents of living lava take over the porch again, but she bothered to fight them only when she found them in her bedroom. Aureliano abandoned the parchments, did not leave the house again, and carelessly answered the letter from the wise Catalonian. They lost their sense of reality, the notion of time, the rhythm of daily habits. They closed the doors and windows again, so as not to waste time getting undressed, and they walked about the house as Remedios the beauty had wanted to do, and they would roll around naked in the mud of the courtyard, and one afternoon they almost drowned as they made love in the cistern. In a short time they did more damage than the red ants. They destroyed the furniture in the parlour. In their madness they tore to shreds the hammock that had resisted the sad bivouac loves of Colonel Aureliano Buendia, and they disembowelled the mattresses and emptied them onto the floor as they suffocated in storms of cotton. Although Aureliano was just as ferocious a lover as his rival, it was Amaranta Ursula who ruled in that paradise of disaster, with her mad genius and her lyrical veracity, as if she had concentrated in her love the unconquerable energy that her great-great-grandmother had given to the making of little candy animals. And yet, while she was singing with pleasure and dying with laughter over her own inventions, Aureliano was becoming more and more absorbed and silent, for his passion was self-centred and burning. Nevertheless, they both reached such extremes of virtuosity that when they became exhausted from excitement, they would take advantage of their fatigue. They would give themselves over to the worship of their bodies, discovering that the rest periods in love had unexplored possibilities, much richer than those of desire. While he would rub Amaranta Ursula's erect breasts with egg whites, or smooth her elastic thighs and peach-like stomach with cocoa butter. She would play with Aureliano's portentous creature as if it were a doll, and would paint clown's eyes on it with her lipstick, and give it a Turk's moustache with her eyebrow pencil, and would put on organza bow ties and little tinfoil hats. One night they daubed themselves from head to toe with peach jam, and licked each other like dogs, and made mad love on the floor of the porch, and they were awakened by a torrent of carnivorous ants who were ready to eat them alive. During the pauses in their delirium, Amaranta Ursula would answer Gaston's letters. She felt him to be so far away and busy that his return seemed impossible to her. In one of his first letters, he told her that his partners had actually sent the aeroplane, but that a shipping agent in Brussels had sent it by mistake to Tanganyika, where it was delivered to the scattered tribe of the Makondos. That mix-up brought on so many difficulties that just to get the plane back might take 2 years. So Amaranta Ursula dismissed the possibility of an inopportune return. Aureliano, for his part, had no other contact with the world except for the letters from the wise Catalonian, and the news he had of Gabriel through Mercedes, the silent pharmacist. At first they were real contacts. Gabriel had turned in his return ticket in order to stay in Paris, selling the old newspapers and empty bottles that the chambermaids threw out of a gloomy hotel on the Rue Dauphine. Aureliano could visualize him then in a turtleneck sweater, which he took off only when the sidewalk cafes of Montparnasse filled with springtime lovers, and sleeping by day and writing by night in order to confuse hunger in the room that smelled of boiled cauliflower, where Rocamadour was to die. Nevertheless, news about him was slowly becoming so uncertain, and the letters from the wise man so sporadic and melancholy, that Aureliano grew to think about them as Amaranta Ursula thought about her husband, and both of them remained floating in an empty universe where the only everyday and eternal reality was love. Suddenly, like a stampede in that world of happy unawareness, came the news of Gaston's return. Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula opened their eyes, dug deep into their souls, looked at the letter with their hands on their hearts, and understood that they were so close to each other that they had preferred death to separation. Then she wrote her husband a letter of contradictory truth, in which she repeated her love, and said how anxious she was to see him again. But at the same time she admitted, as a design of fate, the impossibility of living without Aureliano. Contrary to what they had expected, Gaston sent them a calm, almost paternal reply, with 2 whole pages devoted to a warning against the fickleness of passion, and a final paragraph with unmistakable wishes for them to be as happy as he had been during his brief conjugal experience. It was such an unforeseen attitude that Amaranta Ursula felt humiliated by the idea that she had given her husband the pretext that he had wanted in order to abandon her to her fate. The rancour was aggravated 6 months later when Gaston wrote again from Leopoldville, where he had finally recovered the aeroplane, simply to ask them to ship him the velocipede, which of all that he had left behind in Macondo was the only thing that had any sentimental value for him. Aureliano bore Amaranta Ursula's spite patiently, and made an effort to show her that he could be as good a husband in adversity as in prosperity, and the daily needs that besieged them when Gaston's last money ran out created a bond of solidarity between them that was not as dazzling and heady as passion, but that let them make love as much and be as happy as during their uproarious and salacious days. At the time Pilar Ternera died, they were expecting a child. In the lethargy of her pregnancy, Amaranta Ursula tried to set up a business in necklaces made out of the backbones of fish. But except for Mercedes, who bought a dozen, she could not find any customers. Aureliano was aware for the first time that his gift for languages, his encyclopedic knowledge, his rare faculty for remembering the details of remote deeds and places without having been there, were as useless as the box of genuine jewellery that his wife owned, which must have been worth as much as all the money that the last inhabitants of Macondo could have put together. They survived miraculously. Although Amaranta Ursula did not lose her good humour or her genius for erotic mischief, she acquired the habit of sitting on the porch after lunch in a kind of wakeful and thoughtful siesta. Aureliano would accompany her. Sometimes they would remain there in silence until nightfall, opposite each other, looking into each other's eyes, loving each other as much as in their scandalous days. The uncertainty of the future made them turn their hearts towards the past. They saw themselves in the lost paradise of the deluge, splashing in the puddles in the courtyard, killing lizards to hang on Ursula, pretending that they were going to bury her alive. And those memories revealed to them the truth that they had been happy together ever since they had memory. Going deeper into the past, Amaranta Ursula remembered the afternoon on which she had gone into the silver shop, and her mother told her that little Aureliano was nobody's child because he had been found floating in a basket. Although the version seemed unlikely to them, they did not have any information enabling them to replace it with the true one. All that they were sure of, after examining all the possibilities, was that Fernanda was not Aureliano's mother. Amaranta Ursula was inclined to believe that he was the son of Petra Kotesh, of whom she remembered only tales of infamy, and that supposition produced a twinge of horror in her heart. Tormented by the certainty that he was his wife's brother, Aureliano ran out to the parish house to search through the mouldy and moth-eaten archives for some clue to his parentage. The oldest baptismal certificate that he found was that of Amaranta Buendia, baptized in adolescence by Father Nicanor Reina during the time when he was trying to prove the existence of God by means of tricks with chocolate. He began to have that feeling that he was one of the 17 Aurelianos, whose birth certificates he tracked down as he went through 4 volumes, but the baptism dates were too far back for his age. Seeing him lost in the labyrinths of kinship, trembling with uncertainty, the arthritic priest who was watching him from his hammock asked him compassionately what his name was. Aureliano Buendia, he said. "Oh, well, don't wear yourself out searching," the priest claimed with final conviction. "Many years ago there used to be a street here with that name, and in those days people had the custom of naming their children after streets." Aureliano trembled with rage. "So," he said, "you don't believe it either." "Believe what?" "That Colonel Aureliano Buendia fought 32 civil wars and lost them all," Aureliano answered. "That the army hemmed in and machine-gunned 3,000 workers, and that their bodies were carried off to be thrown into the sea on a train with 200 cars. The priest measured him with a pitying look. "Oh, my son," he sighed, "it's enough for me to be sure that you and I exist at this moment." So Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula accepted the version of the basket, not because they believed it, but because it spared them their terror. As the pregnancy advanced, they were becoming a single being. They were becoming more and more integrated in the solitude of a house that needed only one last breath to be knocked down. They restricted themselves to an essential area, from Fernanda's bedroom, where the charms of sedentary love were visible, to the beginning of the porch, where Amaranta Ursula would sit to sew bootees and bonnets for the newborn baby, and Aureliano would answer the occasional letters from the wise Catalonian. The rest of the house was given over to the tenacious assault of destruction. The silver shop, Melquiades' room, the primitive and silent realm of Santa Sofia de la Piedad remained in the depths of a domestic jungle that no one would have had the courage to penetrate. Surrounded by the voracity of nature, Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula continued cultivating the oregano and the begonias, and defended their world with demarcations of quicklime, building the last trenches in the age-old war between man and ant. Her long and neglected hair, the splotches that were beginning to appear on her face, the swelling of her legs, the deformation of her former love-making weasel's body, had changed Amaranta Ursula from the youthful creature she had been when she arrived at the house with the cage of luckless canaries and her captive husband. But it did not change the vivacity of her spirit. "Shit," she would say, laughing. "Who would have thought that we really would end up living like cannibals?" The last threat that joined them to the world was broken on the 6th month of pregnancy, when they received a letter that obviously was not from the wise Catalonian. It had been mailed in Barcelona, but the envelope was addressed in conventional blue ink by an official hand, and it had the innocent and impersonal look of hostile messages. Aureliano snatched it out of Amaranta Ursula's hands as she was about to open it. "Not this one," he told her. "I don't want to know what it says." Just as he had sensed, the wise Catalonian did not write again. The stranger's letter, which no one read, was left to the mercy of the moths on the shelf, where Fernanda had forgotten her wedding ring on occasion, and there it remained, consuming itself in the inner fire of its bad news, as the solitary lovers sailed against the tide of those days of the last stages, those impenitent and ill-fated times, which were squandered on the useless effort of making them drift towards the desert of disenchantment and oblivion. Aware of that menace, Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula spent the last months holding hands, ending with the love of loyalty for the child who had his beginning in the madness of fornication. At night, holding each other in bed, they were not frightened by the sublunary explosions of the ants, or the noise of the moths, or the constant and clean whistle of the growth of the weeds in the neighbouring rooms. Many times they were awakened by the traffic of the dead. They could hear Ursula fighting against the laws of creation to maintain the line, and José Arcadio Buendía searching for the mythical truth of the great inventions, and Fernanda praying, and Colonel Aureliano Buendía stupefying himself with the deception of war and the little gold fishes, and Aureliano Segundo dying of solitude in the turmoil of his debauches. And then they learned that dominant obsession can prevail against death, and they were happy again with the certainty that they would go on loving each other in their shape as apparitions, long after other species of future animals would steal from the insects the paradise of misery that the insects were finally stealing from man. One Sunday, at 6 in the afternoon, Amaranta Ursula felt the pangs of childbirth. The smiling mistress of the little girls who went to bed because of hunger had her get onto the dining-room table, straddled her stomach, and mistreated her with wild gallops until her cries were drowned out by the bellows of a formidable male child. Through her tears, Amaranta Ursula could see that he was one of those great Buendías, strong and wilful like the José Arcadios, with the open and clairvoyant eyes of the Aurelianos, and predisposed to begin the race again from the beginning and cleanse it of its pernicious vices and solitary calling, for he was the only one in a century who had been engendered with love. "He is a real cannibal," she said. "We'll name him Rodrigo." "No," her husband countered. "We'll name him Aureliano, and he'll win 32 wars." After cutting the umbilical cord, the midwife began to use a cloth to take off the blue grease that covered his body as Aureliano held up a lamp. Only when they turned him on his stomach did they see that he had something more than other men, and they leaned over to examine him. It was the tail of a pig. They were not alarmed. Aureliano and Amaranta Ursula were not aware of the family precedent, nor did they remember Ursula's frightening admonitions, and the midwife pacified them with the idea that the tail could be cut off when the child got his second teeth. Then they had no time to think about it again, because Amaranta Ursula was bleeding in an uncontainable torrent. They tried to help her with applications of spider webs and balls of ash, but it was like trying to hold back a spring with one's hands. During the first hours she tried to maintain her good humour. She took the frightened Aureliano by the hand and begged him not to worry, because people like her were not made to die against their will. And she exploded with laughter at the ferocious remedies of the midwife. But as Aureliano's hope abandoned him, she was becoming less visible, as if the light on her were fading away, until she sank into drowsiness. At dawn on Monday, they brought a woman who recited cauterizing prayers that were infallible for man and beast beside her bed. But Amaranta Ursula's passionate blood was insensible to any artifice that did not come from love. In the afternoon, after 24 hours of desperation, they knew that she was dead because the flow had stopped without remedies, and her profile became sharp, and the blotches on her face evaporated in a halo of alabaster, and she smiled again. Aureliano did not understand until then how much he loved his friends, how much he missed them, and how much he would have given to be with them at that moment. He put the child in the basket that his mother had prepared for him, covered the face of the corpse with a blanket, and wandered aimlessly through the town, searching for an entrance that went back to the past. He knocked at the door of the pharmacy, where he had not visited lately, and he found a carpenter shop. The old woman who opened the door with a lamp in her hand took pity on his delirium, and insisted that no, there had never been a pharmacy there, nor had she ever known a woman with a thin neck and sleepy eyes named Mercedes. He wept, leaning his brow against the door of the wise Catalonian's former bookstore, conscious that he was paying with his tardy sobs for a death that he had refused to weep for on time, so as not to break the spell of love. He smashed his fists against the cement wall of the Golden Child, calling for Pilar Ternera, indifferent to the luminous orange discs that were crossing the sky, and that so many times on holiday nights he had contemplated with childish fascination from the courtyard of the curlews. In the last open salon of the tumble-down red-light district, an accordion group was playing the songs of Rafael Escalona, the bishop's nephew, heir to the secrets of Francisco the Man. The bartender, who had a withered and somewhat crumpled arm because he had raised it against his mother, invited Aureliano to have a bottle of cane liquor, and Aureliano then bought him one. The bartender spoke to him about the misfortune of his arm. Aureliano spoke to him about the misfortune of his heart, withered and somewhat crumpled for having been raised against his sister. They ended up weeping together, and Aureliano felt for a moment that the pain was over. But when he was alone again, in the last dawn of Macondo, he opened up his arms in the middle of the square, ready to wake up the whole world, and he shouted with all his might, "Friends are a bunch of bastards!" Nigramanta rescued him from a pool of vomit and tears. She took him to her room, cleaned him up, made him drink a cup of broth. Thinking that it would console him, she took a piece of charcoal and erase the innumerable loves that he still owed her for. And she voluntarily brought up her own most solitary sadnesses so as not to leave him alone in his weeping. When he awoke, after a dull and brief sleep, Aureliano recovered the awareness of his headache. He opened his eyes and remembered the child. He could not find the basket. At first he felt an outburst of joy, thinking that Amaranta Ursula had awakened from death to take care of the child. But her corpse was a pile of stones under the blanket. Aware that when he arrived he had found the door to the bedroom open, Aureliano went across the porch, which was saturated with the morning sighs of oregano, and looked into the dining room, where the remnants of the berth still lay. The large pot, the bloody sheets, the jars of ashes, and the twisted umbilical cord of the child on an opened diaper on the table next to the shears and the fish line. The idea that the midwife had returned for the child during the night gave him a pause of rest in which to think. He sat in the rocking chair, the same one in which Rebecca had sat during the early days of the house to give embroidery lessons, and in which Amaranta had played Chinese checkers with Colonel Gabriel Marquez, and in which Amaranta Ursula had sewn the tiny clothing for the child. And in that flash of lucidity, he became aware that he was unable to bear in his soul the crushing weight of so much past. Wounded by the fatal lances of his own nostalgia and that of others, he admired the persistence of the spider-webs on the dead rose-bushes, the perseverance of the rye-grass, the patience of the air in the radiant February dawn. And then he saw the child. It was a dry and bloated bag of skin that all the ants in the world were dragging towards their holes along the stone path in the garden. Aureliano could not move. Not because he was paralyzed with horror, but because at that prodigious instant Melchiadesh's final keys were revealed to him, and he saw the epigraph of the parchments perfectly placed in the order of man's time and space. The first of the line is tied to a tree, and the last is being eaten by the ants. Aureliano had never been more lucid in any act of his life as when he forgot about his dead ones and the pain of his dead ones, and nailed up the doors and windows again with Fernanda's crossed boards so as not to be disturbed by any temptations of the world, for he knew then that his fate was written in Melchiadesh's parchments. He found them intact among the prehistoric plants and steaming puddles and luminous insects that had removed all trace of man's passage on earth from the room, and he did not have the calmness to bring them out into the light, but right there, standing, without the slightest difficulty, as if they had been written in Spanish and were being read under the dazzling splendor of high noon, he began to decipher them aloud. It was the history of the family, written by Melchiadesh, down to the most trivial details, 100 years ahead of time. He had written it in Sanskrit, which was his mother tongue, and he had encoded the even lines in the private cipher of the Emperor Augustus, and the odd ones in a Lacedaemonian military code. The final protection, which Aureliano had begun to glimpse when he let himself be confused by the love of Amaranta Ursula, was based on the fact that Melchiadesh had not put events in the order of man's conventional time, but had concentrated a century of daily episodes in such a way that they coexisted in one instant. Fascinated by the discovery, Aureliano read aloud without skipping the chanted encyclicals that Melchiadesh himself had made Arcadio listen to, and that were in reality the prediction of his execution, and he found the announcement of the birth of the most beautiful woman in the world, who was rising up to heaven in body and soul, and he found the origin of the posthumous twins who gave up deciphering the parchments, not simply through incapacity and lack of drive, but also because their attempts were premature. At that point, impatient to know his own origin, Aureliano skipped ahead. Then the wind began, warm, incipient, full of voices from the past, the murmurs of ancient geraniums, sighs of disenchantment that preceded the most tenacious nostalgia. He did not notice it because at that moment he was discovering the first indications of his own being in a lascivious grandfather who let himself be frivolously dragged along across a hallucinated plateau in search of a beautiful woman who would not make him happy. Aureliano recognized him. He pursued the hidden paths of his descent, and he found the instant of his own conception among the scorpions and the yellow butterflies, in a sunset bathroom where a mechanic satisfied his lust on a woman who was giving herself out of rebellion. He was so absorbed that he did not feel the second surge of wind either, as its cyclonic strength tore the doors and windows off their hinges, pulled off the roof of the east wing, and uprooted the foundations. Only then did he discover that Amaranta Ursula was not his sister, but his aunt, and that Sir Francis Drake had attacked Riohacha only so that they could seek each other through the most intricate labyrinths of blood, until they would engender the mythological animal that was to bring the line to an end. Macondo was already a fearful whirlwind of dust and rubble, being spun about by the wrath of the biblical hurricane, when Aureliano skipped 11 pages so as not to lose time with facts he knew only too well. And he began to decipher the instant that he was living, deciphering it as he lived it, prophesying himself in the act of deciphering the last page of the parchments, as if he were looking into a speaking mirror. Then he skipped again to anticipate the predictions and ascertain the date and circumstances of his death. Before reaching the final line, however, he had already understood that he would never leave that room, for it was foreseen that the city of mirrors, or mirages, would be wiped out by the wind and exiled from the memory of men at the precise moment when Aureliano Babylonia would finish deciphering the parchments, and that everything written on them was unrepeatable since time immemorial and forevermore, because races condemned to 100 years of solitude did not have a second opportunity on earth.
That's the end of 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel García Márquez. We hope you've enjoyed this book. If you'd like more information on other Daisy books you can buy, please contact RNIB Customer Services.